It is the morning of the finals. Molly Picklum hanging out with her friend Kobe Enright, Maddie and Jam looking at the morning conditions.
He's too high profile.
Isabella Nichols keeping it fun and loose. Big smiles from world number one. And Gabriela Bryan as those two are going head to head in the first seed of the morning. And how about Griff here to support his younger brother Crosby on finals day. And he is looking inspired. And how good are the waves? Holy smokes, Punta Roca is flawless this morning on finals day, and a past champion in Griffin Colapinto is still connected to this amazing right-hander. Big punt to set off a finals day morning as he's staying hot and getting prepared for Bells Beach. He'll be a huge supporter for his younger brother Crosby, who's in the finals day draw. The men's side, South African standing up, San Clemente standing up as well. It is the morning of the finals, and we can't wait to get things started. Thanks for being with us here in El Salvador. Joe Turpel, former top 10 in the world, Rosie Hodge. These are the kind of the mornings that we live for on tour. Waves look incredibly fun and some huge matchups here on finals day.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, it's just so beautiful this morning. The waves are absolute perfection. We're still seeing remnants of that south-southwest swell, long period, beautiful lines this morning at Punta Roca, and some magic matchups.
Rosie's picks as we check out the men's bracket. Wow, it's going to move quickly this morning in these glassy conditions. Matthew McGillivray, an all-star from Jeffreys Bay, looking for his first win. Crosby, second year on tour, looking for his first win as well. And then the big dogs, Jordy Smith, Cole Houshmand. Oh my goodness.
I heard they overnighted some extra lycra just to make some new vests for the big dogs, Jordy and Cole Houshmand. But yeah, you know, this is an amazing matchup. We've got the Southern Californians against the South Africans, so my heart is torn. I'm South African, but I live in San Clemente now, so yeah, this is a dream. I mean, I have to look at Maddie McGillivray's run through this one, obviously beating Griffin Colapinto in the round of 32, so maybe some redemption for Crosby. But he was saying yesterday, he just wants to surf for himself. He wants to win his first event, and that's a big goal for him. Jordy Smith was looking impeccable yesterday. Excellence in all of his heat. And Cole Houshmand, the same thing, dropping 8-point rides.
Great stories as we will kick off with the women's this morning. Semifinal number one, world number one, Katie Simmers and Gabriela Bryan, a rematch from last year here in El Salvador that Gabby did win. And then Molly versus Isabella Nichols in semifinal number two, getting really close to the start of the day. Here at Punta Roca, it's officially on. And how about this? 40 minutes on the clock to look for two good waves.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've got the time today. We've got 6 heats on hand, and we really want to make the most of it, you know, longer period swell. So we want equal opportunity for every surfer to catch some waves and really light it up.
These two are already ready to get things started, and running down the line is Katie Simmers. Well overhead section, air drop in the pocket. And a nice, clean redirect off the lip. Always so beautiful with the rail lines. Risky on that first section, getting all that air underneath that Chris Borst design and putting together a nice, clean finish on the opening ride of finals day morning. Dia de los Finales. Buenos dias, everybody watching finals day and the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Stop 4 of the championship tour. You're watching the reigning world champ kick things off for us, the youngest in history, and already running things on the tour as world number one. Buenos dias to our carnal, Mitchell Salazar. Let's have some fun today.
Definitely, guys, and we're talking about fun, Renato. It is definitely fun out there. It is not only contestable, it's perfect conditions. Congratulations on the call this late on the event. We have finals day. What are we looking forward to today?
Congratulations to all of us, and it is an incredible finals day. The winds behaving more than the last 2 days of the offshore winds, so we took the decision to start with the women's semifinals, and we just had an amazing start of Caitlin's wave. We're going to monitor this wind, so we have time. We're giving 40 minutes to this heat, so extra time to all the competitors, up on those 35 minutes that we did in previous day. A little bit smaller and a little bit slower, but incredible waves. It's going to be a great show. Stay tuned.
And the 4th year we've had this event already, Renato, but most importantly, before the cut line this time. Seems like the right decision, though. Dry season and early south swells in early April.
Absolutely. It's the first time we come to this event on the right season, as you mentioned. And it paid off, right, with the best conditions we have in this short 4-year history of this event. We're all learning as we go. It's a really hard place to get the conditions right, especially winds and tide. And hopefully with more years, we're going to be tuning in, and we I have to thank fans and surfers for sticking around these 6 days in between when we start the competition and we're running now, and paid off. Incredible 3 days we had these last 3 days, and today won't be different.
Muchas gracias. Felicidades, guys. Let's go. Finals day. Let's crown some new champions out here at Punta Roca.
Thank you so much, Mitchell. Muchas gracias. And also a big gracias to Renato Hickel, working on this tour for, gosh, 40 years almost. Head judge in the past, doing a lot of great things for pro surfing. Great call coming to the last day of the waiting period and getting the best day yesterday. Still clean and really rippable. He said the pace might be a little slower, but gosh, these lines are insane. We're looking at these first 2 waves of this semifinal. We just saw Gabby Bryan take this wave. Unfortunately, she did get caught behind for a bit here.
Yeah, Gabby unfortunately placing that maneuver without looking down the line, and she really had to fight hard to get around and find some open face. It's really tricky. I think, you know, you've got that lower tide. I think it's going low at about, well, big turn there off the top. So she does kind of redeem that wave, but we got that lower tide. I think it's going to be low around 8:38 this morning. Hits it off the top there, but there was a lot of downtime. Maybe mistimed that first turn and unfortunately got stuck behind the second. But the section, beautiful hit off the lip there though. Those turns are so critical and really meeting that section so well with the timing.
Such a great battle with these two athletes here in these types of conditions. This was the opening ride of finals day.
I think we all know that feeling of paddling out in anticipation of getting a set wave, and right here, Katie to start off this matchup, the first wave of the morning, just going through the motion, staying low on that board to cut through all of that chop. Beautiful flow and connection throughout this wall. Love that timing of that last maneuver, and you can tell it was premeditated to kind of cut down and meet that lip line late to make it look super critical. She's looking connected, Joe. I mean, all week long she's looked connected and on, but it seems like as we shift into finals day, she's finding that extra gear, and that's just the opening wave of this heat. This was insane. I mean, she's really coasting on that lip line. That was incredibly critical. You see the connection to the board there, almost loses it as that tail drops out. The whole board loses connection with the wave. There's so much air underneath your board, so to maintain that control, it's really difficult, and Katie did it so well.
Gosh, what a combination of turns, so much risk in that opening maneuver, and with her skate influence, she just is not afraid of an air drop. She doesn't need to study where her feet are, all by feel. Not only landed it, but landed it with so much control. She went right back off the top again. Judges were rewarding the world champ. 7.67 on the opening wave of finals day. A couple scores into the 8-point range from the Australian judge and the Brazilian judge. Dropped the high and the low, averaged the middle 3. What a great start for this teenager on tour.
That's the dream start. Set wave, waves are pumping, you get rewarded by the judges, you're sitting back out there with priority. Katie's doing everything right in the beginning stages of this heat. Now it's up to Gabby to answer back and kind of readjust after that wave.
Gabby Bryan made it rain yesterday with some of the best power turns we've seen on tour in the win over rookie Bella Kenworthy. Props to Bella as well for absolutely shredding in that runner-up performance in great conditions out here at Punta Roca. There is a theme for Gabby. When she finaled at Margaret River the first time, she came back the next year and won it. She finaled here last year. Let's see if that script remains the same.
Man, Joe, you actually at the beginning of this event earmarked Gabby as someone to do really well here, and look at you go. What a call.
Gabby's awesome, you know that. You know,
Yeah.
she's got such a bright personality, doesn't she? And she just loves her job. She loves to surf first and foremost, and I think that translates into the joy that she has in her heats. You could feel that happy energy of like she can't wait to compete. She would live in the jersey if she could, and we all benefit from it. 4.83 start, but she's already working a game plan to come back as we focus on the Surfline forecast. Gracias, Mike Watson, for giving us the updates, telling us that the swell would peak yesterday, but plenty of left over for finals day.
Yeah, that orange and that red, just all indication of the energy that's hitting the point here at Punta Roca, and you can see that You know, we've got some flow there.
Yeah, it's cool to see everything come together on the last day of the waiting period. That purple color is ideal. If you have that purple color at your home break, you are out there all day. Change your plans. You're going surfing. You see the afternoon change. It's still green, which is solid with that side on shore flow, which is actually really nice yesterday. It kind of like went almost slack at times, and the wind improved towards the back end of the day. Yesterday, today, we're starting off with really clean conditions.
Definitely. I think these last 3 days we've had that wind play into our favor, and also just this long period south-southwest swell, how much energy that draws into this break. It's got a lot of push out there at the moment. I mean, even yesterday we're chatting with the surfers and just saying that that energy and that push and that power, it really just lends itself to the premium surfing that we're seeing.
Let's dive into the rivalry with these two. Katie Simmers and Gabby Bryan with 4 previous matchups on the championship tour level. And this might be a little bit deceiving, being 3-1, you know, in favor of the world champ, but these were all very, very close heats.
Definitely, Joe. I mean, you're talking about last year's matchups. The semifinal that they had here in El Salvador was extremely close, but their most recent history, Joey, was just 2 events ago in Abu Dhabi. They met up in a semifinal, but let's talk about last year.
Last year was a semifinal as well. Waves were pumping, and Gabby Bryan was able to get her first and, at the moment, only win off the world champ.
And you said, I mean, all of that recent history comes to mind, I think, for these competitors, especially when you think about Gabby. She's looking for that edge over Katie at the moment and thinking about the happy memories coming from this victory, this semifinal victory over Katie. Gabby, I feel like, is so in tune with this wave. She knows it so well. She's made a final here. And I feel like, you know, looking from last year and thinking about the surfing that she's doing now this year, the level has just increased so much.
Always really challenging to be the surfer that's the best surfer in the world, being the world champion. This was on the way to that world title run from Katie Simmers. And Gabby's just performance on the open face with big power hooks made the difference for her getting the jump on Simmers last year. She's trying to repeat that same success, but still that cool, comfortable, smooth style from Katie Simmers always looked great. Gabby being on the better waves last year really showed off how much power she had. That was one of the most radical turns of the event, but just the size of the section let her down to end up runner-up to Gabby in last year's semifinal, and we get a rematch. So then it shows that this is no fluke. These are 2 of the best here at Punta Roca at the moment. To get a rematch and a rivalry, that's as good as it gets in pro surfing. You know, you want those comps to bring out the best in these competitors, and right now it's Gabby and Katie that are all over the final series.
And so consistent. I mean, that consistency, event after event. I mean, Gabby's coming off a 2nd place finish in Portugal. She's got a 3rd at Abu Dhabi, where Katie and Gabby met up in the semifinals over there. Gabby was getting 8s, Katie was getting 9s. So let's see, that's the most recent kind of scar tissue that Gabby would be thinking about. And for Katie, obviously taking the win in Abu Dhabi. Both of these women extremely consistent in the 2025 season.
Gabby Bryan just missed out on the Lexus WSL finals last year. It came down to a huge mistake, letting Erin Brooks go on a wave at the end of the matchup. Erin Brooks obviously went on to win, but she took Gabby out of the final 5. She had to shake that one off by surfing pumping restaurants for 3 hours. She kind of avoided the talk with Dog Marsh for a little bit, kind of had to surf it out. But she went on to say how painful that was. Definitely the hardest loss of her career, missing out on competing for a world title last year. And then she said, I don't know if everyone realized how hurt I was. She had a hurt shoulder. When things weren't going well on the rankings at the first half last year, it was kind of touch and go for qualification past the cut. She actually started making plans throughout the Challenger Series of actually, you know what, I'm going to get my shoulder fixed and maybe even skip some Challenger Series and do a full recovery year. When she made the cut, won the event, she's like, hang on, okay, we'll put that, you know, recovery on ice for a while. We won't worry about it, and we'll just continue to hunt for a world title. Then she got confidence going, I'm not even at 100%, and I got a win at Margaret River, demanding paddle type event, and she was able to really take advantage of a long off season to recover and come back 2025 100%.
I mean, that's just so insightful into Gabby's character, just carrying that injury, surfing through the pain, getting great results. I mean, she's fierce, and you think about not surfing, not feeling 100% physically, doing that kind of surfing, and now seeing the level that Gabby's at, just really impressed, and just always smiling, Joe. There's like the mug shots to get into every area around the comp site, and Gabby's photo is my favorite. She's just absolutely beaming.
So stoked. She just had a big birthday. As we wait for the next opportunity for these two, let's say a big happy finals day to Chris Cote, who just cracked a Red Bull.
Thank you, team. That's right. Well, I needed to because it was very sleepy in here just a few minutes ago. But since Katie got that wave and now we're sitting in a lull, you can just kind of feel things start to escalate. Molly's over here on the bike, getting herself warmed up. You got some of the men's semifinalists behind me. Maddie McGillivray. Saw Cole Houshmand pacing around like a lion, getting ready to strike. But it kind of seems like right now it's about energy preservation, right? Keep it at a low tempo until you hit the water. The caddies are waxing up boards, and you can really start to feel the energy building. And I think the next set that comes through is really going to spark this crowd up. Got Dog right here taking notes. Connor, he's sending a text. I'm not going to read it. That's not what I do in here. Privacy only. But so far, like I said, pretty relaxed in here. But I think things are going to start to amplify and escalate as the day goes on. It's only going to take one big score out there to fire this crowd up. That's literally growing by the minute. They're coming in slowly, but I know this place is going to be raging here any second now.
Chris, what a great contrast in styles in the water right now with that wave from Gabby Bryan yesterday, 923. A lot of talk in that Red Bull Athlete Zone was that was one of the most powerful waves we've seen on tour. I'm sure there's still some chatter about that wave from yesterday downstairs.
100%. You know, it felt like Gabriela came down here today with some swagger, knowing that she surfed the best heat of this entire event. That wave is going to be a wave that's replayed time and time again because the connection she had with her board and the power that she was surfing with mixed with that fluidity, I think that was probably the most talked about wave almost of the entire event so far. So give it up to Gabriela Bryan. You know, a little bit of trouble for her right now. You saw her get caught behind on that opening exchange with Katie Simmers, but I think we have action now.
Good man, Chris. Up and out is Gabby Bryan without the priority. Priority is with Caitlin Simmers, who had the 7.67 to kick off finals day. Surfer from Oceanside will let this one go along with Gabby Bryan. Wave selection so important. They're not only the world's best surfers on the wave, but they're also great at reading the water, knowing which waves to commit to, seeing where they're positioned to see where the scoring potential is. And there's always surprises, kind of like with Gabby's start, getting caught behind. It got really hollow, and she just got stuck for a while when maybe she could have been in the barrel, a floater. You never know, but it's still going to keep that score down to a 4.83. So still advantage to Katie Simmers on the start in a rematch from the semifinal last year. So proud of representing Oceanside. Katie picked the number 76. She says the closest I could get to the area code that she has for her phone number, 760. Great beach breaks. And it's, gosh, filling up with new restaurants every single day, it feels like, in Oceanside, California. Working a lot with John Daniels in the early days of learning heat strategy as her first coach, and then joining forces with Tommy Whitaker when she qualified for the tour. Katie was so fun with all the local groms in the El Salvador edition of the WSL Rising Tides, brought to you by Body Glove.
What is the biggest challenge that you had being a surfing girl?
It's just really scary when you're in a lineup and it's only dudes out, and they're like, you can like feel their dude energy, masculine energy, or whatever you want to call it, but you can feel it when you're the only girl. But the way to overcome it, I guess, is just surf with your friends. Like, my biggest inspiration was my friends growing up.
Nosotros estamos trabajando muchísimo para poder colocar a la mujer en un mayor posicionamiento en el surfing en El Salvador y obviamente Rising Tides es clave para esto y las chicas del tour inspiran a nuestras surfistas.
Es súper bueno porque es cierto, antes solo habían hombres surfeando y ahora hay bastantes chicas incluso en la federación y es súper bueno para el futuro de las personas que surfean y del país.
When I was growing up, I kept surfing because I had really good friends and role models, like older girls who showed me how to do it. So I feel like it's just really important here because women have had like less opportunity to surf here.
The girls say like you need to just show up. So I learned that even if it's me, the only girl in the water, I need to show up and I need to be there just to encourage the female energy in the water.
Talk about being stoked. Meeting your heroes, getting to surf with them as well, getting tips on how to perform, where to sit, getting through a lineup. That was so cool. And you talk to the best surfers in the world on tour, and they're signing up for that. They hear about the Rising Tides, what day it is, and they're trying to prepare for a big event. They just stop everything, and they feel that stoke off the local kids. It's so cool.
It's so rad, and I think my first trip here was about 2015, and to watch the rising tides and see, you know, there was one or two women in the water, but to look at that rising tide, see so many young groms over there, so many ripping surfers in the lineups here in El Salvador is so rad, and to see that fostered with rising tides and have the pros come and chat to you and answer your questions and go surf with you, it really creates a pathway for these young groms to be like, I can aspire to be a pro surfer.
Can you imagine if you had that program when you were a kid coming up?
Oh man, it's just like, it's so cool because I remember in J-Bay, I remember meeting my heroes, I remember surfing with them and just being so happy to be in their presence.
Speaking of J-Bay, the Latin version right here, an absolute bomb out the back for Katie Simmers. How about that? High line holding her rail. Punta Roca giving us some brilliance this morning. Hasn't done a turn, and I don't mind at all. She is flying. Oh no. Hits a giant speed bump off the top. The reaction from her pops there on the rocks. He was surfing along with her just like we were. She was going 100 miles an hour. What a great feeling. She actually said how cool this wave would be if she didn't have to turn. She said that yesterday because you could just go as fast as you want. So I guess she got that. She was able to check that off even in a heat.
That was so fun. I think you look at that wave, you have to go, and then you go a million miles an hour, you get that little high line, you just flying through all those chops, the wind is hitting your face as we just see. I don't know, I had like searching for Tom Curran vibes, like at J-Bay, just, oh, this long wall. Yeah, just feeling the surf energy, obviously catching rail. But that was one of those waves, you know, that's a little bit bigger, it just kind of pushes out to sea. Just fun for us to watch and just mind surf as she shifts her feet forward. Love the little footwork that Katie's always doing, and the crank of the knee towards the deck of her board. Just style personified, Joe.
Gosh.
Look at all the lumps in that wave.
Yeah, so graceful. Right here she's thinking, she's going, where can I turn? Where can I turn with all this speed? And she chose her point and then just got sent off out the back.
Is she smiling?
But just watching her going straight is just so graceful, so clean, so pure, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so cool. I love the art on this is a cool view. The mind surfing with the arms.
He's trying just to do the turns with her. Look at him shaking. He's such a cool dude to catch up with. Jesse's so proud of his daughter, Caitlin Simmers, taking over the world last year as the youngest world champion and getting us excited with one of the bigger waves we've seen even the last 2 days of competition. Solid wall, just moving so quickly like a freight train over these cobblestone rocks. Just so precise. It's like she turns with soul, you know, and it's also unpredictable. So when her lines are so precise, it's amazing that you don't know what's coming next with her brand of surfing.
It's so intuitive to her. She's not overthinking it. She's just all feel, all just all Katie inspired. It's not like you. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to peg it for so long now and I can't. So I just watch it and enjoy it and absorb it. And it just puts a smile on my face.
Rosie, in 10 years from now, we're still going to be, it's just this magical, poetic type of expression. And a canvas like this is really leaning into the artwork of her type of surfing that we absolutely love. Even with a fall, that was enjoyable.
Well, and I think, you know, like there's so many surfers that are so technically inspired, and they'll watch video and they'll try and emulate something and incorporate it into their surfing where, yeah, I don't think Katie's surfing is kind of tainted in that way, and it's just so unique. It's like John, like all of the people that inspire other people do it so intuitively, and that's Katie.
Really seemed like Lisa Anderson was really focused on style, you know, coming around that era of, you know, Potts and Tom Curran, and just really having the importance of looking graceful even going down the line, you know, and the importance of that through every single turn. Lisa, 4-time world champ, just really was a game changer on the tour, and it really promoted not just technique, but having your own style really stand out and just to look pleasing on the eyes, even if you're doing a high line. And everyone just followed, you know, making an impact on, I know, surfers like yourself and beyond.
Definitely, and just that feminine power, like not trying to be too aggressive, just embracing everything that she embodied and the brand of surfing that she was doing.
Mitchell Salazar on the rocks with Griffin Colapinto.
That is correct, guys. Griffin, you had an amazing free surf this morning. We saw you light one up. How are the conditions out there? We saw Katie on a bomb.
Yeah, it's really good. A little low tide right now, so it's kind of tricky. Like a lot of like lip lines coming up because low tide it seems to do this thing where like it's fat and then it hits the shelf and just like pops up. So to read the waves a little more challenging, but definitely some really good opportunity for airs. And then the wind I almost thought the wind was going to go strong like it did yesterday, but it backed off, so it's looking like a good day.
You got your brother in the semis and also one of your best buds, Houshie. How are we looking to approach that as a coach, but more than anything as a brother?
Kind of just told Crosby, like, he's in the semis, there's nothing to lose now, you know. Usually the early rounds are when you have the most nerves, and so it just kind of comes down to like who does the best surfing, and you know, to just trust in all their efforts and you know all the hard work that they put in ever since they were a little kid, and you know that once they hit the water, that's going to come to the surface, and there's not much need to think about it and just let it happen.
Okay, and we do have a free meditating session with Griffin at 11 a.m. this morning after the comps off. So Joe will be there once again.
I can't wait. That just makes you feel good. That's right. Griffin Colapinto got this wave this morning, Rosie, that got us all fired up for finals day.
It's just so good. I mean, Griffin down here, still free surfing early in the morning, still just carrying that surf stoke energy, here to support Crosby as well as Cole Houshmand, who's also from San Clemente and in the semifinals. But yeah, I think, you know, Griffin, we've been talking about his results, and he's still just looking so free, so unhindered as he heads into Bells.
How was that? Big air. Talking about the morning conditions for us. He sampled it himself. It wasn't too packed this morning on finals day. And I like how Griff, even though he's had a tough start for results, he's not afraid to share what's going on with us. He's not really looking like he's rattled too much. He's, you know, he's digesting it, but he knows he's well prepared for the situation that he's in, to actually treat it like an opportunity to turn things around when he heads to Oz.
Yeah, it's just going to be a test for him, and I think that's how he's embracing it. It's a test of all the hard work that he's done. It's a test of his surfing, and he's been coming up against just some performers that have been so clutch. I mean, Maddie McGillivray has surfed all the way from that round of 32 heat, and here he is in the semifinals. So coming up against momentum surfers, even though Griffin's been doing some amazing surfing, has just been a tough task for him.
13:45 on the clock in the first semifinal of the morning. Go to the CT by the numbers. The most excellent waves this year. That's in the 8 to 10 point range. Caitlin Simmers running away with the records. 9 already, and this is stop number 4 of the season. And she'll be heading to Bells Beach as a past champion. She's going to look insane at Burley Heads. So much to look forward to.
It's so fun watching Katie's year after she's won the world title, because a lot of world champs saying that is the hardest year for them to kind of back up those results and go for that second world title.
Caitlin Simmers under priority, gets a turn and a tail blow, almost falling out of the sky for a landing. She had an air drop on her opener. That one didn't work out for her, and that'll set up the forehand powerhouse of Gabby Bryan, belting it off the lip on that driver 3.0. Speed turn to cover some ground, doesn't want to get caught behind again, punches that out through the wind. Well timed, but that thing is just starting to build and run down the cobblestones without her. You can see there's different speeds to the wave, and even though she's on a freight train type of set, that almost felt a little uphill through the wind to try to come around the corner, and then it'll hit the next section and just take off. Connor and Dog reacting to the last of Gabby Bryan, knowing that there's some points out there. It looked like Connor wanted her to do it, maybe a different type of move. That big blast ended up keeping her behind. I think Dog's gone, wait, but it did race off without her, so they're breaking it down downstairs.
Just right in Katie's face right there, but it did feel like you said, just running uphill at the moment, that faster wall of a wave hits it right in the guts there, but just unable to come around this section. It does, with that outgoing tide, with that wind in your face, with the sun in your face. There's all these elements that are really tricky to ride, but I mean, just so critical. I think Gabby at the moment is just a little bit caught behind in the rhythm of the ocean, in the rhythm of her surfing. But I think even in this event, we've seen these moments from Gabby where it feels like, okay, like she's up against it, and then she's managed to figure it out pretty quickly. We've still got 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we'll stand by for those numbers. 11 minutes on the clock. Chris Cote still standing by in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Chris, another big heat coming up next with Molly Picklum taking on Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to watch. You know, these surfers tap into a lot of different motivations. We've been following the story of Isabella Nichols. Her twin sister actually got married today in Australia, and you know, I asked her team, does she have any superstitions or anything she kind of thinks about before these heats? And they said not really, but one thing that she literally just saw, I mean, this is a real human story. She just saw the first pictures of her twin sister's wedding, and you know, you could almost feel this, it was a shift, right? She was kind of smiling and happy, and she saw the pictures, and it's almost like she internalized it. So hopefully she can see those pictures, get that motivation, go out there and get the win for her twin sister. That way, when she gets back to Australia, that post-wedding party is going to be just that much better.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's a bit of inspiration right there for Isabella Nichols. She's been letting that emotion go with us the last couple of days, knowing that she was missing her sister's wedding. But she's going to try to lay it all out here at Punta Roca. Numbers in for last of Gabriela Bryan of 5.33. That's her best so far. And she does get a lead change over the world champ. Katie Simmers needs a 2.49. Finals day continues right after this.
How do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it?
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mommy, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Beautiful piece with Yeti and really focusing on the support crew of the best surfers in the world. Caitlin's dad, Jesse, there on the rocks, supporting his daughter in this semifinal here on finals day. He is so cool. And like he said, they're not from the surf industry. Remember when Katie was still in those amateur ranks, which feels like yesterday, you know, she had so much hype around her, so many questions people wanted to know. Remember that year she qualified and actually said, nah, that's okay. And in that decision-making process, she was down in Oceanside surfing, and a few of the parents went over to her dad and was like, what's Katie gonna do? What's Katie gonna do? Was it this, that? And he was like, oh, I don't know, she's over there. You know, like he wasn't like, oh, I've got a plan for her. It's like, he's just there to support her. And that was just such a real moment, you know, to hear about just the love and support that her parents give her. They weren't trying to pre-plan this pro surfing career. They're just going, wow, she's amazing. Let's support her as parents and let's go from there.
Oh, it's just so great to see them play that role of mom and dad and just like really just be those people that are privy to Katie, what Katie's feeding internally and who she is as a person. And she's got a tight group of friends. She's tight with her family. And it's just rad. It just feels like a good vibe. There's no external pressure there from the family and the friends. It's more just, hey, go do what you love, enjoy yourself, and just keep her grounded.
5 minutes on the clock. The live rankings are so fun to look into on worldsurfleague.com. You can follow that heat after heat and just see how things change in the world title race, and also focusing on the mid-season cut. This is stop 4. The cut happens at stop 7. Gabby Bryan already moving up 2 spots, up to number 3 in the world. Look at Sawyer Lindblad up to number 6. Isabella Nichols is coming up next against Molly Picklum. And Molly Picklum would have a chance to take the yellow jersey if she wins this contest and if Katie Simmer stays in second at the moment to Gabby Bryan. Molly Picklum is used to that. She has showed up in Oz with the yellow jersey now a couple of times, dealing with media, all this amazing excitement. So if Molly does get that chance this time, I think she's even more prepared to handle what comes with it.
Yeah, it's such a great point. Just to see the way that Molly's carrying herself. I do remember when Molly had that #1 ranking heading into Bells, and just the role that she played. She really enjoyed that challenge, enjoyed that place in the rankings and playing the game. Right now, Katie needing that 2.49, and we're coming down to 4 minutes remaining. I think we're going to see a good exchange towards the end of this heat. We've been waiting a while for a set now, Joe.
Oh, it's wild, isn't it? Katie just sitting there needing a 2.49.
We've seen smaller scores needed to advance this whole event. I mean, we saw Sawyer lose needing a sub 2-point ride. We saw Crosby getting the most stressful 1.53. So yeah, these are stressful moments for these competitors. And sometimes I think, you know, when I look at Katie, the one thing that she can kind of tighten up is maybe that finding the backup for those big numbers, because you'll see her having, you know, excellence in her score range, and then the backup's a little bit sketchy.
Love the call for 40-minute heats with these longer lulls this morning. And looking at the tides and the energy of the swell at the moment, we are still on low tide. It's actually still dropping until 8:38 this morning. It is 7:40 in the morning local time. So once we pass that low, we'll start getting a tidal push for the rest of finals day. and still enjoying this longer period. South-southwest swell, which dropped a touch, peaked yesterday, but how about that wave Katie Simmers fell on, that big high line? Still some sets out there. It's going to be all about the rhythm of the ocean and the pace here at Punta Roca. Gabby's had 2 waves that definitely wouldn't be leaving her satisfied with a 4.83 and a 5.33.
Yeah, there's been a few mistakes from on both sides for these surfers. We think back to Katie's last wave, the 0.93. She went for that crazy floating maneuver, got hung up, and just fell on the finish there. But you have to be throwing it all at these waves. Even on that fall, you're like, well, she was risking it. She was showing that risk. She wants that reward.
Just managing your energy throughout a day here with the heat, with the amount of times you're going to surf. 40-minute heats can be demanding just with the elements of the weather and long performances on the walls here at Punta Roca. It's nice that we got to the semifinals, so it's a 2-heat day for those who are going to be going all the way into the final. Gabby Bryan looking for her 2nd win of her career. Katie Simmers is looking for a 7th championship tour win, if she can go all the way today. Runner-up at the start of the season at Pipeline, took out the event win in Abu Dhabi, first time ever there, and won it. Winning twice in her rookie season, 3 times last year. World number 1 is chasing a 2.49, going to a smaller wave here with this long lull. Starts off flat, couple of ribs on the face, opens up. Clean first turn for Katie Simmers. Throws a wrapping cut back and hoping she's getting a little more. She'll continue to stick to the pocket and kind of forced to grovel, as we say, going for a smaller inside wave. Sometimes Katie will call that being compy because it's smart. You got to play the game. She's hoping that she gets a set wave, but with time management, that was a really smart choice for Simmers to chase that one.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's all that's left. Oh, there we go, Joe, the number coming in.
Numbers in really quickly. Judges making it clear that's not enough. A 2.0 for Katie Simmers, searching for the score on a small insider, and she will stay in 2nd. Gabby Bryan goes back-to-back with her wins in semifinals in El Salvador over the world champion. And she will be moving on to the final. Gabriela Bryan, a 5.33 and a 4.83, getting another important win for herself against Caitlin Simmers. And back-to-back at Punta Roca. She is into the final. And Katie Simmers just shakes that one off as she'll prepare for Australia. Molly Picklum taking on Isabella Nichols right after this. The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Corona Cerro, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf City, El Salvador, home of the right surf. It is a Saturday morning here as Katie Simmers just got eliminated by Gabriela Bryan as she talks things over with her coach, Tommy Whitaker. World champ with all smiles in the breakdown. And Tommy Witz is going to break down what he saw from the ocean. You got caddies at this event. And Tommy's been working real hard with his whole camp, breaking it all down. So Katie doing a good job to shake off that one quickly this morning, as she'll be heading for Australia very soon. Now, speaking of Oz, Molly Picklum from the Central Coast of New South Wales. What a great area to grow up. You think of talented surfers like Asa Buchan, Wade Carmichael, Rebecca Woods.
Amy Donahoe.
Amy Donahoe, yeah, you were on tour with her in the top 17. And Isabella Nichols representing the Sunshine Coast. That's Coolum Beach. Up north, above the wave that she'll be surfing on at Burley Heads. But she spends a lot of time on the Goldie, surfing Snapper, Burley, that whole zone when it's on. So a great matchup here in the second semifinal. Molly Picklum showing brilliant consistency this year. Third to a second to a third. The first 3 stops of the year, and at least a third at the moment. Look at that consistency, the semifinals this year.
Wow, that is very impressive, especially thinking about the levels, how young crop of rookies that these higher seeds would be going up against. Molly's done a lot of work in the off season. She obviously had an injury towards the end of last year. And yeah, she's come back stronger than ever, more switched on, just so heat focused, competitively focused.
Yeah, having a great season. Isabella Nichols as well, coming off the Challenger Series last year. One of her best friends, kind of like a younger sister, Erin Brooks. They got to spend that time on the season on the CS. And coming off some really big heats here at Punta Roca. First time in the semifinals this season, and really trying to make it count since she had to miss her twin sister's wedding today, which is always hard when you're missing things with his lifestyle around the world. It's going to happen a lot, and that one, she said, definitely the biggest sacrifice she's made in her career, but it's definitely fueling her fire. Great point break surfer. Knows how to manage her time with big turns and total flow down the line. Always like talking boards and talking pro surfing with a Triple Crown champion, a goofy foot named Jesse Mendez in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
What's up, Joe? Good morning, everyone. I just want to do a little touch on how important it is for you to dial in equipment and the importance of having a magic board. Obviously, this is one of the aspects that the surfers most spend time trying to figure it out with their shapers behind the scene. And Bella in the water right now, surfing with the 511 DNA model from DHD. And this is the same board she actually won an event about 2 years ago on the Challenger Series at Narrabeen Beach. So this is the importance of having that magic board that kind of goes everywhere, and it works good and gives you confidence and could potentially have you a few titles under your belt with that board.
Jesse, it's interesting when you find that magic, and then your responsibility is, well, not to use it, right? And save it. How hard is that to do?
I mean, anyone that sits at home knows if you use a board for 2 years, it's going to get, beat up. And mostly those surfers, they're very sensitive. So I guess, yes, you're right, Joe. Like, you have to put on ice. That's what we usually say it. You just save for the special moments and going to the heat. Maybe sometimes you just surfed right before the heat to feel that magic once again on your foot and remind all the feelings that you have throughout with the board. But yeah, you just kind of got to put it to the side. And a lot of times, like, it gives you so much confidence that you want to ride that board for so long, but your coach kind of has to pull you to the side and be like, hey, mate, like, just put that board on ice because it's not worth it using right now. Save it for the heat because it's going to give you some money and some points.
It's interesting, right, Jesse, with a lot of these surfers sometimes getting close to the 100 mark of amount of boards that they need to be on tour, but how hard it is to replicate a magic board? I mean, you've got firsthand experience with that. You're like, this board feels great. I'd like to have 10 of these. But so why do they just feel different sometimes? There's this one magic board that you're always going to be chasing in your career.
I don't think there's explanation. I think throughout the year you probably get about 50 good boards or above average good boards, but every once in a while you get one magic. That's why they keep it for so long. Like, I feel like I was talking to Jack Robinson a few days ago, and he had a board shaped here just behind us in one day, and that was his magic board, and he said it was the best board he had in 2 years. So that's the importance of just putting on ice and saving those moments, because it's almost impossible to replicate. You can get a better one or a little worse one, but never the same.
Good man. Jesse Mendez spent some great time on the championship tour, multiple-time QS champion as well. And great to be in his company. The whole magic board story, that's going to go on forever. We've been hanging out with guys like Matt Biolas, Britt Merrick, and that's what they're always going for. It's like you can't rest. Once you make one great board, you're always trying to see what's going to be next. It's a rad relationship that's always developing, of kind of anticipating what's to come on tour.
Yeah, you say the word magic board and like a montage runs through my head of the boards that I've loved over the years. Yeah, those are the ones, those are the special boards that you have that connection with that bring you great results.
Jesse Mendez brought up that victory from Isabella Nichols on the Challenger Series a couple of years ago, where she went to compete. The waves were pumping, got real challenging on that finals day, and it was really smart to keep this board with her over the years and keep it solid. I mean, to survive these heavy conditions on the finals day in Sydney, that's impressive.
And almost, you could say, kind of similar kinds of conditions, what Griffin was saying, where it kind of goes slow and then comes at you. That's what we're seeing this morning at Punta Roca, slower sections, and then you've got to have that board that fits in the pocket and gives you the speed and projection on those big sections.
What a big win for Isabella Nichols, showing her depth and talent, dealing with the Challenger Series and getting a huge victory in the final with Sally Fitzgibbons. And saving that board for big moments like this here in the semifinals. So no waves ridden in a 40-minute heat. They'll let the clock run to the 25-minute mark before they consider a restart.
I mean, if you think about it, it's been maybe 35 minutes, 40 minutes without waves if you count the last heat that we didn't see a set come through.
Yeah, definitely the challenge so far, what we're seeing today, is dealing with the lulls, knowing when you got to stay patient or run to maybe the inside, change your positioning just to get a score on the board. Let's catch up with the winner of the first heat of the morning, Gabby Bryan, going back-to-back with wins at Punta Roca over Katie Simmers, and she's with Mitchell Salazar.
And back-to-back finalists right here as well, guys. Gabby, congratulations. A grindy one, a scrappy heat. In the end, the score wasn't enough for her, and you had already done your job on the outside. Congratulations. You're into another final right here.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. That definitely was not what I thought I needed to get through, but the ocean kind of went quiet and made a couple mistakes, and then, yeah, in the end, I saw she moved to the inside. I'm like, all she needs to do is one of her errors or something, and she got it, but I don't know, I'm just super glad it worked out, and the waves I had were super tricky to surf, so I'm glad I stuck with them and didn't give up on them.
We've been mentioning this entire week. This is a world-class wave, but really for world-class surfers, it's not easy to surf, especially with a strong cross to offshore wind right now. What you kind of see out there this morning in comparison to yesterday?
Yeah, early this morning when I was watching, it was so glassy and like ideal conditions, and then as I was paddling, I was like, oh, there's definitely a little bit of chatter coming up the face. So just reminded myself to go early and like stay under, and then the wind will help my spray, so I don't really need to focus on that. And yeah, just do solid surfing, and I was fired up from yesterday, so I wanted to like really open up, and I didn't really get the chance, so hopefully in the next one I can.
And this year in particular has been difficult, really short periods of time in between events too. How do you readjust after the final, obviously heading into Belle's next event?
Yeah, it is so tight, and I actually made a mistake. I sent home all my cold weather clothes because I was like, oh, for sure it's going to finish early, I'll get to go home, but lucky enough, my family, my brother is flying into California, meeting me, swapping out some boards, picking some up, and resetting and going straight to Belle. So it's gnarly, but it's our job, and I'm enjoying it and making the best of it.
Congratulations, best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
Gracias, Michel. Gabriela Bryan making smart decisions in that heat with Katie Simmers, and look at the live rankings. moving up 2 spots already with some more room to move. Remember, 10,000 points on the line for a major win. And she's in the final in back-to-back seasons. Remember Margaret River, first time final, next year win. Let's see if that happens for Gabriela Bryan this year. However, it'll either be Molly Picklum or Isabella Nichols meeting her there. Since Katie did lose, Molly has a chance to take yellow if she goes on to win this event. So a very close, exciting world title race. Molly's consistency is working well for her. She's just out of the spotlight, kind of sneaking past everybody, and all of a sudden if she pops up in yellow at Bells, she might take some people by surprise.
Yeah, I love Molly's little under the radar, great results, yet to have a win. Kind of like Gabby, same kind of situation this year, but definitely, yeah, it'd be interesting to see a shake up on those rankings. Nice to see Gabby moving up 2 places there, and to go back-to-back finals too. Coming off a second in Portugal, we've had quick turnaround to get to El Salvador, quick turnaround to get to Bells. It's cool to see how these women are navigating all of these challenges that are thrown at them.
Rosie, you didn't get to surf this event when you're on tour because it didn't exist yet. I'd love to see you surf this way, but think about your heroes, your inspirations from the tour throughout the years. Who would you love to see surf Punta Roca, even if it was just a movie part or even in a contest?
Well, Steph took out the first edition of this event. I love Steph on a running right-hander. I love watching Katie. Gabriela Bryan has been blowing my mind. You know, Lisa Anderson comes to mind because she's so fluid and amazing. Real sun out here would be fun to watch.
I love that. So many great names. I'd love to see, you know, Melanie Bartels just highline a big section and throw everybody off on where she goes on a wave. Definitely one of the favorites to watch when Mel was on tour. Long right-handers are so great. Sofia Milanovic, a world champ, first for Peru. And the backhand of Chelsea Georgeson. Wow, she would light this place up, still ripping. Always great to see Chelsea. When we head to Australia, we got to see her in Fiji last year working with the next generation.
Well,
Get to meet up with Debbie Beecham oftentimes when the event goes to lower trestles, a world champ as well. And we always talk about the eras and the dynasties that we have on the championship tour, especially on the women's side. It feels like there's just eras that maybe 1 or 2 surfers completely just own the tour.
Yeah, I mean, we had the Steph domination, the Carissa domination. We had Tyler Wright coming in for 2, and then to see, you know, what Katie's done with her 1, and then see the mix-up with Caroline Marks. It's so good to see all of these women. I mean, you brought up some great names. Sofia Milanovic, Chelsea Georgeson, Lane Beachley. We've had some greats in our sports already, and it's so cool to see the trajectory of women surfing at the moment.
Well, you just heard that horn go off. That means we get a fresh clock. So starting things over again at 40 minutes for Molly Picklum and Isabella Nichols. And this great shot of our lineup just shows perfection, but they're waiting for sets. That one going way underneath them. See if they make any adjustments. But we're just hoping that they get some big sets to come through. It's been a while. Tide still draining for just about under an hour now. Molly, world number 2. Isabella into her first semifinal this season. She's got great family history right around Copenhagen. Proud of her Viking culture. But raised on the sunny coast. So she's going to have a lot of fun heading to Australia for the next 3 stops. Fun to have 3 CTs again in Australia this year.
Yeah, looking at this year's schedule, it's insane. Love seeing J-Bay back. Obviously having Punta Roca, and then, yeah, 3 events in Australia. Snapper Rocks. Well, being on the Gold Coast for an event is going to feel pretty good. Wow.
Things are getting exciting now. After the restart, fresh clock. Both Aussies looking inspired to get this going. Molly finds the inside position, but they end up letting it roll through. This set looks pretty magical. It's not up to me, but I don't think they'd be getting another restart now, just kind of paddling themselves out of position. Mind surf that wave at home and definitely sneak a high line in there, just like Katie did in the heat before.
That's a tricky one because you think about the number of waves that are coming in at the moment. To miss a set like that is a big mistake from these competitors, but it's hard with the positioning at the moment to know how to play your lineup spot and how to take advantage of those sets. As we look over our shoulder behind the glass here and see some beautiful waves rolling through the point.
Here we go. Let's get the opening ride of semifinal number 2. Nobody on this one. It's starting to hurt my feelings.
I mean, these are the best surfers in the world. For them to be caught out of position, for this to be happening, you know it's pretty tricky out there. There's a lot more of the elements coming into play. Let's see, is this going to be the ride? Nope.
I get the defense. I get trying to get the first wave. But perfection going unridden, Rosie. I'm going to hide under the table for the rest of this set.
You know what, though? You can tell right now, you know, that lower tide.
Here we go. Molly Picklum starting things off. She's going to race this one, and she's getting into a really fun part of the wave. Winding up a nice, clean carve, keeping that flow state activated. A lot of spray off that DHD. You can see the surface changing with all that foam from the previous waves of the set. And she will step off. So you could kind of relate to what Gabby Bryan was saying in the first heat of the morning. Definitely some difficulty in the performance element on the canvas of the wave right now. She was definitely keeping her lines clean and just trying to match the pace of that first wave of Semi 2.
Definitely, and also just sitting for so long, being out there and just wearing that adrenaline and anticipating a start in this heat can kind of wear on you. As we watch Molly negotiating through that first section, taking that high line, now dropping to the bottom to find some connection with that rail, holds it through, but definitely just wants to get a complete ride. You can tell in that body language and every turn that she's going through the motions, doing some good surfing, but it's all controlled and wanting to get that first wave under her belt, no mistakes, complete ride, advantage to Molly with this wave. Nothing too radical, Joe, but just building that confidence. Yeah, I think in this heat is going to be the game plan, especially after watching that slower heat previous. Holding on to the length of that rail so beautifully. Just crisp surfing from Molly. Again, just pushing on the tail there. So, you know, when you zoom in and slow it all down, there's elements there with the flow and the degree of difficulty that she's combining.
Really smart surfing from Molly Picklum. A 6.67 in for that start. And now Isabella Nichols will have priority, so she can sit wherever she wants. She'll have undisputed right away when she does decide to kick off this heat. That's the reaction from the 5 judges upstairs. One of the nicest booths I've ever seen. It's on the 3rd floor of this amazing building. They always have the best snacks, so I sneak up there a lot on my breaks. Lily Pereira, the head judge, doing a great job. He was the first surfer to be put on Quicksilver International from Brazil many years ago. Surfs like current. And doing a great job as the head judge once again this season. Molly picking off a solid wave and really just had to meet those turns in the pocket. And what a year it has been on the Women's Tour 2025. Starting off with an exciting start always on the North Shore of Oahu, and then focusing on El Salvador and the history of this event. We've had 3 previous events. How special it was that Steph Gilmore won the first, her 33rd victory. That's her most recent victory, but that win also put her in that 5th spot for the WSL Finals. We all remember what happened. Went all the way and won her 8th world title. Caroline Marks got 3rd in the first year, lost to Steph, and then won her first of 2 here in El Salvador. That was her comeback run, catapulted her to a world title, and then ended up winning last year and went all the way to a runner-up finish. So you really think about the significance of winning in El Salvador and what it means for a world title. For Steph, it turned into an 8th world title run. For Caroline, it was that first world title, though. So the impact of Punta Roca has clearly affected the world title showdown.
Definitely, and you think about the shuffle of events this year. Obviously, Punta Roca, El Salvador event shuffling up to the 4th stop of the season. Where was it? About 7th in previous years, so definitely instrumental in that world title, WSL Final 5, and now it's more leaning towards, you know, the cut for the season as we head into the Australian leg of the 2025 season.
Men's semi-final 1 coming up next. The Craws. Double shakas. Quick little scroll.
Looks so relaxed, Joe. He has throughout this event.
Giant trunks are back.
The eye jackets.
Style. It always returns, isn't it? I'm just kicking myself. I donated all my old trunks from the early 2000s. Kids are like buying those online now.
I know, mine are just threadbare. I would have kept them, but they
go down to your shins?
Yeah, I just absolutely, it's so funny because I'm just having flashbacks of, you know, this is what I was wearing when I was like 8 years old. So it's so fun to see it all come back.
Wow, what a great opportunity for Crosby. Missing the first 2 stops of the season, breaking his elbow over in Hawaii right before the start of Pipeline. I talked to him a little bit around that time, and you could just tell he was so ready. He was feeling so fit. He was getting so many good waves in the off season. And, you know, he's been very meditative, just like his brother, going on those retreats. So he just goes, okay, switch the mindset, embrace this opportunity. It only just lit the fire even stronger, and had a kind of an awkward comeback in Portugal because the contest ended up getting called off for the day. You know, a couple of heats at the end of the day that he was a part of, and so now coming out guns blazing. He has Matthew McGillivray in that first heat, and here we go. Punta Roca is showing us some lines out the back. It is Isabella's turn in the priority. She wants to outsurf Molly's opener, so she's trying to do better than the 6.67. Bella, set up work down the line. Nice controlled redirect off the top. Nice sweep there, changing gears and really open that shoulder to finish off that move. Almost getting stuck, but pushing through with some power off the back foot. Nice positioning off that lip line. And she's got this thing running all the way. Little section's gonna leave her behind and actually puts her on her heels where she couldn't get to the oncoming section. But a great start. She's right in this heat, picking off maybe more turns than Molly Picklum and changing things up just according to the section.
Really good answer back to the 6.67 of Molly. This wave almost has a little bit of a taper to it. She's not running down the sections. She's finding that connection. Almost a little bit of a rail dig there. Then she gets to work slicing through this wave. Love the way that she's waiting on the bottom, waiting for the wave to steepen up. This finish right here was really cool. And then, like you said, she almost gets this little bonus section right here. Just gets hung up. And then, unfortunately, a little bit mistimed there. These few maneuvers, though, really quality surfing from Bella. I think it's going to be very comparable to the 6.67 of Molly's. Tall wave. A little hung up there. That rail just digging slightly. Momentarily, the judges are going to really pick apart all of these moments where there was a little bit of a hitch on the rail. So we'll see. I mean, the scoreline at the moment, the 6.67, that's the scale. So that's what they're going to kind of think about in the back of their minds when they think about a number for Isabella. I think the rail catches were just a touch off when I think about Molly surfing, the cleaner rail lines that she was drawing.
Yeah, tough with that disruption of flow. And then the positive was how she got out of it. She adjusted, you know, ready to hit it real hard where you want to lay into a vertical section, and when it kind of slopes out on you, you saw that rail dig, but she was able to get that board out to finish the wave. Really smart just to complete your rides. Gabby Bryan mentioned that, where she got caught behind on her opener. You could have seen her kicking out going, yep, get out of here, start from scratch. But since she did finish, she was able to take the win over Katie Simmers. So even with those moments where she caught her rail on those back-to-back turns, judges still enjoyed it. 7.83 compared to Molly's 6.67, and getting more turns on that last wave. And now Molly will have to respond. She gets another set. Very sleepy out there at the moment, so patience is going to pay off if you can just survive these long lulls and keep your head really focused on the heat.
And with that time, I mean, it's allowing Molly to hear that number come through. She's saying, okay, comparable to my 6.67, what do I have to do to kind of meet the judges' expectations? And Isabella's going to take just a leisurely paddle up the point. She's going to be surfing underneath priority. We'll see how she positions herself in this lineup.
Beautiful view of our lineup here at Punta Roca. Jessie Mendez still hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Jessie, I mean, we saw the clock change to 40 minutes here on finals day, but we still ended up having a restart in this heat. How does that affect the rest of the day?
I mean, it affects to the surfers that are actually about to pedal out, because obviously they come up with the program before the heat. They warm up, they get ready, so they have that perfect time, and mostly some of them would have that like exact time that they need to get ready in order to put their leash on and paddle out for the heat. And with that happening, probably with headphones on, not even knowing that the heat's going to go on a restart. So your team has to come up to you, hey, touch your shoulders and say, we're having a restart, you have an extra 15 minutes. So what do you do in between that? Obviously, some of them are going to go back to the program and repeat everything they've done, because some people are superstitious and they need to get that going in order for when the clock starts in their heat, they're 100% ready for it. So it's a tricky one. Like it's not easy to go through that process when you're in the water, but also outside when we're prepping for the heat.
Good call, Jessie. Yeah, there's a rhythm and flow, and I don't know if any other sport teaches adaptation more than surfing, right, Jess? Where you feel fired up and you're ready, and then you're, oh, we're actually going to call this off for the day. I mean, you've been through that a million times.
Yeah, it's so tough, and mostly on the finals days that you kind of just been doing that Groundhog Days. Like you've been coming here, we have calls every single day off this period, which is very unusual for us to have. And those guys are tired already. They're ready to freaking smash it, win the event, and go back home. So it's a tough one. And you can see, I don't think you can see, but on the corner of my eyes here, I see Matthew McGillivray actually starting to get ready once again and warm himself up. He has a band over his knees, and he's going to do the whole routine again. And that's just how it works. Those guys have to keep doing that once and once and once and over again until they finish it on the top of, you know, the day and taking the trophy home.
Jesse, big heat coming up next. McGillivray versus Crosby. Very tall, capable of a lot of similar things, and really important for both of them as far as the midseason cut's concerned.
No doubt about it. Mostly for Crosby, obviously missed a few events with the injury that he had, so he's already maybe counting like a very low score. So they need to capitalize, both of them. And a heat win here or an event win here could maybe pass them onto the cut. So this is a very important heat, and I'm sure there's nerves involved. The good thing on our offer, there's a lot of conditions are great out there. It's offshore, it's pretty clean, better than we expected the winds, and they're gonna probably have good opportunities for both of them with the tides rising in a little bit.
Jesse, put on your past competitor mindset as a CT surfer, watching these lulls that we're having all morning. How are you setting up a game plan for Punta Roca?
Like if I was a coach right now, I would bring a little package of ice so the surfers can put their hearts on the ice before they pedal out. So they have, hearts of steel, and just kind of wait for it. It's a waiting game out there. You have to wait for those sets because there's literally nothing in between. And more than anywhere, I feel like, or maybe J-Bay is kind of similar as well. Like we go through big lows, and the difference of the sets to the medium-sized waves are screaming. So you have to be very patient and confident on your decisions and wait for a long time and perform after waiting.
Thank you so much, Jesse Mendez, for the report from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And I love that, how he described just really working on your heart, staying calm, because this could stress you out, sitting, needing a score. We saw Katie lose, chasing a 2-range number. That can create a lot of drama, a lot of stress with your rhythm and your energy. And that was the routine Jesse was seeing of Matthew McGillivray. He actually did this already, took a little step back because of the restart, and now he's going through his process again.
Yeah, just firing up, those bigger muscles, the quads, the glutes, getting everything ready and warm so it can be responsive when you're surfing, getting the hips loose, Just making sure those hammies are feeling like little elastic bands so that he can spring up into the lip. But it is so interesting. I think in surfing you have those sparks of adrenaline. You look at a wave, you're taking off on the wave, you finish the wave. All of that is spiking your energy. Then paddling back out, that's using a lot of energy too, and sitting there listening to scores. It's just such just up and down spikes of adrenaline, spikes of energy. You've got to manage that over the 40-minute period.
Matthew Cross coming up next, followed by Cole Houshmand and Jordy Smith. The story of San Clemente surfers versus South Africans. And this heat, with one wave apiece, Isabella Nichols out front, 7.83. Molly with a 6.67. It's really been one-sided in their history. The last time they met, though, was a couple of years ago at Bells Beach. Molly, 4 straights against Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, that's a good in favor of Molly right there. Molly's going to be aware of that, and obviously Isabella, we mentioned it, the sacrifice, missing her her twin sister's wedding. She's feeling like she's got something to surf for at the moment, and it's showing. And it's been a long time since we've seen Isabella in the final series, seeing her in a semi-final, and right now she's in the lead. Molly's out there contemplating her next ride.
Isabella Nichols seems to be one of those surfers where you bring up a rivalry or a head-to-head history, and she's pretty aware of it. You know, she's aware of if she's surfing against someone for the first time, and she's been learning a lot over those past, 4 heats that they've had, and did a great job to now have the better opener against Molly Picklum, trying to beat her for the first time, but also a chance to make a final, a chance to win a CT event. She's won one at Margaret River in the past, but she knows she's surfing against one of the most consistent competitors on tour in Molly Picklum for the last few years. Great crowd here. A lot of familiar faces that have been just enjoying this event in Central America. It's all about setting goals for the best in the world. This is what Isabella had to say.
Just the whole change of the tour schedule this year for me, the moving of the cart, like everything just doesn't feel as intense. And I'm coming into this now, and I know I say this every year, but like lowering expectations, having more fun, just really trying to open up and attack and surf my best. And I feel like the last few years I've started to try and turn the dial up a bit. And it's been hard with the 5 events, not being able to showcase exactly what I feel like I can do. But this year I'm just going to come up, show up, be Bella, try and do the best surfing I can on the waves that I get, while also having the most fun possible.
That's what it's all about. Your dream of being on tour. You don't want to look back and remember the stress that came with it, or have it be really result-based. You've got to really learn the balance of the enjoyment of all this, and Isabella's been doing a great job at that. I think Molly might be winning that, with having maybe the most laughs out of anybody and winning heats. She's found that perfect recipe this year.
Yeah, it is. You're going to some of the most idyllic places in the world. Molly's been having so much fun. I love the little clip she put out with Brisa and her getting annihilated on that inflatable duck in the shore break at some of the beach breaks here. But yeah, I would say, both of these women really enjoying being paid to surf and travel. That's your
crazy.
job.
That's wild. You're still doing it, Rosie. It's the best thing in the world.
Oh, it's so great.
Looking at Molly's start this year, what a record of consistency. Semi-final at Pipe, runner-up to Molly Picklum, or to Katie Simmers in Abu Dhabi, and then coming off a semi-final in freezing cold conditions in Peniche. Another semi-final, a chance to potentially win this event. Chose the number 26 because her original coach, Glenn Micro Hall's number was 25 when he was on tour. So she's like, I'm going to one-up him there. This year, making the decision to kind of do things on her own this year. Got some coaching in Abu Dhabi a bit there with Chris Bond, and now just taking good friends with her, like Kobe Enright, who is you're probably going, yeah, that sounds familiar, because she was in the main event at Bells Beach multiple times as a really awesome wild card. And so when you've got a good friend that happens to rip, then you've got your natural little sparring partner on the lay days.
That's such a good point. Kobe absolutely shreds. I wouldn't be surprised if she's in the trials for the Bells event again. But yeah, they look like they're having so much fun at the moment. Here we go, Isabella.
Under priority, she's allowed to take a serious dig there without worrying about priority switching. She couldn't get it, but she was hoping for a quick backup to her 7.83. Extended lulls, but when they come, it's firing at Punta Roca. Crosby, Colapinto, a couple of boards, super prepped for Matthew McGillivray, coming up in semifinal number 1. Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events.
Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River.
In a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300. Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Heading to Oz right after this. A lot of these surfers are actually leaving in the middle of the night tonight to head over to Bells Beach. The longest running event on the calendar. Looking forward to that. How about this schedule? You guys saw Pipe, Abu Dhabi, Portugal. About to wrap up El Salvador today on finals day. Bells, Goldie, West Oz, and then the tour gets a lot smaller before we head to the Lexus Trestles Pro. Remember, that was the venue for the finals the last 4 years. Now back to a regular season special high-performance skate park in Rosie's backyard. Back to Rio and Saquarema. Got J Bay back on the calendar, which is very exciting. And then everything gets intense at the end of the road at Teahupo'o to work out who will be competing in the Lexus WSL Finals this year for the first time ever at Cloudbreak.
Wow. What a season. I mean, this is Dream Tour back on the schedule. Is some beautiful locations going back to J-Bay. I know everyone's stoked about that. Back to Trestles as a fully fledged championship tour event again in the middle of summer. Hopefully hold our fingers for some south swells. Gold Coast is back. We're going to crown some new champions at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, Joey.
Gosh, looking forward to it and really stoked that we're going to be having some big heats at Burley Heads. That's where one-on-one heats were introduced over 40 years ago by Peter Druin. These old memories of the stubbies on that classic right-hander. Already moving quickly through this season. And if you did notice all the dates there, it might be the most jam-packed year I've ever seen. As far as time in between events, it's rapid fire. So for surf fans out there, you basically won't have too many days off either of watching the best of the world.
I mean, it's already the 13th of April in Australia. Like they're they time traveling over there. So it's a quick turnaround between this event, and it's been a lot of early morning wake-ups. There's been a lot happening at this event. So to kind of recalibrate, head to bells, have your boards, your cold weather gear, your wetsuits back on. So that's a lot.
Crosby and Griffin looking at the waves together. That's something they've been doing since they was about probably 3-4 years old. Dad surfs, uncle surfs, cousin surfs. Corey Colapinto, one of my favorites to watch. Real creative equipment, builds his own boards. Used to compete along with his cousins in the Southwest Open Season Conference on the NSSA. Griffin, the older brother, pushed Crosby to believe in himself, to put in the hard work, and now Crosby's kind of going, yep, you know, I am Griffin's younger brother, but I definitely have my own goals now. And I think before it's kind of like people around you can have the goals for you. They see the talent in you first, and now Crosby sees it in himself.
I definitely get that feeling. Even, you know, asking him on the glass about his brother's performances, you can tell that he's really focused on himself and trying to create that point of separation. Yes, we've got brothers on tour, but they're separate entities. They've got their own goals, and they're independently driven.
Big shout out and hello to their mother, Camille Colapinto. So much support, always happy, such a bright light. And she always pushed them to be the best people they could be, have great manners, have kindness. She's going to be glued to the screen coming up next against Matthew McGillivray. But what a great story for Maddie as well. It's just so refreshing to see someone into the top end of a draw, someone who's dealt with the cut and the pressure of staying on tour. And his surfing has been unbelievably clutch as well throughout this event.
He moved up 13 places on the live rankings yesterday, from, you know, somewhere down in the 20s all the way up to 14th. So what a huge jump for Maddie, and a confidence boost, and just to feel like he's alleviating a little bit of pressure as he heads to the next event and into the semifinals. Let's see how far he can get.
So that one's coming up next. Remember, 40-minute heats. And the guys have been watching these conditions, so they've had a little bit more time to digest a game plan. The tide's still dropping. Once we get past that low tide, hopefully we'll start to see the consistency pick up with the rising tide for the rest of the day. But we haven't gotten there yet on the bottom down low. Picklum with a 6.67. You have so much time to think about it, which kind of reminds you too, you can't really afford any mistakes, just with the lack of consistency today. You can grab that Colapinto jersey at WSLstore.com and show your support for your favorite surfers around the world. Lucky Grom there getting the Colapintos to sign that jersey as well. There's new drops that you can look forward to seeing as well at WSLstore.com. One-of-a-kind event merchandise, jerseys, and so much more from our great sponsors. Make those purchases, show up at the next event, show your support. Get to meet your heroes. It's one of those sports that is really wide open. You can surf the same venue that they do on the championship tour, oftentimes with them as they're warming up. Most heroes are kind of locked away, you know, and surfing, it's wide open. And I think everyone loves that, especially the Colapinto brothers. They're saying hi to everybody, enjoying it. Molly's got kids following her up and down the rocks, just like Isabella. It just fires their passion to put on a great performance for all the locals here in Central America. You can see Matthew just disappearing on the bottom of your screen. He's trying to get a jump start on the clock because it takes a while to go over these rocks. Priority is with Molly Picklum, and we're seeing some lines out the back. Isabella might take the first one to back up her 7.83. Already taken off with a ton of speed. Now setting up her first turn. Beautiful, clean connection for Isabella. Hits it hard again in the pocket. Two big snaps for the Australian. Stretches this one out down the line. Lays down a top turn, air drop, and she will ride away. So her wave before was bigger with open face. Judges still gave her a 7.83 with 2 catches of the rail. This one with clean lines from start to finish, now to the 8-minute mark.
Smart decision, under priority there. Just a finished wave, another one in its entirety, and just we said you're gonna have to make no mistakes. She definitely made sure that she finished that on her feet. Clean rail lines, smaller wave as she's playing that that under priority game, but this one hit the cobblestone so nicely. You see that lip line, lots of spray coming off the fins and rail of that surfboard. Again, a critical hit there. Almost gets a little bit caught behind, makes up that space over here, gunning down the line. You can tell that eye-line, she's found the section she wants to work with. Finishes it off clean right there. 3 big maneuvers from Isabella. Going vertical towards the lip there. Comes down with a lot of speed, and she's already transitioning into her next move. Quick succession of maneuvers there in a tight space. This morning you've got to gun down the line, make sure that you don't get held back because this wave is rifling down that point.
Isabella doing a great job just with holding her speed, picking really good points to go straight up, right in the most critical part of the wave. And knows she has a big opportunity to feel much safer at the cut, something she's been on the wrong side of even looking at last year. Picklum fell off of the cut on her first chance on tour and then came back even stronger and put herself in the world title race. She's already felt the energy of the WSL finals. And an absolute charger. Cloud break's going to make a lot of sense for Molly if she can keep that spot in the top 5. But great conditions, Rosie. Much better this morning than we saw yesterday, even at the start of the day.
Yeah, really clean lines coming through. Lots of lulls, lots of yarning by us, Joe. But yeah, it's great. And I think also for Isabella, we think of the head-to-head history between Molly and Isabella. This is also an opportunity for Isabella to make some ground on that. With Molly with that advantage, she's beaten Isabella 4 times that they've met up in head-to-head. Watching her paddle out, hearing the judges dropping that number, the beach announcer calling this number out. Isabella has extended her lead.
Yeah, that just in time as well. 5.5 comes through for Isabella Nichols. Spooky heat in the water. I mean, the tension started, and then you got the restart. And now all this time elapses with no waves ridden. A memorable heat, maybe not how we want it to be memorable.
Yeah,
But let's take a look back at how it all went down. Here's your heat recap.
So it started with a restart. Then the women were out of position for one of the sets of the day. So it was definitely up and down for these women. Then it got started. Molly Picklum locking into this long wall. Races down the line. The opening ride of the semi-final matchup. Lays it on rail. Going through the motions. Beautiful power and precision. Hits it one more time. And rewarded with that 6.67, the only wave we've seen from Molly. The answer back from Isabella Nichols. Bigger wave, lots of wall to work with. Judges loving the power, the rail surfing that Isabella is putting on showcase for us at Punta Roca. Look at that wave, double overhead, lays into it. Gets 4th turn. Finishes off with the 5th, a high mark of the heat, the 7.83 from Isabella Nichols.
I mean, how good are her nerves to have waited that long and then find herself on a proper 8-foot just driver of a wave. Just that back up, that 5.5.
Clinical surfing. I mean, just a well-surfed heat, well-managed heat to find this back up under priority, strengthen her scoreline, extend her lead, and leave Molly Picklum in a situation at the 3-minute mark, hunting for a 6.67. Isabella is your heat leader at the moment.
I mean, I'll throw out the ultimate cliche here. Absolute feast or famine. It seemed like this heat is never going to end. But guess what? 3 minutes left. So Molly Picklum is out the back with priority, looking for a 6.67. They've been out there for 3 hours, feels like.
Yeah, and you can tell, I mean, Isabella has adjusted her strategy, counting down to sub 3 minutes. She's going to go sit on Molly, not give her any space in this lineup, though Molly has that priority. 6.67 is what's required. Will we see another exchange happen before the end of this heat?
Setting up a very exciting final. That'll happen quickly today. It'll be a rapid-fire finals day. Priority with Molly moving just ahead of Isabella Nichols. When they're this close to each other, you know it's intense. They can feel each other's energy. For Molly's consistency, she's solid, but this is very important for Isabella to move up those rankings, get really comfortable before we get to the cut. Waves on the way. How about this here at Punta Roca? Paddling hard into this one. Molly Picklum chasing a 6.67. Gets a little hung up on the top turn carve, looking distracted out the back. Committing to a second turn through the wind. You can see how hard that was to have control of the rail. That's not going to be enough. 90 seconds. Isabella getting closer to a final appearance here in El Salvador.
Uncharacteristic from Molly there. That was her opportunity, Joe. That was the wave where she was going to get the number and flip the score. But just out of rhythm, out of sorts on that wave. You saw her looking out the back, seeing if there was something better. Would have liked to see her really engage with that wave. Even with the kind of misstep on the cutback, I think there was still opportunity there for her to open up and get the score that was required.
Good point, Rosie. It is such a long wave. And you probably feel better, too, to release some good turns in an inconsistent lineup and just have the clock run out on you without another chance. Man, those turns look pretty tough to accomplish. Molly pushed hard on the second effort, got caught on her first setup turn, and ended up just getting out of there. 1.6 on the decision, but that consistent start continues for Molly Picklum. She had a chance to take yellow if she won this event. And Katie hanging on to it with her semifinal finish. Gabriela Bryan and Isabella Nichols. What an exciting final here at Punta Roca this year. And Nichols making the biggest sacrifice, missing her twin sister's wedding, but it's definitely given her extra fuel to try to go all the way here in Central America. Isabella gets her first win over Molly Picklum in her career. Now goes 1-4 in this Aussie rivalry. Coming up next, men's semifinal number 1, South Africa versus San Clemente, right after this.
Tardecita haciendo sketchbook en el Cerro Verde.
El Cinturón de Fuego es una línea de volcanes que atraviesa prácticamente todo el país, de punta a punta, y forma una parte súper esencial de la geografía del país. Los volcanes son un elemento que representa un montón a El Salvador y también a mi arte, porque es un elemento fuerte, quiere decir que el país también está lleno de mucha fuerza. Estos se consideran como símbolos nacionales del país y son bien reconocidos no solo por su historia, sino que también por su gran presencia visual. Y es una fuente de inspiración increíble para dibujar, siempre los incluyo en todos mis paisajes. Siempre tiene que haber olas, palmeras, montañas y volcanes, porque es lo que más representa a El Salvador y eso es lo que representa mi arte también.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Falcor, Atreyu, where are you? I feel like we just finished the never-ending story. Isabella Nichols surfing her way to the finals, a strange heat. Hopefully, though, the ocean will up the cadence of these sets. We've got Matthew McGillivray and Crosby Colapinto entering the lineup for semifinal heat number 1. I'm Chris Cote. I am joined by Jesse Mendez, Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, you've been out on the point all morning long. Was that a deceptively slow heat? Were there opportunities out there that the surfers were out of position for, or was it just that slow?
The first restart was definitely valuable. I mean, there's a certain point where you just need to move inside, and Jesse and I can attest to this. Yes, during a free surf, you're patient. In a heat, dude, you have 35, 40 minutes, you got to get going. I mean, there were waves, wait till the inside. I got my heart broken right there when they let a few sets go by, and I know you were feeling the same way over there in the athlete zone too.
There was like a first set that came kind of right when the heat restarted. There was about 5 waves, and if I'm not mistaken, Molly took the last one, and it was the worst one out of all of them. She still got a 6.67, but they were perfect. 6-foot faces, peeling from the top all the way to the bottom. But that's just how the game goes sometimes. But it is
in a library. Sometimes you just want to yell, "Go!" But it happens. But guess what? That's in the past. Now we're in the present. We've got Matt McGillivray in his first semifinals appearance here in 2025. You see the offshore winds starting to flare up a little bit. That is a good sign. It's not super blown. It's just right. So for McGillivray, he has been really in form and on fire throughout the entirety of this event. I'd say the dark horse threat from day one. Now in the semifinals going up against Crosby. This is going to be a real fun matchup to watch.
I mean, I can't wait to watch that. And also, it feels like they're a little bit separated. So that means most likely we won't have that push in too deep to the lineup and maybe missing the few opportunities before the priority gets set. So I'm excited to see this heat unfold. You can see the separation right there. So most likely Matthew won't push Crosby too deep off the point and just wants to get things going because he knows there's enough opportunity. As much as it's slow, there are plenty of sets, and when they come with 2-3 waves, so he's going to have his chance.
Let's talk about surfboards. We've got Crosby Colapinto out there, Team Mayhem. Matt Biolas is on hand here. He has been really studying, watching closely his team riders. You know, Gabriela Bryan earlier on a surfboard that just looked absolutely perfect. So Crosby will be out there. Mitch, I know you're familiar with the boards Crosby rides. What do you think he's got out there with him in this semifinal heat number 1?
Yeah, it's a 6.2 driver 3.0, so their most stock standard high-performance surfboard out there. Cole Houshmand's going to be having that as his backup. Cole's going to be riding a prototype. Actually, they're developing it's a 6.2.5, so just a little bit extra length. And we look at both of these guys. Actually, all 4 semifinalists, gentlemen, are pretty tall dudes, and it's cool to see them actually perform at this venue the way a lot of people expect them to. But as Jesse was mentioning, the wind truly turned a lot more offshore right now in this heat in particular, and I feel like that extra length is really going to matter just to get into these waves.
These are 40-minute heats. Classic Vissla Shaper rankings matchup in this one. Got Mayhem going up against Channel Islands. A lot of points on the line. A win is a huge leap for our Shapers on the rankings. There you see Britt Merrick, Matthew McGillivray's partner there. Don't look too concerned or nervous just yet. Looks like there has been a few inside opportunities come through, but nothing really of note. 40-minute heats. Obviously, you know, when we added 5 minutes in previous rounds to 35-minute heats, it felt like, okay, bonus 5. Well, now with the bonus 10, it's almost like we're watching a completely different contest.
Yeah, it gives them more time to just be more selective and more opportunities to roll through the lineup, which is great for the surfers, and I think it's very well deserved. We only have 6 heats to be run today, so might as well make the most of it, right? Like, as much as we want to be in the water pretty soon, they deserve more than us.
Well, the Vizsla Shaper rankings before coming down here to El Salvador looks like this. Again, I don't have a calculator. I'm terrible at math, but I think Channel Islands might have some room to grow here. Lost, of course, is going to be adding some heavy numbers to their total. At the moment, they're running away with it right now.
Also, because we obviously have Crosby on this heat against Matthew, so that's a 50-50. But then on the next heat, we have Cole Houshmand, and we possibly could see Jordy surfing with the Mayhem as well, which he did already before. And if I'm not mistaken, you might correct me, you might know that better, but the rules are the less heat you surfed on the board is the board that counts, is the points that counts for the team. So
absolutely right. And there is a technicality though, and Dave and I, you know, have talked about it before on our podcast, The Lineup, which we're going to release an episode next week after the recap of this event. It might be the last wave you catch on that in that heat too. So if Jordy switches to the Smith,
that's happened already, right?
And he did it in the previous heat, but I mean, he could still make it into the final. He could eventually win, and we might be counting Smith's shapes rather than Mayhem's. I thought he looked great on the Mayhem yesterday, though, Chris.
All right, 31:30 to go. No waves ridden yet. Rosie Hodge is standing by on the glass now with Isabella Nichols.
Well, Isabella, coming in from a 55-minute heat, tell us how you managed that time and what the conditions are like, and take us through the motions.
Yeah, that was a long one. As we were talking about before, I feel like I've like programmed myself to like have attention spans of about 30 to 35 minutes. And having a 55-minute heat and having to be switched on the whole time, like regardless of there being no sets at the start, like it was actually really fun. Like me and Molly, it wasn't a tussle, but it was like a game of chess out there. Like I could tell she was trying to push me deeper, but she didn't want to actually be on the inside herself. So it was like a cat and mouse game. So like I still had to be pretty mentally like switched on regardless of like not catching any waves. So yeah, and then that last part, I mean, I'm kind of thankful that it just went really slow, because if it was just a consistent non-stop heat of catching waves, it would have been really tiring. And I'm just, yeah, super stoked to get through that heat. And, you know, like I had a heat early morning Australian time on the day of my twin sister's wedding, and then now it's, I think they're probably up partying right now, having a good time. It's probably like 11 o'clock at night there, so they've hello to everyone at home. Hope you're all behaving and having fun. And actually, nah, you don't need to behave. But I'm just sending love and hugs back home. And shout out to my little bro. I forgot to mention him in my last heat interview, and I vowed to come back on and give him a shout out. So yeah, I'm just stoked.
Lots to celebrate you in the final. The surfboard that you're riding is something that you've had a lot of success on. Tell me about the relationship with that board.
Yeah, this is an old faithful. I actually won the Narrabeen Challenger Series event on this 2 years ago, and I'm pretty sure it's like 4 or 5 years old. And I whipped it out in Hawaii, and I surfed it at backdoor when it was like 2 foot. And for a 5'11", for a step up, it felt really loose and responsive, but had really nice carry. And I just ended up like riding it in Portugal as well. I got on it here, and instantly it felt like so much nicer. I could draw out my turns, and yeah, this board's definitely come in handy. And I feel like, funny enough, like a lot of the boards that I go well on are the ones that I put away for a while, and then I kind of like grow into them myself. So yeah, stoked. Darren's made a gem here.
And into the final here at Punta Roca. Nice to see you back in a final. What does it mean for the rankings, as well as just looking for that win?
Yeah, it's huge. Coming into this event, you know, I just came in wanting to like better my position on the rankings and get a result. And I feel like I've well and truly done that here, and I feel like it doesn't take the pressure off as such, but it definitely takes a little bit of it off, and I can go into the Oz League now feeling happy and confident that I have like a keeper under my belt. But I just wanted to give a shout out also to Jay Bottle Thompson for being in my corner here and sacrificing a lot of family time. And he could be at home now surfing for Burley Board Riders at the ABB, but he's here instead caddying for me and doing a wonderful job of coaching. So yeah, cheers, Botsy.
A lot of good vibes for you going into the final. Thank you for your time, Isabella.
How could you not cheer for Isabella Nichols? What a surfer. And I guarantee you, if she does bring home that big prize purse, there will be a secondary wedding party, open bar on Isabella for her twin sister. What do you think?
Are we invited?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
Quite a flight.
I'm gonna give her a text right now.
Well, the party in this semifinal has officially started. Matthew McGillivray. During that interview, we saw him in the background. I was starting to feel nauseous, seeing so many good waves come through. But luckily, he was right in the right spot. What a way to start his semi.
Yeah, and he finally made a move to the inside right here, Chris. We're talking about a major snap on the outside, and his control, the way he's competed so far this event, outstanding. That layback was tremendous, and just coming into the inside here, he could have went bigger right there, decided to go for the 2-for-1 at the end, which I think was the right choice, Chris. And we are talking about somebody who's really been on point, and it seems like he is going to start with a major number. But as we said, there are waves further to the inside, and the swell isn't perfect today, Jesse. This was an outstanding wave, though.
I mean, it was impressive just how clean and how well timed that whole wave was. So sure-footed, very composed on top of the board, and just a massive turn after the other. And like you mentioned, Mitch, I think that was a good breakdown. You said right here, he kind of goes down the line, almost feel like he blew it, but no, he came back just in time for that big closeout. And this is going to be a massive score for him.
So steady, so powerful. I mean, he has been the technician of this event. You know, he hasn't made many mistakes, if any. That right there, the selection of turns. And I think the most important part of Matthew McGillivray's act in this semifinal so far was his positioning in the lineup. This wave came right to him. Big score drops, an 8-1-7.
You know what I've noticed as watching live? You probably noticed that as well, Mitch. But today, with that little bit smaller swell, with probably a little bit of less speed, it's a bit more broken with the low tide. That middle section where he took off on that wave is kind of splitting and breaking up from the outside. So you could see Crosby on the back of the screen from the drone shot kind of paddling towards the wave, but he couldn't get to it because it was either way out the back or where Matt was it. So great way for Matt to identify where to sit in the lineup and maximizing, because starting with, you know, giving away priority in the beginning, starting with the 8.17, it shows how in tune he is with the wave.
Yeah, and it feels like we're starting to see a little bit more energy come through. You know, it's like with 25 minutes left, if I'm Crosby Colapinto, you want to be starting something. Mama say, mama sa, mama kosa. You got to get moving right now. It takes 2 waves to get to the finals.
Is that the translation for it?
I believe so.
Hey, another thing too, I mean, we talked about the previous heat. You got to restart. Cool. Readjust. I mean, you should learn from that lesson. The first 10 minutes that went by, no waves ridden right. But then after that, there's a set immediately. This guy was able to see that from land, go out there and adjust. They immediately told him, hey, 30 minutes. There's been a couple of insiders. You guys haven't ridden them. He moved to the inside and got what is, to me, a keeper score right now based off of the conditions. But you're spot on, Jesse. There is kind of a second peak, and you can notice it by a boil right where the surfer in red is sitting right now, Chris.
Yeah, it looks like a set is rolling through here. Both surfers actively hunting down this wave. Crosby Colapinto way out the back. This one's going to roll underneath him, giving another opportunity to Matthew McGillivray. I mean, he is just in the perfect spot again. Gets that perfect little chip in, and here we go. Vehemently carving the face of this wave. Deep bottom turn, straight up in the lip again. Beautiful series of turns. Right now, this is going to be kind of the setups to supercilious series of turns into something meaningful on the inside. Wave runs away from him, but a great backup score there for Matthew McGillivray. Right behind him, Crosby Colapinto, second wave of the set. Doesn't like the looks of it. He's out, 24-10 to go. Second exchange goes to McGillivray again.
Yeah, and this could be not only a great wave to look at in the slow-mo, but most importantly, talking about a guy who's not really a man of violence, Chris. This was a violent wave right here on the outside. There were 2 turns specifically that were just great, and you know, his timing has been on point. But once again, Jesse, I'm just going to say it, he has competed as well as I've ever seen in his short term on the Championship Tour.
Paddling back out strongly because he knows the importance, you know, like of Maybe if a set comes, he's way down the point right now because he's already starting to wave, kind of like not halfway through, but like 70% down the point. And this is perfectly where you can see there's it's shallow up there, a little bit deeper than where Crosby is, and there's kind of a deeper pocket right there that makes the wave not jack up and stand up, so it doesn't give Crosby the opportunity to get in the wave, but then it stacks up again once it hits the inside, and it's perfect scenario for Matthew McGillivray, and there's no luck involved in that. That's pure knowledge of the spot.
And as you pointed out, knowledge and no luck, and he's making his own luck, Jesse. That's a cool thing about the way he's competed so far in this heat, Chris. He's really understood what the lineup is providing right now and taken advantage of those few moments we've seen so far in the first 17 minutes of this one.
And this one comes through at a 5.67. He was just sitting there watching Crosby, who was way outside. That is the dream scenario when you're surfing a point break.
Dream scenario.
You're like, is this guy not going to go? Is this mine?
He
and look what he
couldn't
does
go.
to it.
That's the thing. He could not go. And I mean, I gotta say it is a mistake. Yes, it is. But there are sets that are breaking out the back. It just needs more size. And both of surfers just kind of choosing different approaches to start the heat off. I don't think there's a right and wrong. Now, after everything that happened, yes, Matthew McGillivray is the right one. But it's easy to say. You can't predict the future, so you don't know what's going to happen. There could have been a set of like we had the previous heat of 4 waves breaking way up the point of 6 foot and much better than even what Matthew just had, but not this time.
Well, it's definitely possible from where where Crosby is sitting way out there to get a wave twice as big, twice as long as the one that Matthew McGillivray just rode. Out the back with priority, Crosby still waiting. And at what point in this heat, with 21 minutes to go, does that become risky business, just drop an anchor and waiting for the set?
Well, at this point, I think you're forced to do it.
Yeah.
You have the, you have the
his own hands.
Well, the issue is that Matt even got his second best score on the inside. So he improves that in the same position where he got the 817. You're probably needing close to 14, 15 points to make out of this heat. So if you've already waited that long, you saw what the 1.83 did. It was just the one carve. But as Jesse said, there are larger sets. They take longer. So I'd give myself another 5 to 10 minutes. And then after that, I'd be moving a little bit more.
And it's a different scenario. We obviously seen a lot of heats throughout this event where it started very slow. And the surfer got hands attached like Samuel Pupa. We called that heat a few days ago. But Iago wasn't really capitalized on it. So he could have probably moved in and tried to be more active. But in this scenario here, like Mitch just said, he's looking for 14 points total in order to make out of this heat. So no other option. He needs to find a very good quality wave. So he just needs to sit there for another few minutes and hope it's going to come, which I personally think it will.
He might have time to kind of put his thing down, flip it, and reverse it, come in, get that 5-point ride on the inside, and then go back out and wait for the big set.
The problem is, though, you're giving priority, though. You're giving a priority, which Matthew already has a 817, and then you might give another 8-point ride for your opponent. So, and then you're in even more trouble.
You're stressing me out, man.
It's a stressful place to be, and he's not even wrong. That's the problem of it. It's just destiny. It's just a choice of how he wanted to start the heat off. And he was probably stoked to the fact that Matthew McGillivray wasn't pushing him deeper. You know, it's like, hey, I'm in the perfect spot for the set, but all of a sudden you look back, you're in a combination of 13.84.
Well, you know, hopefully he gets that opportunity to just moot all the points we just made. We're inside of 20 minutes now. Joe Turpel is in the hot zone in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Thanks so much, Chris. Wow, this feeling, this buzz of finals day is so tangible right now. And what a story. South Africans versus 2 surfers from San Clemente. It doesn't get any better than that here at Punta Roca. I kind of wandered over to where Britt Merrick and Matty McGillivray's girlfriend Jam were sitting. Right next to them, Jordy Smith. There feels to be like a little South African energy sending that out to Matty McGillivray. Jordy is so focused right now. Doesn't even flinch, has his headphones on. It just reminds me of the alpha dog that Jordy is. He's acting like an 18-year vet with only one eye on the prize to win this contest, hanging out with the Colapintos as well. There's a little bit of nervous energy, especially with Matty getting a really quick start. I talked to Griffin. He's like, yeah, let's just wait and see what Crosby does on his first wave. But he did say that he feels good this morning. He's really confident in his flow state as far as mentally feeling confident. But I'm feeling just a touch more nerves just because of Crosby just waiting to get this heat started. But what a great clash and a big story for Matthew McGillivray, trying to go all the way to his first win today.
Yeah, this is a really fun and interesting and unique finals day. We haven't seen this in a long time. Jordy Smith, top of his game, most likely listening to some classic rock, some Dire Straits in his headphones, getting himself in the zone. I wanted to give a shout out to Isabella Nichols. That shirt, I want that shirt.
Your shirt selection this event has been pretty good, though, I will say. I mean,
you've been slick.
You've been amazing. You've been amazing. The one thing I will say, you're going blue on blue today with the pants. It looks good.
Jeans in El Salvador, not the greatest
Not
choice
ideal.
that I've ever made, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta suffer.
Hey, Chris, do want to bring up, though, whoever makes it out of the semi is looking to win their first ET event. So obviously a historical day for either of these gentlemen, but then you have the other dogs that have already won and know what that sensation feels like in semifinal number 2, Smith and Houshmand.
All right, we got 17:30 to go. It's hard to tell if anything meaningful is coming in from the deep water, but to get a better angle on that, the best seat in the house, front row, 50-yard line, Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, beautiful morning out here on the water. Just getting kind of comfortable on the couch right now and, you know, getting ready for my seat. I feel like we're just waiting for that one real set to come through out the back. And, you know, it's going to happen, just a matter of when. Hopefully there's enough time for really great exchanges towards the end of this heat. You know, the little note on the wind, the morning wind has been kind of like east blowing up the face, northeast. And now we've got kind of a almost a northwest wind, which is pretty primo for this like spot. The way that the point sits and the way that the wind is blowing right now, it's actually just like coming up the face. So you're not having to surf into the wind, and it's not like that devil wind where it's chattering your board. So you can have a lot of board control and a lot of freedom on the face. I think earlier this morning there was a little bit of east in it, but now it's just kind of slipped away into perfection, which is what we want. And well, we're just gonna sit back, wait for this next set to arrive. Crosby's got priority. Let's see how he answers.
I like that word, primo. We just saw a nice angle, a look at the flags that yesterday were just absolutely stiffened in the wind. Today, pretty relaxed. Strider, if you're still there and you can still hear me, can you get a sense of who the crowd is behind? This is, again, a rarity. South Africa versus San Clemente for the rest of the day on the men's side of the bracket. Any feeling of who the crowd is cheering for right now?
You know, it's interesting. I think a lot of people are waving the South African flag right now. I feel like, you know, there's a lot of wind behind that sail just because of, you know, how well he's been surfing. He's kind of an underdog, so to speak, and, you know, he's that guy that everybody kind of like is trying to rally to get behind. You know, like Crosby and Griffin, the San Clemente crew, they've had a lot of light. They've got a lot of, you know, spotlight on them. So it's kind of like they're kind of always at the top of the mix of people, like, you know, who are expected to do well. You know, and that feeling, and they've kind of been like, so I think the underdog is Matthew McGillivray, and I feel like a lot of people are rooting for him right now, and well, he's doing well. He started out really well, and now we're going to see what happens. Hopefully a set comes in. We get to see this battle go down the way it should.
Yeah, we're right there with you. 15 minutes to go. Crosby Colapinto just sitting with a 1.83. McGillivray an 8.17 and a 5.67. That's kind of your prototypical smart heat surf. Got that big number, quick backup, and now he is out the back hunting for potentially another 8, maybe a 9. We know there's opportunities coming through. Here's your grandstand starting to fill up. It's already, what, 90 degrees here, one of the hottest days so far of our waiting period, and that's totally fine. We want finals day to be fire.
And it is fire. Like, so far we had so many waves. We probably had the biggest wave ridden of the whole event this morning from Caitlin Simmers. I'm sure, like, obviously Jordy had that big one, and he's about 5 foot bigger than her, so like that probably helped it as well. But it was something very similar. So the swell's still in the water, and the pace of the wave is incredible, as we saw that wave from Matthew McGillivray.
Katie's high line was probably one of the most memorable waves of the entire event. I think it was a 2 or something, but one of the coolest moments of surfing that we've seen yet. I'm sure that will be in the highlight package, even though it was a bail when she went up and tried to do a turn. 13:50 to go. Both surfers patiently waiting for something big to come through. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back at the culmination of semifinal heat number 1. Don't go anywhere.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. History doesn't ask for your approval. It's not necessarily good or right, not pretty, not fair. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. And once it's written, it can't be unwritten. The question is, will you witness it? History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Powerful piece of surf stoke right there, voiced by the legendary, the iconic Sean Thompson, who's no doubt tuned in. What's up, Sean? Get ready for it. Jordy Smith heading across the rocks. He'll be going up against Cole Houshmand. What a perfect pairing. Goofy regular, both surfers, so powerful. Can't wait to see what happens. 10 minutes left. Matthew McGillivray, solid lead right now, an 8.17 and a 5.67. Crosby Colapinto giving us cause for concern. Still sitting on a 1.83.
I feel bad for him right now. I mean, he just hasn't had any kind of chances. Those first 2 waves that he let go, he's probably thinking, okay, 40-minute heat, I'm going to have way more opportunities than this. And then since the 22-minute mark, he has not had a single wave come towards him. And that's why it's so important to be a bit further on the inside and get to work early on, which is what Matty was able to do literally in the first 10 minutes of the heat.
You roll the dice. Decisions are like that. You know, there's a 50-50 chance of going good or bad. So for him in this situation so far, it's not going great, and the clock's running. He's in trouble right now.
What was that quote we just heard? History doesn't ask questions.
Doesn't ask for permission.
Doesn't ask for. Mine was a.
That was cool though.
Mine was a non sequitur.
Yeah.
But
it's crazy.
As we take our eyes into the sky, by way of our epic drone crew, we see energy up the coast. Then we sit, we wait, we hope. Now I'm sounding like a voiceover. We sit, we wait, we hope for action to come through this lineup.
That was dramatic. Maybe he's going to bring something. Come on. Come
Whatever
on,
works,
Usher.
right? Whatever works,
Yep.
whatever helps. Send some waves to these two surfers. I want a big exchange.
The only thing that's
Finish this
difficult
heat.
right here, Chris, for Crosby at the end, it's not like it's a beach break or a wave that you literally can paddle back out. You can catch another 8 or a 6 if you need to. Takes a long time, especially if you're actually getting an excellent score, usually indicating that you need to ride it all the way through. It'll take you at least 90 seconds to get all the way back out, and that's if you're really hustling. So with 8 minutes, that wave needs to come in the next 2 or 3 for him to potentially get back out and get in the next rotation if there were to be another set. Once again, I mean, that fantastic start to McGillivray, 8-1-7, and it's not like he had to go that big at the beginning either. I mean, the guy risked a lot on the outside, and he truly proved that an excellent score out there today. You have to combine every single asset of the judging criteria, and he surfed that wave perfectly.
He sure did. Like, no matter what, even with good waves coming towards Crosby, it was going to be a tough feat because Matthew destroyed his wave so far.
Cole Houshmand just a few steps behind Jordy Smith, making his way back into the lineup. You got number 12 in the world going up against number 22 in the world. Cole needs to get some big, well, he's already got a big result in a semifinal. That is definitely going to help him break through that cut line that's coming in 3 events after this. The Aussie treble just around the corner. It's a few days from now we could be ringing that bell to start that iconic event, one of the longest running surf events in the history of our sport. And with the way the ratings are right now, it's a different kind of feel up in the top 10 for both the men and the women. So bells is going to be a huge, huge factor for the rest of the season for these surfers. 6 minutes, 38 seconds to go.
And it's just around the corner. Let's just remember that there are probably people over there surfing the wave already and practicing for the event.
Yep.
Like I think I was talking to Kurt and he mentioned that Aaron Brooks is already there. So some of them, obviously you want to be here for the last day, for the finals day, but they do have the advantage of kind of acclimatizing, getting, you know, a good rhythm, getting a routine, getting the jet lag off. So
trying a couple boards.
Trying to, yeah, definitely.
No, it's a huge contrast. You go from 90-degree weather
every day, every morning,
to full suit and booties.
Oh, at the minimum, and then it can be chilly outside too. I mean, when the sun comes out over there, it's nice, but it is such a big difference. At least it's a right-hand point break, but as Jesse's saying, that is one of the trickiest venues on tour. If not, I'd even think there's an argument for it being the hardest venue on tour. I mean, so many people have struggled over there, and that's why Houshie, kid coming up in semi number 2, his victory over Griffin last year in his first year competing there, kind of a historic stat, Chris, when you think about it.
Yeah, and I think it's not just the legacy of that event that makes it so special, but what you guys are talking about is how hard that contest is to win. You look at the people that have rung that bell in the past, it's the biggest names in our sport.
Yep.
You know, the Slaters, the Mick Fannings, you know, Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore. These are legends. And if you have a bell, and that's almost, you know, that's almost one trophy that will get you into the Surfing Hall of Fame.
I mean, a lot of people compare it to the Triple Crown that you won, Jesse. Obviously the World Championship, but when we talk about just iconic trophies itself, you're paying $100, $200 just to transport that thing back home because you actually want it in your house, unless you rob the mob and you just plant that thing in your garden over there.
You're buying that thing a seat next to you.
I actually like to say that trophies are the coolest things you can get out of an event. Like, because this is a memory that it's going to be in your house. Like, a beautiful trophy is going to be in your house, and every time you look at it, it brings you a good memory to what has happened before. So it's pretty special, and you see some trophies from people's house, and you go around. Like, I've been to Felipe's house. You obviously have 100,000 trophies, and you just go through all of them. It's like oh, there's memories of that, you know, like, and you talk about it, and it's pretty special. Someone's taking that one home today, or 2 of them are taking it home today.
Griff, Dad down in the corner, Colapinto crew right now just going, what's happening?
Going on? And on the other side, as selfish as it sounds, Cole Houshmand and Jordy Smith are kind of pumped that there's no waves, because that means it's probably going to push in their hit.
Excellent point.
So they're like, yeah, you can go slow for a little bit longer until we get out the back.
That being said, though, do you take a risk and wait a little bit longer knowing that, or do you still get busy, like, you know?
It's in the back of your head as well.
Always.
That's a good point that you brought it up. Like, you're like, okay, it should have waves, but what if it doesn't? You can start to think about it. You know, the swell is decreasing. Like, is it getting slow now, or is it just kind of a low that we're going through? Looks like Crosby's going to have a look.
It's a good wave, Chris.
All right, let's write a comeback story right now. Crosby Colapinto paddling into what looks like a gem. Quick stall on the takeoff, deep bottom turn, hammers it.
Oh.
Slides his tail around, makes it through. Stalls for the tube. Nice and clean, gets back on the open face. This wave running down the line, double barrel.
What?
Quick pump, comes out. Nice swooping carve there. He still has 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Solid slide there.
Kick out.
Come on, three barrels on one wave.
He's gotta
Trifecta.
go. He's got to go, Chris.
Snap, make it.
What was that?
Get back out there.
Yeah.
The heat is on. Glenn Fry, let's go.
If you could pick a wave throughout the whole event on a free serve for you to get, that was probably it. Like, when do you get 3 barrels in one wave?
That was... Kept thinking this place looks like J-Bay. That kind of looked like J-Bay meets Snapper Rocks.
Yep.
McGillivray, he's just trying not to hear what just went down. I mean, there was probably the most ruckus, rowdy applause 3 separate times on this wave. One of the waves of the event, for sure. Will it translate to a big score?
What do you think, Jesse? I mean, the first board slide right there on the outside, that was high risk, and then we saw him set up for the inside barrels. This is where I'm thinking to myself, okay, you've already done a lot of damage on the inside of second barrel, which is even deeper, much cleaner section right there. And at this point, I'm almost like, kick out. You already got at least a 5.5, a 6. All you need now is an 8, but you need time on your side, though, Jess.
The 2 surf ranches in one?
Kinda.
Triple-double. He's going for the triple-double right there. The only flaw that I would say on the barrels, is the depth of it, right? Like, he didn't completely disappear in any of them, but what I love the most is the commitment on this first turn and how he regrouped straight into the barrel. Look at that. It seems like he was going to get caught. I was like, nope, I'm in the perfect spot. So that kind of freedom is going to play into a factor into the scoring as well. This is going to be a great score for Crosby.
Strider, how stoked is this kid that just got barreled 3 times on one wave?
Well, I think he's stoked. The time's not on his side, so he's stroking to go. Tommy Whitaker's just screaming at him right now at the back. Go, go, go. And, you know, we got a couple waves. I think he's just going to have to take whatever he sees, literally, to try and get another score in here. I don't see his opponent paddling towards him, so I don't know what's going to happen here, but this is some radical and some time-constraining stuff here. Wow, what a wave, though. 3 barrels, bangers, hangers out the back. Woo!
Crosby now needs a 6.18. He has 30 seconds left.
He's got a chance, Chris. There's a set coming, too.
But that's the problem of leaving too big of a gap from your opponent. And it's nothing wrong with Crosby. It's just how the heat planned out. But, like, you get such a good wave, but you still need another one. And it's not a small one as well. We've seen it, how hard it is for the surfers to get a 6.18. Like, the judges have been very tight on the scoring because the conditions have been incredible.
Well, he made it exciting, but Mitchell's big sigh tells the story. Time is a valiant effort from Crosby Colapinto, but it was steadiness. It was an ardent belief in power surfing and positioning. You got the win. Matthew McGillivray, you are a finalist here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Well earned, well deserved. McGillivray has been the top performer in that kind of, you know, low-key sense. Hasn't done it in, you know, a couple errors, but mainly power surfing, precision. McGillivray makes the finals. Who's going to be next? Jordy Smith, Cole Houshmand coming right up. I dare you to touch that dial.
You got this, brother.
Everyone wants to hear me say it. It's definitely more like J-Bay today.
Hydropupusas. Business is about to go down. This is Punta Roca pugilism at its finest. Holyfield v. Tyson, two power brokers going blow for blow. Straight off the buzzer, Jordy Smith drops a hammer.
It's finals day. You can tell by how they're surfing.
Oh, the energy, you know, that was kind of sucked out of the room for that long lull is now straight back to it. An 8-1-7 for Jordy Smith's opening ride. Cole Houshmand, just a quick up and out. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez and Mitchell Salazar. That's how you want to start a heat. Jesse, you called it. These surfers were hoping for things to kind of stay dormant, as we know full well that the ocean seems to have that heat on, heat off type of cadence, and that is ringing true right now. It is firing off the point again. It's almost like the swell just arrived.
And I don't want to jinx them, but I feel like they need to make the most of the beginning of this heat, because we're probably going to go through a low once again, and there you go.
Here we go. We're live at Punta Roca, and Cole Houshmand is blasting the back out of this wave. Takes the high line, almost catches an edge. He is flying 150 miles an hour straight into the tube. Was that a decision that he had to make to try to maybe get priority? We got a paddle battle. Something for everyone right now, folks.
I think Cole's taking this one down, huh?
Well, they both have if you put their wingspans together, you're looking at about 15 feet.
Well,
these are big dudes.
They call Houshy Rodman for a reason, the greatest rebounder in the sport of basketball. And there's a reason why he has a wingspan that long, Chris. And just look at these two big boys out there. As Jesse mentioned, it's finals day. Everybody wants to prove that they're the best surfer in the world with the best waves on tour. And that's really what we're seeing out there from the four gentlemen that are surfing in the semis.
This is a heavyweight bout right here. What I'm so appreciative of is when Cole jumped off that wave straight into the pit, somehow was able to grab his board and get right back out there. But Jordy Smith, super stylish, powerful from the outside all the way to the inside. What a way to start.
This is a phenomenal wave, and we were just looking at this layback and just going, oh my gosh, this is vintage Jordy Smith. You know what's so exciting though, gentlemen, is that he's having so much fun while doing this. Timing with that, the offshore wind at the end is so difficult, but Chris, variety maneuvers and just laying some power into it.
Oh, screenshot this. Poster on your wall.
I just want to mention something, that front arm, how he opened up his chest and the upper body to bring that board all the way back around, and all the torque that he did. That's all from that front arm guiding him. Impressive how much he digged that rail in a good way. Beautiful surfing from Jordy. It's excellence.
So Cole Houshmand's score comes through a 5.33. Jordy with the edge on the opening salvo of waves. But wow, power surfing to start for Houshmand. Why was this wave kind of tempered at a mid-range score?
Well, I think one thing, the first turn was great, has to take a high line. That was really difficult. Could have easily catched the rail right there. We just don't see the 2-for-1 right there. We would have seen more risk towards the end. We're probably seeing something at least in the upper good range. First turn was filthy though. I mean, we're talking about strong offshore winds, somebody who's 6 feet 3 inches tall, Chris, and to be able to extend that entire frame when that wind's trying to push you back out is very difficult. That high line was gnarly though. I mean, for people that have experienced that, I mean, you're catching a rail right there, you're going face forward and face planting on that thing.
Yeah, backside high line is pretty risky. I think underrated for how risky it actually is. And you saw that inside rail for Cole Houshmand almost throw him straight over the handlebars. Cole Houshmand in his second CT career semifinals appearance, you remember what happened last time, he went ahead and won and rang the bell.
And this conditions here suits his surfing so well as well, but so does for Jordy Smith, so it's going to be a great match in front of us. let's make the most, boy, of this beginning, those pulses, which they did so far. I think just that wave from Cole Houshmand, very hard to read. He didn't find the perfect rhythm throughout the wave. He kind of missed a few turns right there. Didn't miss, but mistimed it a few turns, and that was kind of what probably kept the scoring a little bit on the lower side. But it's just a very tricky wave to read. Like, Jordy's wave had such a good pace to it.
And as you said, Chris, priority going to Houshie's way, and that's valuable right here with still a lot of time on the clock, and that wingspan obviously proved a big point right here in the first 8 minutes of this heat. But we see Jordy, he's making a run for the Lexus WSL Finals, and I know Fiji isn't necessarily his strength. Everybody wants to see him compete for that World Championship, and I personally think he's deserving of it. Obviously, close to 20 years on the World Championship Tour. That guy knows what he's doing out there in a jersey.
I've actually thought, like, as we went into the final 5 system, when they announced that it was lowers, I thought he was one of the guys to take it down.
Yes.
If you look back, had 2 wins there before. He won on good conditions and very small conditions, just showed how good he was in those, that venue itself. Him and Felipe were probably the standouts in my eyes. Just never made it to the top 5, but here's a huge opportunity for him. Not having John, not having Gabe, starting off the year with at least a couple of 9s and a 3rd place. It could be the big Bruce year.
And you would think with 20 years on the tour he would have that energy, but he's got Grom energy right now. He's having so much fun. We got 31 minutes, 26 seconds to go here in semifinal number 2. At the moment, one South African in the final. Will it be another? Joe Turpel, you give us your take from the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Thank you so much, Chris. What a great heat that we have underway. Jordy versus Cole. It's cool when you have this really small world that is the surfing world, with Matt Biolos meeting Jordy when Jordy was about 8 years old. In fact, he even taught young Jordy how to ollie on a skateboard. Matt originally doing business with his dad, G-Force, and Graham Smith had the license for Lost Surfboards in South Africa. So it was all business, but he's known Jordy since he was a little kid, well before he was in the bidding wars for big contracts and in the world title race. So pretty cool that Jordy's starting off on a Mayhem. You know, Matt has so much respect for the family. He said it might be a little awkward because, you know, Cole's a full-fledged team rider on Lost. As we saw yesterday, Jordy started on the Mayhem, then switched to the Smith Shapes, that V12 model. That board is out in the water under Jackson Bunch. Jackson Bunch is caddying for Jordy. Jackson uses 25 liters himself. That board has 33 liters of volume. Jackson said he could just really just do 2 strokes and he was just going to float all the way on that boat, all the way into the caddy position. When you look at Cole and you look at Jordy, both 6'3", but a lot more weight in Cole Houshmand, at least 25, maybe 30 pounds heavier from Jordy. So maybe the first time ever in Jordy's 18 years on tour, there's actually someone that actually needs more volume. Cole Houshmand on a prototype, which will be the driver 4.0, not available yet, but he's on 34.5 liters of volume. Jordy on 33. That's a lot of foam, you guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jackson Bunch probably sup on that board. He
can't duck dive. He can paddle fast, but if he gets caught, he's done.
We're getting places in the world, okay? The big boys, we're going places, gentlemen.
Hey, the big dogs are eating today, my friend. So I like to see in the background of Joe's report right there, Crosby Colapinto, you know, bittersweet, but at the same time, you've got to be stoked. You made the semifinals in a championship tour event, and you lost, but you lost after getting a triple barrel wave, one of the best waves of the entire event. So he has a lot to be happy about, and he's going to be going to Australia with a lot of momentum. So congrats to Crosby Colapinto. Now here we go, Jordy Smith looking for a backup score here. Kind of the same theory that we saw Matthew McGillivray employ in his win over Crosby. Cole Houshmand now sitting on a 5.33. Smaller looking wave here. Just a quick tester. He's out. 28.30 now. Both surfers making their way back into the lineup. Most likely, it looks like Cole is going to get priority yet again. And while these surfers get into the takeoff zone, let's go to the glass. Rosie Hodges with Matthew McGillivray.
What a heat, Maddie. You're in your first championship tour final. How does that resonate with you?
Yeah, I can't believe it still. Yeah, it's been a long event, and I can't believe that I'm here in the final, and could be an all-Safa final, which is pretty cool.
And you've had arguably the toughest run through this event. Are you proud of your performance so far?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I've just been trying to surf smart heats and yeah, just be like selective and just do my best surfing. I feel like I've still got more to give. I think everyone feels that way. Like I always feel like I can give like an extra gear, and hopefully that can come out now in this final. Hopefully we get a few more waves. That last heat was super slow, but we were on the dead low tide, so I was kind of expecting that, and that's why I wanted to get a quick start. Yeah.
And the 817, I mean, for the judges, giving you excellence of your surfing, coming up against someone like Crosby, that's a huge accolade too.
Yeah, that was my first excellent score in this contest. So until today, I was like, oh, everyone else has been dropping excellent scores. So it's nice to finally get a good wave like that myself. And yeah, it's a good confidence boost.
Matt, you got a couple minutes before the final. We'll let you get ready. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Congrats. Matty McGillivray. I mean, IYKYK, this guy has been doing it for a long time. Steady competitor. And I'm very surprised that this is his first championship tour final. You know, he just seems like one of those guys that is your prototypical semifinalist, a perennial quarterfinalist threat. So I love to see Matthew McGillivray getting his due.
You know what's so cool about it too? You root for the good guys, and he's one of them. And he's such a chill dude and deserving of the success that he's obviously had, an Olympian already. And you know, I think that's something that really resonates with the location that we're at right now is community. You know, people are very hospitable in the location that we're at right now, and I feel like that's really translated into the performances we've seen on finals day right here. So props to Matt. You know, Rosie throwing out the hard-hitting questions. Are you satisfied and stoked with your performance already? And I think he knows that he still has an extra gear to go to, and you know, with the wind slightly turning from the west, I think we're probably going to see some airs in the finals. So watch out for that from McGillivray.
Heck yeah, I'd love to see that. 25:50 to go. Strider Wasilewski is on the case. Strider, what's the haps?
I just want, we're tooting the horn for McGillivray right now because he is one of the most amazing athletes on tour. He's like Jason Bourne, I've said it many times, that he's just like this all-around athlete, does so many really cool things in his life. But the coolest thing, I think, my favorite McGillivray moment was at Chopu when he took off on that bomb. And he literally, the fins went out. This looked like he was going over the handlebars and somehow reconnected and got one of the most amazing rides ever ridden at Chope. So my hat off to him. He's got all the different points of game that he needs. He's on fire. Even when he looks like he's cool as a cucumber, he's just really like leveling up inside of that head. And I just wish I could jump into that brain and see what's going on in there.
He is truly a fearless individual, and Mitch just said it, a great guy, solid human as well. And Strider alluded to his extracurricular activities, base jumping, parachuting, doing all of the scariest things ever. I would say equally as scary to those things is throwing yourself over the ledge and huge chopo. He really can do it all. And I think one of his pivotal moments in his career was the perfect 10 he got at Sunset Beach. I believe that was in a Challenger Series event. One of the greatest waves ever ridden there. So, McGillivray in the final. Who's he going to meet up with? 24:20 to go. At the moment, it's Jordy Smith in the lead with that 817. What does Cole Houshmand have to do now?
You want to go for it?
Go ahead.
That's an easy question, right? Rip. He's got to rip on a good wave.
Yeah, and he just got to set on the anchor and just wait for the waves, and hopefully it's not going to be the same heat as it happened to, obviously, but he does have a backup, so that's the point of difference. So this could be a difference that he would have on top of, obviously, Crosby. And Jordy does not have a backup, which the previous heat with Matthew McGillivray, he already had an 8.67 or 8.17 and a 5 as a backup. So that's a few little different points right there. And this is that first wave. This is where I thought that he kind of mistimed right there. He went a little bit overboard, pushed that fin a little too much, and got himself delayed, which was kind of cool because he did the high line, but it also made him not be in the perfect timing for this last closeout.
Unfortunately, the high line doesn't get you too many points. It looks amazing, and it's so difficult to do, but just looking at Jordy and the way he's competed so far this event, I mean, excellence, obviously, on this wave. 817, that layback was just filthy stuff. And, you know, once again, I think the variation maneuvers is so crucial, especially when we talk about progression on rail. His timing, though, with this offshore wind has just been exceptional, Chris. And, you know, one of those people that are always going to fly under the radar because he hasn't won his world championship yet. I'm still going to say yet. But free surfer, somebody who has some of the most impressive movie clips of all time, and a pioneer, really, when it came to our generation of surfers, Modern Collective, Stranger Than Fiction. I mean, I look up to him a lot, and I hope to see him continue his career both on the championship tour and outside of it as well.
There's no reason why he can't put up Slater-style numbers and stay on the championship tour. He looks as fit as ever. He's surfing as good as ever.
He looks really unbeatable in this event right now. Obviously, we lost Felipe, which was going to be a big threat in conditions like this. But we lost him early, and Jordy's kind of taking it over. It's like, hey, Grumps, like, get out of my way. I'm still here, and I'm going to stay for a few more years.
And he doesn't mind getting a little dirty every now and then, too. He knows how to compete, and that's what I like about Houshie in this heat. You know, you asked us what he needs to do in order to win this heat right now, and as Jesse pointed out, he has the backup already. That's a big start. Most importantly, though, he learned from his friend's mistakes. Recover priority, be on the outside, and look at where he's positioned. If Jordy's going to try to force him into wave, he at least has the better line to select which one at the end, Chris.
21:30 to go. Jordy Smith in the lead, but Cole Houshmand has priority and a solid backup already. And I'm wondering, World, how are your fantasy teams doing? Mine is doing all right. I still have Jordy Smith. I still have Matthew McGillivray. I feel good about that.
Do?
But you do it. Create your WSL profile today to be automatically entered to win some cool merchandise, Yeti stuff, and of course, just to be a little bit more involved. You know, get in there, get that phone out, point it at that box thing, and it'll automatically, through magic and science, take you to the WSL app. And that's where you can really start to have some fun. It's all available at your fingertips. And of course, on finals day, really, that's your option right there. You gotta be on the WSL app to watch and see who wins. There are a few other ways to watch, but I feel like the experience on the WSL app is really top-notch. It's a really fun way to engage in these events. Fantasy surfing, you can see all the, you know, the videos, can link you to Inside Pro Surfing, see the rankings in live time. It's all there. Science. It's amazing.
When you say it that way, it sounds simple.
Yeah.
It sounds simple to stay in last place.
Some people
That's what I
put in
usually
a lot
do.
of work.
That's what I usually do.
I have friendly fire in this too. I just checked my fantasy team and I have both guys. So whoever makes it obviously needs to win for me to do well in my fantasy league. And seems like we've got a couple waves rolling through right here, Chris.
And here we go. Jordy Smith. Deep paddle for this one. Takes off in the first wave of the set. Crumbles around him early. Goes a little bit soft, but he's going to stick with it. Around that section. Nice carve there. Making a lot out of a little. Still working this wave over. Hunting a ramp. Finds it. Blows the tail. I was going to say light work for Jordy Smith, but he went down.
Smart of him, though. He needs to find space and get a backup to apply the pressure and Cole and make him be looking for an excellent wave instead of just a 5.35 right now. So added pressure will help.
And rightfully so, no desperation at the end of that wave. You could kind of tell he knew that this wave wasn't going to be a huge number. I think if this was in the last 30 seconds of the heat, most likely he would have tried a little bit harder to pull that air, but he didn't need it.
Then maybe just even finish it off, you know, like. But I think at this point of the heat, with the conditions we have on offer, he kind of had to try and go big, even though it wasn't a big air or a big blow tail, but still he was committed for the section he was in front of him.
Yeah, and it's a smart decision. I mean, Cole's still needing a mid-6 at the moment. This comes in as a mid-3, Chris, so obviously an intelligent decision to go for it, but first few turns on the outside were actually pretty good. But as we're considering the size of the waves out there, the quality of the waves that we still have on offer, even though they take a while, judges are going to keep this one relatively low. And right here, as you said, he probably just could have popped a little bit of a straighter air or something not as critical as that one. I like the attempt, though. Imagine if you get your 5 right there, and now you're forcing your opponent to get something in the excellent range right here, Chris.
With 17:45 to go, you know, obviously it's about the surfers in the lineup, but something special just happened to me. I just realized I'm #1 in the Lot Trolls Fantasy Surf League for the first time in my entire life.
Congratulations.
Wow, this feels good.
Well, but the event's not over yet, though. So what if you're like in first at the moment and then somebody comes in and
Don't
swoops
say it.
out?
Don't do it.
Well, we do. You do have Manuel Selman right behind you.
Ooh, great surfer, by the way.
That's a hot league. That's a good one.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll see if Jordy Smith makes the finals. I'm going to be looking pretty.
I have faith on you, though, Chris.
Good. 17 minutes left. Another seemingly never-ending heat. These heats are an hour and a half. Is that the announcement? No, they're 40 minutes.
We do have a transition of a wind. Like you mentioned a little bit ago, we're going to have the wind switch to the southwest, which is very usual here. It happens when the land heats up and then the wind starts to become onshore. And you can see the texture start to build in right outside of Houshmand. So in a few minutes, we're probably going to see some waves breaking with crumble on top, which it's going to make a little bit different approach for the surfers. Harder to identify which part of the lip to attack, but to our luck, it's better than devil winds that we could have had all morning, and the face of the wave still going to be pretty clean, mostly talking about that second and third wave of the set that moves in further in the lineup with the water filling in.
Well, Jordy Smith did improve over that 2.5. You got a 3.67 on that little wave on the inside. Your CT stats by the numbers. Jordy Smith, of course, a Hall of Fame style career. 10 years ago, he would have been in the Hall of Fame. That's to put it in context. His last final was in 2021 at Margaret River. Jordy's last win was in 2017, where he rang the bell, got the edge over Coyote Belly. 6 event wins, 15 finals, 305 excellent wave scores. His heat win percentage, 55.9. Rookie year was 2008. And that's an all-star right there.
Yeah, and he's won more than half of the heats he's surfed on tour. Obviously, the thing that really stands out right there, excellent wave scores, 305. Here's Houshie with the answer, Chris.
Looking for a 6.52. That's an attainable score when your backhand is looking as lethal as this. Who goes to the float, trying to fight his way around that section. Not sure there was much more on that wave. But then again, the inside section has been pretty worthy through the eyes of the judges in recent history. So will it be a 6.52? It feels like you would have needed a little bit more energy, not just on the wave, but in your surfing. He did everything right until the whitewater kind of caught his heels and he went down.
And he also left something kind of hanging, you know, like he had that down the line, lip line to get around the section and didn't get quite around the section, so he ended up falling. So the judges are like expecting more from the wave. Then all of a sudden it's done. So yeah, this is not coming in a 6.52. Right here, he goes down the line hoping that he can go around this section here.
Yeah, pretty obvious it wasn't going to be the score. Comes in as a mid-4, Chris, but if you're Jordy right now, you're in a difficult position too, because still don't really have a good backup. It's a 3.67. There's lots of time. How much distance do you give to Cole at this moment, knowing that your backup score is still relatively low, and he's needing a good score, a 6.52, and just based off of his 5.33, that was a set wave. How high are the judges willing to go right now on a smaller insider?
Yeah, I think with this much time, he's probably not thinking defense yet. He's gonna sit and wait for a bomb to come through. 13:30 left here in semifinal heat number 2. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be right back. So with help from Yeti, and of course, some locals and visiting surfers, WSL One Ocean programs making differences all around the world. With every stop on the championship tour, we do our best to link up with local organizations and do some good. So we did have regional support from right here in El Salvador. And when you see some of those trash receptacles around town, just give thanks to the people, the volunteers, and the organizations that helped make that possible. You can check out WSL One Ocean on worldsurfleague.com. 11 minutes to go here. Coming up next, your women's final. Gabriela Bryan going up against Isabella Nichols. Slow and steady into the water, but you know once those two surfers take to this lineup, it's going to be fireworks. I cannot wait to watch the women's final. It's right around the corner. But we've got some business to take care of now. Jordy Smith with priority out the back, dropped anchor. Wait for the next wave to roll through. Cole Houshmand, he's keeping him honest. His last wave was a 4.67. Now he's looking for a 6.52. I mean, that's 3 big backhand Cole Houshmand snaps. So Jordy's got to be pretty careful here. We're getting to that time where, you know, offense starts to become defense. And you really have to take a look at every single wave that comes through and gives your opponent any opportunity to potentially get a 7.
He does not want to give too much room to Cole. Saw that Cole started to move down the point a bit, and he already went down a few steps as well.
Check this out, 2024, Jordy's 5th place finish went down to fellow South African Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, and then in 22 lost to the eventual champion Griffin Colapinto. That year, though, I remember he had his 6th straight air against Nat Young in one of the earlier rounds. And talk about a versatile surfer, Chris, one of the all-time greats when it comes to aerials right here. And as I was expecting, time slowly ticking away, eventually had to move a little bit closer and keep some distance on Cole Houshmand right here. And Houshie trying to play a big power move on the outside. Doesn't like to give in or give, you know, that knuckle under right there, especially with this time remaining on the clock. And as you said, his big equalizer, Chris, all he needs is 2 or 3 seconds to really get a major score. And Houshie looking for a set wave here with 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Jordy's playing some low-key strategy games right here, not letting Cole out of his sight. Is this wave going to be Cole's chance? Jordy says no, lets him go, and it's not going to happen.
That's also the advantage of being on your front side. Like, he could see that he could have probably not went around that section, and Cole being on his backhand, obviously it's going to be slower, harder to generate speed down the line. So he just is like, okay, if I'm not making this, Cole most likely won't as well. So
that wave gave Cole the kind of the opportunity to run away from Jordy a little bit. And he had a look at that wave that kind of ran through. Didn't like it, so now we're back to the stalemate. Jordy Smith with priority out the back. Cole Houshmand on the inside of the point. 8 minutes to go. Tension's building.
I know. It's like, please, just give us a set so that way, like, we don't feel this
Pressure
right now.
release.
It's pretty insane. Imagine if you're in the position of Cole right now, too, needing that mid-6 at the moment. Like, you know that all you need is your shot. You've made it all the way here into the semifinals. And by the way, he's had a tough road to get to this point, too.
3/17.
Oh, and had the tie yesterday with Alejo, which could have gone either way. Had the highest score of that heat, though, the 8.5, which got him the advancement into the quarters. And we talk about a kid who has really done well in less than 2 full years on the championship tour, especially after that incredible run he had on the Challenger Series a few years ago, Chris. We're seeing it from the guy in blue.
But if you look back to both of the starts of the years for Cole Houshmand, actually were kind of slow. And it's kind of waves that you expect him to do very well, mostly starting off at Pipeline. He's a very good tube rider, charges. Last year, he started with the 25th there. Went into Sunset, a 17, which is also a good wave from him. So usually a slow start. Needs to change something up on the beginning to get him fired up to pulling up those the type of surfing that he's been doing in this event, and that he's previously done also at Bells before.
Yep.
When he kind of turns things over, so. Because he's an all-rounder, he should not be getting small results, kind of like anywhere on tour, because he suits it very well on small and big conditions.
We're 6 minutes and 30 seconds away from a potential all-South African super final unless Cole Houshmand, representing San Clemente, California, can find the wave. It's going to allow him to explode and get a 6.52. The grandstands are raging. Spring break in El Salvador. Why wouldn't you? I love the look of that crowd too. I mean, super international.
And that's the type, like you have Europeans here, you have Americans, you have South Americans like Brazil, Peru, all around. Like you walk on the streets and you hear like 20 languages going around you.
I saw some German twins that I met on the boardwalk the other day. The gang's all here.
The gang's
El
all here.
Tunco right now, Surf City, is very quiet because it's getting real loud in the grandstands.
Yeah, and Mike Frew, our good friend and co-worker here on the broadcast, he does the Challenger Series event over there in Bolito, texted me a little while ago. He can't remember a South African final at the CT level since maybe the early 80s. So, could see some potential right now for a new generation, especially with Maddie being the younger one out of the two. Jordy, obviously much more experience. It would be his 16th final on the CT, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
Chris?
5 minutes, 15 seconds left.
Come on, just one set. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, I want to see Jordy have to make this decision. You know, this is that moment in the heat where you're at the 5 minute mark. You know, that's still plenty of time for both surfers to get one more wave. So Jordy is going to have to make the call. Does he play defense? Does he activate and take this wave away from Cole? It's the one time in surfing that dropping in
He's gonna pull the
on your
trigger.
friend in the water is totally legal. And here we go. Jordy Smith. Remember, his low score right now is a 3.67, so he has room to grow as well.
Ooh.
And he's hoping for this wave to fire up a little bit down the line. So far, pretty lackluster, and it ends the same. Bit of a dud there. Did Jordy Smith take a lemon?
Did you see the difference on the lip line and how much trickier it is for the surfers to actually identify it and time it perfectly? Just early enough to get that nice explosion that the judges love to see. That happened on that last wave from Jordy. The wave starts to run a little bit faster. It crumbles in front of you, and it's hard for you to engage your rail on the lip line. So it's a good example that the wind really plays a big factor.
Now the ball's in Cole Houshmand's court, because I don't think this wave is going to do much for Jordy Smith.
Well, there's a chance that he's probably improving on a 3.67, but if he does, it ain't going to be by a whole lot, Chris, as you're mentioning. This last section was difficult, as Jesse said, that wind really making things difficult right here. Goes up into the lip line, good timing, but really nothing super explosive and consequential right there at the end. I thought he was getting caught behind right here. Luckily for him, has one big bottom turn, makes it all the way around it. And then right here, he gets the 2 for 1. Last one's not bad, but if he does improve, it's not going to be a whole lot. And 3 minutes to go, Houshie has a chance here, Chris.
Yeah, slight improvement for Jordy Smith, a 4.33. And that's just kind of due to hard work on that wave. Nothing was easy for Jordy on that crumbly right-hander, but that makes Cole Houshmand's job a little bit harder. He now needs a 7.18, and on paper, doesn't feel like much of a difference between a 6.4 and a 7.18, but when you're in the context of a heat, that can be a huge gap between those two numbers.
It is a difference. It makes a difference. It applies more pressure, and Jordy did very well to go on that wave, because obviously that wave probably didn't turn out as good as we all expected. The wind's helping that as well, but
ooh, let's
like there's
go.
some sets.
Let's go.
Uh-oh. Major set approaching with 2 minutes, 29 seconds to go. Cole Houshmand out the back with priority. This could be a game changer.
And which one do you go on to? Do you go on the first one or risk maybe not getting a second wave of the set, Chris?
He already committed. He's going on his first one.
He's freight training into this one. Cole Houshmand exercises his freedom of choice. Quick airdrop down a set of stairs. Now he goes into a series of turns. Solid on the first two. Nothing flashy quite yet. And that wave just dies out beneath him, pulls out You feel the air sucked out of the room as Jordy Smith now. Second wave of the set, looking like a better wall. Nice layback jam for Jordy, big. Kind of two-parter, snap, float, combo, another huge layback hook. That could be all she wrote.
Nail in the coffin.
Jordy Smith closing the door.
Done. And that's the importance of going for that second wave when the onshore winds come in, because it's going to be cleaner. You could clearly see that wave from Cole Houshmand wasn't bad in the beginning, but he just couldn't find the steepness because the wave kept crumbling. Everything that he did was kind of tight because it didn't explode. Wind wasn't helping him out, and soon enough, Jordy's on the second wave, much cleaner, and he's gonna get a pretty big score with that big finish.
Well, Jordy's coming in, but Cole Houshmand's going back out. So although the door is shut, maybe not quite nailed shut, there's a sliver of light. And if a set comes in time, Cole Houshmand, right now looking for a 718, we feel like that number is going to be upped with Jordy Smith's last wave by far better than that 433.
He's going to be needing something close to probably a 9-point range.
Or he might need a combination of scores.
Yeah,
or take it to combo land.
That it might
going to be
happen.
close. It will be close.
And he does.
Yep. That right there is just veteran knowledge from Jordy Smith. So you're going to see, you know, of course, the agony of defeat right now for Cole Houshmand, but I think given time, Cole Houshmand is going to be excited with this finish. A huge result. With the string of 17s, this is exactly what Cole Houshmand needed to get his campaign back on the good foot. That's it. Semifinal heat number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for a South African super final. It's going to be Jordy Smith going up against Matthew McGillivray. And Orty waiting in the wings. The show is about to begin. The women's final is up next. We got Gabriela Bryan, Isabella Nichols. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be awesome. We'll be right back.
Así que bienvenidos a todos. Estos días que vamos a disfrutar del mejor surfing deportivo que tenemos aquí en El Salvador.
Muy buenos días, El Salvador, de Surf City, El Salvador, Pro Punta.
Welcome to the final. History will be written. Gabriela Bryan taking on Isabella Nichols for a chance to be the champion of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll have a new champion this year for the men and the women. The Australian already moving up to number 7 on the live rankings. Gabby Bryan wants to get closer to that #1 spot on tour before heading to Bells Beach. 2 frontsiders here at Punta Roca. 2 different approaches. You've got the unbelievable power of Gabriela Bryan and the overall performance and attack of a point break specialist of Isabella Nichols. We wish that we could give them all day for this final. Well, I guess we kind of are. 45 minutes. You don't see that all the time on tour, Rosie. This is going to be a great one where they can be very patient and pick their best waves.
Yeah, as we watch this little replay, this tussle happened at the beginning stages of the heat to establish the priority as we watch Gabby paddling up the inside there. Ooh, and priority has been awarded to Isabella Nichols. It's you know, that kind of snaky move when you head up the inside like that from an inside position. Bella pushing the argument there, asking the judges to establish that priority, and it has been in the lineup.
Look at that. Wow, you have to be so careful to avoid a blocking interference that we saw last year with Griffin and Joao. This time it just starts the priority rotation. So Gabriela Bryan now starting under prio. She's just going to take this wave to shake that one off. Representing the island of Kauai. Off the bottom, big power whip and a tail blow on that driver 3.0. Hard off the bottom, belts it. Quick for that 2-for-1 finishing. She is fast and lethal. And now the poise of Isabella Nichols just weaving, fading. Already got a tag out the back, hard off the bottom. Great section to chuck the fins out. Nice top turn. There's the flow on her finishing move. Two different contrasting styles already with their openers. Thank goodness they got a quick start. It's a long wait for waves. Both of them very fired up.
Wow, what an exchange. Definitely feel that recalibration from both of these women as they head into the final. They had tricky semifinals, both of them, so points for them to kind of tune it up a little bit. Especially like Gabby's start there, very aggressive, but Isabella's wave had the quality to it and beautiful maneuvers. Gabby looking fired up and aggressive. I think that would have been the word in Gabby's ear from her coach, Doug Marsh. Get aggressive, feel fired up, feel that energy, bring it into the final, meeting those sections late, making them very impactful. And then Isabella's wave out the back, just a higher wave face and a lot of sections for her to work with. She's reading this wave so well, had so many opportunities out here throughout this event to ride and surf this pace. Beautiful section, drifting the tail. I mean, just really looking flawless and turned on at the moment on a really trusty piece of equipment, a favorite piece of equipment. She's got that familiarity under her feet and she's feeling really comfortable on it. Just feeling like now that we're in the final, these women are just giving it their all. That level's just risen. Everyone's looking fired up.
One man that's really fired up is Jordy Smith with Mitchell Salazar.
Truly is, and Jordy, congratulations on all South African final. 18 years. If you could describe this waiting period in one word, what would you use?
Oh, grateful. I mean, grateful that WSL held out all those days. There were definitely 3-foot days that they may have run. Yeah, but just so grateful that they've held out for these last 2 days have been incredible. It's given me a lot of fight, actually, to see the waves when they get really good. I just perk up, I get really excited. Like I said yesterday, I'm just a avid surfer, frother at heart, and to now be in the final with Matt is speechless.
817 first wave too. I mean, that's got to be an amazing feeling, first of all, but seeing those waves when they do come, I mean, just another sensation too.
Absolutely. I mean, when they come through, it is a bit slow, but you know, the opportunities are out there. If you can get on some of those waves and open up, it's going to be incredible.
Best of luck. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mitch. Thanks, guys.
Well done. Wow, an emotional feeling for Jordy Smith. How much that means to him that it's an all South African final here at Punta Roca. And after 18 years on tour, you could really just tell how much it means to him.
He made us feel the feels there, right, Joe? He just got us right in the heart. It just, yeah, I love it that Jordy this season is looking so fired up. He's got a different perspective. He's looking fresh, but has, you know, all those years of experience. But definitely, this is something we haven't seen in such a long time. 2 South Africans in a championship tour final together. That's pretty special. And the rand right now is about 19.18 to the dollar, so they've got an opportunity to make a clutch of cash.
Big moment for South African surfing history. Getting great messages from legends like Mike Frew He's going through his Rolodex, thinking about potential finals that have happened in the past. The only one I can come up with so far was in 1977, the Hawaiian Tropic World Cup in Hawaii with Sean Thompson and Michael Thompson in the final. But join the conversation in the search for all South African finals. I mean, if that was the last time it's happened, that is just remarkable. 2025 now, those are like the beginning stages of the tour, you know, from the IPS, ASP days to now modern day times with the World Surf League. Now it's Maddie and Jordy Smith representing your motherland.
Yeah, and we've had multiple South Africans on the championship tour at the same time, but yep, these finals, it's going to be a historic day for the nation of South Africa. We're a sport-mad nation, so I'm sure we're going to have a lot of people tuning in and cheering on the two big brews.
That one's coming up next. 45 minutes on the clock to enjoy it. Gabby Bryan, though, ended up really making up for losing the paddle battle to start off the heat. Turned into 6.5. Isabella Nichols, pretty much the same. 6.57. Different opinions from the judges on the panel. Just ended up averaging out just about the same as we say, wow, welcome to the final to Strider, Raspberry, Wazalewski. These two already going head-to-head with their openers. Looks like an evenly matched start.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, I feel like the power and the aggressive surfing from Gabby Bryan was the reason why those scores, you know, stayed pretty level. I mean, I think Nichols had a better wave and a longer, you know, platform, but the surfing from Gabby was a little more intense, and I think that the criteria kind of leans towards that. Those really heavy-footed, you know, beautiful blowtail sections that she was just wrapping through. With that said, though, Gabby made a huge mistake just now. Went for a subpar wave, giving up priority. Priority is everything in these heats. You really need to hold on to it. You need to utilize it the way in heat control. And I know it's early days in the heat, but wow, she just, the next good wave that comes through, she doesn't get to have it, which is hard to kind of swallow when you're sitting out there and you know you're surfing really well. So, big mistake from Gabby in the final here. This is mistake number one. Let's see what happens.
Good point, Strider. He's always talking about rhythm. Rhythm's a real thing with the sets, with your positioning, and sometimes being off at the start, losing priority, then you just never have first choice for the next opportunity, and we'll see if Gabby can recover from that.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I mean, all of it is, micro decisions that you're making on the fly and how that really turns into the context of the heat and what side of the rhythm you're on with the ocean. It's so hard to control, though, this ever-changing playing field. We're always trying to make decisions on the fly and how that impacts the bigger picture. It's a difficult sport, surfing.
That's why we love it so much. So hard to predict. The ocean, first of all, when the sets come through, the tide is coming in for the rest of finals day, and moving down the line a bit to take a look is Gabby Bryan. She might get a little bit more mobile. I talked to her coach, Dog, after her semifinal, and I was like, hey, quickly, Dog. First I said, excuse me. He was really focused. I was like, how could you describe Gabby's performance in semifinal number one? He was like, lucky. And that's all he said. He's not one to just share compliments with his crew. He just told her, very lucky, and that's just going, hey, let's tighten this up heading into the final.
Well, I mean, you had Katie Simmers, who had the highest number of the heat, and then only needing, a mid-range 2 to turn the heat. So it was that one little lucky break that you get. You find yourself in the final, and you got to kind of right those mistakes heading into it. You got to wash it off and learn from it, and learn quickly, because surfing just keeps on trucking.
Great to be with Rosie Hodge, a longtime competitor on the championship tour. Still absolutely ripping, by the way. An absolute honor to be alongside you for the call here for the finals with the progression of the sport. Remember all those years, when you transitioned into a great commentator, 2014 specifically, we kind of had this little Fantastic Four phrase that we used, because every time someone was winning, it was either Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, and Sally Fitzgibbons, constantly in the same position in the title race. Then it started to change. A new surfer started to pop up and start winning, from Courtney to Lakey, and then Joanne DeFay, and all of a sudden you have all these athletes on the top 17 that can win in a moment's notice. Now we got this youth brigade popping up, and look at our final. Gabby Bryan, Isabella Nichols, completely changing the shape of the world title race.
Yeah, first of all, thanks, Joey, for the compliment. But yes, it's so true watching this young guard of women come in and really shake things up. And also think about their history together. Gabby and Isabella have shared a final back in WA. It was an event that Isabella needed to win to save her spot on tour, and Gabby was that was a big event result for her. So these women have been in that picture of making finals and shaking up that kind of older generation of women surfing. It's so wild to call it older generation. But yeah, this is the new crew on tour.
Nice smooth start for Isabella Nichols on the down carve sweep. Snaps to get going down the line. All adjusting just to set up that coping right there. She saw the crumble, identified it. And that feels good when you have a little crumble section. You can really push off it with that light on shore. But a misstep there in the final on what was looking like a great wave.
Yeah, everything was going well for Isabella. She really committed to that turn, but the problem was she was looking down the line too early and not focusing on the turn at hand. And that is one of the pitfalls here at Punta Roca. You're always looking down the line. Let's watch this turn set up. Beautiful, just eyeing off that section. But you see right there, just gets caught off guard, hits that little bit of bump as we watch this one in slow-mo. Hits it off the section right there. She commits to it, but then it's almost like that eye line is already looking down the line instead of looking up and over the stringer to make sure that your body's going to follow where your board is flowing.
So maybe a bit ahead of herself on that, not staying in the turn. Isabella will take the fall, and that score shrinks down to a 3.5, and the big part priority switches to Gabby Bryan, who's been just the favorite from the early rounds.
Yep, this is, let's see what Gabby can do here. Obviously, Strada identifying that she was a little bit off the rhythm. Now that she's got priority, let's see how she can pick one of the more quality waves in the lineup and what she can do with it.
Gabriela Bryan, final last year, looking for a win this year. We mentioned how she did that in Margaret River. Rosie brought up the runner-up to Isabella, the following season winning over Sawyer Lindblad. She'll be heading to West Oz as the defending event champ. Few world champs on tour these days. Katie Simmers, reigning world champ. Caroline Marks the year before. Tyler Wright, the veteran, two-time world champ, still in the mix on the top 17. Well, Rosie was breaking down the final. Those images were popping in her mind, but let's just watch it. Going back to the final with Gabby Bryan and Isabella Nichols back in 2022.
And this was an emotionally charged one. For Isabella, it was all about saving her spot on tour. Gabby Bryan just came in with a lot of power and force. Gabby's rookie year on tour, to make a final, that's a huge accomplishment. And I just loved the chat with Isabella after this final, that relief of finding saving your spot on tour with a huge win, knowing that you can perform under that kind of pressure.
Just fit in that highlight real quickly as the set is popping up here at Punta Roca. Gabby Bryan thinking about it. Not looking like she's into it at all. Isabella will look to glide into this wave to improve up and change of her thoughts there. She'll hold back. But Gabby's still pacing. This one's really starting to stand up on the cobblestones out the back. And just holding back. These surfers so good with choosing the right waves. Connor O'Leary did mention there was a certain turn Gabby did in her previous heat that maybe put her behind. So sometimes you have, yeah, your one head coach, and then there's assistant coaches in your crew that are world-class surfers as well.
And for me, you know, the positive attributes that Gabby has in her corner at the moment, she surrounded herself with really good people. Obviously, Connor O'Leary is part of the Richard Dog Marsh camp with Ryan Callanan, Leah Faravanti. Her mom's traveling with her. Her equipment is so good and reliable. You know, she's got the self-belief that she's carrying this season. And another thing that she's got is she just seems really happy and enjoying herself, and it's all just shining through in her performances.
I do think every shaper has a skill set that stands out, just like surfers have in their personality of how they perform. And I think the best thing for Matt Biolos that he has going is consistency, you know, of like getting very, very close to creating magic boards, make very similar feels just time and time again. That's really hard to do. You're even bringing up different temperatures and different climates and how that affects the foam and the feel and the lamination process. And for Gabby Bryan, she got her quiver at the start of the year, and she's like, well, my biggest problem is picking one because they all feel great. This one was written in the lead up to this event, and her coach was like, yeah, that's the one, now get off of it right away, and wouldn't let her continue to surf on it until she had her heats. Dog got me earlier. I'm going, hey, Dog, when you're on tour, remember any all South African finals? And I think I was bugging him right before the final. He's like, yeah, Mike Burness. And he just made up a whole story. And he's like, I'm just kidding. I'm all writing it down. He got me. He got me good.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he's funny. It's just, it's fun. I think, you know, in surfing, the relationships that you really want to focus on is one with your coach, but then also with your shaper. And almost with your shaper can be a really intimidating one because you're trying to like really want to be on this equipment. You really want to be communicating well with your shaper and fine-tuning things. So just fostering that relationship. And she's built up a really great relationship with her shaper, Matt. He was in the booth with us yesterday watching one of Gabby's heats, and it's so cool when you have that belief from your shaper, you have that belief from your coaches.
Focusing on the run into the final, points-wise, Gabriela Bryan still with the best combined heat total of this event in El Salvador. The 17.4 total was against Bella Kenworthy. How about Bella with the loss, still on that top sheet of best heat scores this season, as we see Isabella Nichols just kind of fading and hopping out, not finding much there under the watch of Gabby Bryan. But the two best heat scores of this event in the same heat, Gabby Bryan, Bella Kenworthy. Rewatch that on WorldSurfLeague.com. At the end of the day today, Katie Simmers has the best combined heat total of the year through the first 4 stops of the season. And things are tightening up in the world title race. Gabby Bryan wants to come off with a win heading into Bells Beach, then to Burley, then to Margaret River, where she can play into that role of a defending event champion. Tons of support for Gabriela Bryan back home as well in the Hawaiian Islands. Her younger sister is actually over on the island of Oahu, going to the University of Hawaii Manoa and the nursing program there, working at Kapiolani. And then she's got an older brother as well that finished up his college in Arizona on the mainland. He's been home on Kauai for about 4 years since then. And she's also supported by one of the all-time greats, Carissa Moore. Carissa telling me Gabby and Bella are the two biggest reasons why she's watching every heat on tour, really following their journey this year on the top 17. A big committed paddle with Gabriela Bryan getting priority and then throwing it away. That's when you realize the nerves are real, when you know that the event title is on the line. A rare mistake for Gabriela Bryan. Priority back in the hands of the heat leader, Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, there's just been that little bit of undercurrent of kind of nerves playing in this heat. I think obviously we were watching it here on cushy couches and air-conditioned room. I think it's a lot tougher out there in the lineup to read what's going on. Gabby really giving this one a good dig, taking off and recognizing that it's just going to run away without her. Tricky out in the lineup, that sea breeze creating a lot of chatter. You can tell by that body language immediately that she's disappointed in that choice.
Surfing so interesting. You're so fired up. You're so ready mentally, physically. Boards feel great. And then you just can't win fast enough. So a mistake for Gabby Bryan. Isabella now with priority and the lead. Strider, how's it looking?
Oh, that was just a shocker right there. A second mistake from Gabby on priority. I thought, you know, maybe learn from the first mistake, but those first waves are just too much chop. The sheets are, you know, all messed up all over the bed, and then the next one, they're pulled tight, so you gotta really, no matter whether that wave's bigger, it's not gonna make it better. So you need that second wave, you need that one that makes it look nice and clean, and you know, you have to be able to perform on these waves, and coming off the bottom on those choppy ones, it's almost impossible to really find a lip line. So big mistake right there for Gabby. There's a lot of time left though, and we do have a mistake from Nichols, so it's there's 2 mistakes for Gabby and 1 for Nichols. We'll see how this thing, you know, plays out in the end here, but I don't know, maybe it's more comfortable in there at the Corona bar. What do you think, Mitchell?
Oh, it definitely is, Strider. We're here in the Corona Cero deck, 100% natural ingredient, 0% alcohol. It's about 10:30 in the a.m. We're in the women's final right now. We have the men's final coming up after this. Everything's heating up. Chris Cote, this one's for you. Salud, my friend.
Well, if that one's for me, then why don't you bring it over here? The Red Bull Athlete Zone, pretty relaxed, but you can feel a slight bit of tension in the air. You got Dog Marsh over here literally hanging onto this pole for dear life as we see a rider up and at it. It's Gabriela Bryan. Hammers that section. You start to hear a little bit of oohs and ahs coming up from the crowd. Comes around it again, bashes it. So a strong finish there. You know, I'm trying to gauge kind of who this crowd is cheering for. I asked Katie Simmers, I say, who do you got in this one? She says, I like them both. And I think that's kind of the feeling in this area. Both the surfers in the water right now, extremely likable. The sentimental decision, I feel like, is with Isabella Nichols. You know, the whole storyline of missing her twin sister's wedding. It would be a real feel-good win for her. But Gabriela Bryan, she's fighting for a spot in the final 5, where I think most of the surfers and fans in this area feel that she belongs. So there's something to cheer for both of the surfers in the water. Oh no, wow, I just felt an energy shift, and that's because, don't look now, but Jordy Smith is right here getting in the zone. I'm gonna give him some space.
Thank you, Chris. Chris is hiding behind the pole. Jordy just moved right in front of him. Chris, I can still see you. Even if Chris started doing jumping jacks behind Jordy right now, I don't even think Jordy would notice. He's in that kind of lion's den layer at the moment where he is just focused on one thing. And the thing that is kind of extra special about this moment, it really has been a while. You go back to 2017, the last time Jordy Smith won a CT event. That was the Bells Beach win over Caio, where he chipped his tooth on the bell. He was so stoked. But for a guy like Jordy Smith, that feels like an eternity ago. And now at 2025 with a chance to win what would be a 7th event in one of the best careers we've ever seen.
That's baffling that he hasn't been in a final, or that he hasn't taken home a championship tour win in that long, Joe. Wow, what a long time between drinks for him. No wonder he's got that tunnel vision. Super focused. Number coming in for Gabby.
Gabby Bryan, 4.33. That was the wave that Chris called just a moment ago. So Isabella, priority needs a 4.26 for the lead. Bigger wave starting to move down the line. In position is Gabriela Bryan, trying to adapt to the situation here. A chunky, kind of wild section, really hard to surf, just takes her straight down. She's not seeing that clean, big open face that she laid down a 9.23 on yesterday afternoon.
This event's been a test of endurance. I mean, so many early wake-ups, so many hard-fought heats, so many elements to deal with the heat, the rocks, trying to manage your competitive mindset. It's really been a test for the surfers, I feel like, and it's almost being illustrated here in the final.
Certainly, Ro, as we see what happened here.
Yeah, just this wave has a lot of push at the moment with that long period swell and a lot of chatter up the face. There's so much water to contend with. She hits it up there a little bit late. But that's a chunky wave, Joe. There's just so much happening, so much water moving. I mean, look at all of that, like, just coming up the face of that wave as you're trying to set your rail. Not easy.
The foam climb is really fun and great filler move. You can kind of spice it up with a blowtail climb. I've kind of noticed though throughout this waiting period, even on cleaner conditions, it's been a tougher move at this wave at Punta Roca.
Yeah, I think this wave runs away so quickly that if you miss time one of those maneuvers and just get a little bit caught by that whitewater, it's hard to cover that ground and make it out onto the open face. Easy to get swallowed up on that maneuver choice.
Great view of Punta Roca. You see the river mouth at the top, the Chilama River. A lot of the OG locals still call it just La Punta. The Rotherham family had a little spot on the point. I believe it was the first where surfers could stay coming from different countries, and Bob Rotherham had like a sign that said Punta Roca on it, and it really became the name from that point on. But the river mouths are often right next to world-class waves. Just that flow of water that sets up perfect cobblestones for a right-hand point break as we kind of review Gabby Bryan on the tape here.
So this is Gabby's backup wave, the 433. 2 turns. Looking engaging. I think something that she learned from her previous semi-final is just with every wave, don't give up. If there's an opportunity to hit it, do it, finish the wave. And this 433 is in her scoreline at the moment and keeping her in the lead. So making the most of out of nothing. Gabby's been really good at that. Here we go. Another opportunity for her.
Gabriela Bryan starting to rush down the line to catch up to this first section. Nice bottom turn, connects well. Spray still flying. And then goes down on the cutty off the top. An emotional roller coaster for Connor and Dog. Wild in this final, seeing the amount of falls, but man, the conditions are tough. When you see Gabby going down in a nice transition move just to wrap it in the pocket, that's one of her signature moves. You know there's some serious speed bumps on the wave that just caught her and took her right down. So that score turns into a throwaway, 2.67.
Gabby's been extremely active, but in contrast, Isabella's sitting out the back. So again, Gabby having to make up a lot of time. Nice first maneuver, a lot of spray. Heading out on the open face, just catches that rail. Maybe just a touch too lateral to find the power pocket to bring her back around. She's eyeing off this section. This water angle definitely illustrates that texture that we're seeing on the face of the wave. It's making it difficult to set that rail line. She just gets caught there. You know, there's that little section of this wave where it starts to double up and push with power, and that's where it gets a little bit shallower on the cobblestones. She gets caught in the cut of that wave.
Still 15:20 on the clock left in this 45-minute final. McGillivray, Jordy Smith coming up next. All South African final here in El Salvador. That matchup was a semifinal last year. As you see this big point break, Isabella holding court, working closely with J. Bottle Thompson, who had a great year on tour, even had a 10-point ride at J Bay. Great point break specialist as well, being a local at Burley Heads. That announcement was made that Snapper's moving to Burley, and that's going to help out Isabella even more. She's won an event at Burley back in 2017, so some of those Aussies will really take advantage of having that experience on all the great points on the Goldie.
That's a good point, Joe. Just, you know, the familiarity that some of the veterans would have on tour with Snapper Rocks, that's out the window now. You've got to learn a new location, moving a few kilometers up the road to Burley Heads. Well, I'm sure most of the Aussie contingent have either competed or free surfed on tour.
There's an extended climb. That's been a challenging move today and throughout the week. Isabella Nichols coming off her second turn. Nice clean arc. Nichols just pacing down the line. Really have to pick your points well. Nice smooth wrapping cutback. Nice timing towards the end section. Isabella Nichols surfing a real clean final. Kurt Jacobs loving it. Had a big celebration before we caught him there, and then Gabriela Bryan's gonna roll in. Wow, look how clean this one looks. Lays down, ends up stumbling on her first top turn. And the falls continue for Gabriela Bryan. What I thought was the favorite from the last few days. Highest combined heat total has just been having some trouble here on finals day.
Yeah, it's as she waves down, it looks like she's had some trouble with her fins there. She's going to head over to her caddy, switch over equipment. Yeah, she's just been running into roadblock after roadblock in this heat.
Yeah.
So now that Gabby's paddling over, Strider looks like it may be something with her equipment.
Yeah, maybe a fin blowout because, you know, she came through that turn and lost traction. So I'm not sure what happened there. We're going to find out in a minute. We got Angie's paddling over with the board right now, and then we're going to get a board swap, and then I can take a look at the equipment, but definitely some damage done. I mean, she's been going super hard. I wouldn't, you know, it could be a little crease off the tail or a fin, so we're gonna take a look at it as it happens right now.
Thank you, Strider.
Yep.
So Gabby moving over, we can see her getting over to the caddy spot there. Angie on the switch. Great surfer. Was happy to be the caddy for Gabriela Bryan. And sometimes these things happen to equipment on the wave before, and then maybe she really realized something was wrong when she went down on that turn and actually flipped her board over. So Strider will be standing by for a little review of that magic board that's been on ice throughout this event that gave her a 9.23. As we look at the replay, see what happened.
Yeah, this wave was boiling up so nicely for Gabby. She sets her rail. I think right there, the fin just, well, we'll see what happened with the equipment. But, you know, in my mind, it's the fin that's kind of lost its point of contact with the surfboard. She's pushing so hard right there on the blade section of that fin. Strider has the board, and he can confirm what we're seeing happen in front of us.
Wow, what do you got?
Oh, wow, just pushing so hard, she buckled the board right above the fins, you know, full buckle all the way across rail to rail. And that just shows you the power of Punta Roca, of Gabby, and you know, these boards they're made high performance, but you know, for her to break the board just turning off the top like that is pretty impressive. Unfortunate, but you know what? Angie was here with the backup, and she's back out there. She's psyching. She was pissed, though. You could tell. She wants more. She's all growled up.
Thanks for the update, Strider. Great job catting Angie, and Gabby Bryan batting back into position, having to move off that magic board, and we'll be able to see how this one looks under her feet. But she is the most powerful surfer on tour, flexing her equipment in this final. Still has time to make a comeback. Nichols did just increase her lead with that last 5.17. As Matthew McGillivray and Britt Merrick are waiting for the final.
Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events.
Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River.
In a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300. Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Lighting up this turn on the backup board is Gabby Bryan as we come off the break. The Kauaian laying down that rail. Wow, how smooth does this board look? Looks great under her feet. Off the bottom, hits that off the lip. Good read so far. This wave continues to run and the flow state activated for Gabriela Bryan. Who knows, maybe that board was buckled a long time ago. Looking so much smoother. Now Isabella Nichols on the answer. Nice clean section to throw out that finishing move. And that was the back-to-back exchange that you're hoping for in the final of the event. Both dealing with a few mistakes. Gabby dealing with a lot of falls and realized she had a buckle right above the fins. And that board looks fantastic.
I mean, whoa, just you just mentioning, maybe it did happen a little while ago because we did see, you know, a couple of mistakes in a row. Gabby looking just as connected on this board, just as lively, knowing that she needs that 5-2-5 to take the lead. Power hack, waits for this wave to open up. Beautiful arc there, staying in the top 2/3. This is, to me, this is the wave that gets Gabby back in the heat. This is just beautifully surfed. Good timing. Looking to throw that 2-turn combination in a short amount of space. I think that one's going to settle the nerves for her. Wow, that turn right there, just so on rail, so much power. Good to see Gabby back in this heat. I mean, you have that time that you burned going over, switching the equipment. You got to just mentally switch over to the board that you're going to be riding. It just seems like her boards, doesn't matter what she's going to be riding, it all feels familiar to her, which is such an advantage. Deep bottom turn to meet the slip line. This turn right here, Joey, was just all power and finesse. Look at her, she just flips that board on the rail and relies on it all the way. They're the numbers, something healthy to get her excited about this heat as we move into the 6 minutes remaining.
She's such a momentum surfer, isn't she? You can almost tell her glow is coming back through every turn going, yeah, this board feels great. Now it's coming with me when she lays the rail over. And then the contrast to Isabella, what'd you see?
Yeah, Isabella's wave was looking great. Lots of speed flying down the line. This turn right here was really nice. A hook under the lip. Just a 2-turn combo. So just wasn't meant to be that she got more down the line. But Gabby is locking in some great numbers and really fighting back in the last 10 minutes of this heat.
So fun to see back and forth waves because you get to really break down their style and approach with Gabby Bryan like a freight train through foam. Getting 783 out of the panel for that last wave, a comeback wave to get involved in this final after a series of falls and a broken board. And then the precision type act from Nichols, real polished, clean. I love how she's patient. She can fade a bottom turn to go more vertical in the pocket. She's got a great snap to wrap combination that she's been executing.
I mean, that last wave, it equaled her one previous, the 517 that's in her scoreline. So, you know, that's just 2 turns. Get another one in there, get another 2 in there, and you're looking at the 777 that she requires. She's got priority under 5 minutes.
She's psyching though. She's still got another 200 yards of paddle though.
Oh yeah, Strider? How's she looking?
Oh my gosh, she's looking winded but locked in. I mean, she knows the job's not done yet. She just paddled about 500 yards, and guess what? She's only got about 400 more to go. Like the paddle, the length of ride that she just had was incredible, and the stamina to push through that whole thing was wild. And the paddle back out is just intense. I mean, it's hot out here. She's definitely sweating in the water right now, no doubt. And that long paddle back out, you know, those weights, those lulls, it kind of you know, she's probably thankful for that right now because, you know, her opponent is in need of a score. But I think, you know, she knows she's got to get back out there, and she knows which wave she needs. You know, that double up wave. I feel like she knows that the job's not done, and she wants to go back out there and get another wave and put, you know, a big score on the board. Go excellent. So I feel like that's what she's after. Isabella looking over after her wave and just like, she knew that she didn't get enough out of it. She knows she needs to get back out there, but, you know, picking the right wave is just so key right now. Hopefully we get another set that comes through and it cleans up the entire, you know, platform for these ladies, and we get to see them both go through the roof a couple more times, because I'm loving it. Isabella's getting technical. Gabby is just power gouging. It's so fun to watch.
What a great final. Thank you, Strider. Working hard out there, loving his job. Best seat in the house. I mean, he got smoked yesterday on the rocks just trying to get into position to do that water reporting, and that's gone viral at WSL on Instagram, over 1 million views, and Strider quickly to have a laugh, shake it off. There's no place he'd rather be than breaking it all down here at Punta Roca. Gabby Bryan, what a turnaround. Backup board looks just as strong as the Magic. She has them all differentiated by the artwork done by Ryder Biolis. A little bit of purple on this one, just to remember which board is which, because they all feel great on that Driver 3.0 model from Lost. Biggest thing she said she changed is just increasing volume into 2025, as she did get stronger. Now Bella needing a lucky jackpot number, 777, to turn this around. Kicks off with a quarterfinal at Pipe. She got really barreled at backdoor. She puts in so much time on that dangerous reef. And I love that she got one of her better waves she's had at that event at stop number 1.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's all about, is putting your time in there, learning different spots on the reef, and you can tell that that's what the women needed, the time out in that lineup to get those results, to get those waves, to find their place and really learn how to surf that wave. It's the deadliest wave that we surf, Joe. It's just a force of nature, so to get a good result there is a massive accomplishment.
So nice start to the year with that 5th, and then lower results from Abu Dhabi and then Portugal. But once she gets the taste of an event that she feels good at, she usually repeats success back-to-back on the Challenger Series at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, which has been crucial in her re-qualification runs the past 2 seasons. But we've known about Isabella for a long time. 2015 World Junior Champ, kicked off what's been a great career. She's won the QS in the past, being a champion. But now it's all about 1 minute left in the final with priority, needing a 777. Through her grommet hood and the Sunshine Coast, she would have played this game in her head. Well, now it's real life. Seeing if Punta Roca will give her another shot at this title.
Yeah, it's all in the hands of the ocean, whether that wave pops up in time to let Bella have another shot at it. She's looking around. Gabby's right on top of her.
"30 seconds. Gabriela Bryan, final to win in Margaret River in the past. Last year, runner-up to Caroline Marks. Will she continue that streak of finals and then champions? Isabella is going to break her competitive headspace out the back, and really wanting to congratulate Gabriela Bryan on an explosive performance this week. Way to go, Bella, for transitioning and celebrating pro surfing. And what a moment for Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca. Absolute powerhouse. Some of those brilliant performances we've seen in the lead up to the final. Happiness in the dog pound. Gabriela Bryan takes out the title here in El Salvador for the first time in her career. Bella Nichols also climbing those ranks with a big runner-up finish today.
Wow, what a final. These two women. It was a hard-fought final for Gabriela Bryan to take away that win. Back-to-back finals in El Salvador and finally taking the W. Just so much grit and determination.
And it didn't come easy. Look at that backup board. Wow, this might take the top spot heading into Bells Beach. That board looks insane. She recognized the buckle above the fins, swapped it out, and then went right into her best wave of the final to take the lead. This young lady is impressive, always smiling. What a week. Celebrated her birthday while she was down here. A perfect finish for Gabriela Bryan and her crew.
Yeah, hard work paying off. I mean, all those early morning wake-ups, all those free surfs, all of it, just insane.
And she will just happily drift out of position and think about all the hard work this week, as she is setting herself up right next to Strider.
Love you so much. You're the 2025 Surf City El Salvador Pro Champion. Are you kidding me? What a roller coaster of a final. I mean, you've been on point all event, but you must feel like just amazing to be coming away with this thing.
Oh, that was so insane, such a roller coaster, like you said. I made some really big mistakes, but I was like, just give me one wave, and I promise I won't mess it up. And had a little mishap with my board, but my backup was like just as good, so I was confident in that, and I can't even believe it. So stoked.
Well, congratulations. Just a couple words for the dog pound in there. You know, your coach, Richard Dog Marsh, and all your teammates in there that are on the same coaching staff.
I love you guys. I honestly couldn't do it without you. You guys fire me up, and to my family back at home. Hi to my dad, brother, and sister, and everyone watching. I love you guys, and
let's go.
Can't wait to see you.
Go, Gabby! Yes.
That is so epic. Dodging sets out the back and still starting the celebration. Gabriela Bryan in love with her job, and it just shows with every contest on tour. She is the champion here at Punta Roca, moving up on the live rankings. Stand by, everybody. It's an all South African final. Matthew McGillivray against Jordy Smith.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
It just couldn't be more fitting than to have the great Shaun Tomson lead us into the final here with beautiful words, talking about history being written in an all-South African final. Shaun Tomson, one of the all-time greats who busted down the door and won a world title back in '77, winning so many events and making giant contributions to pro surfing and a reason why we're all sitting here today. Big thanks, Shaun. How about this final? Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, Mitchell Salazar, Matthew McGillivray representing J-Bay, Jordy Smith from Durban, but now living right on that special right-hand point break. This is as good as it gets for a great surfing country that doesn't get to celebrate moments like this very often. Jordy, 18-year vet, against Matty McGillivray, who still has a long career ahead of him, Jesse.
I'm so excited to watch this unfold. Obviously, I think the Big Bruce's trying to take the titles from Matt, his spot, trying to be in the local to J-Bay now. Like, Matt must be feeling like, hey, I gotta swing this down to take down the big guy.
Oh, it's so great. Look at this on paper. Big shout out to everybody watching in South Africa, from Cape Town to Durban to Jeffreys Bay, all the way up to Bolito and beyond. Right-hand point break specialist going head-to-head, Mitch. Starting with Matthew McGillivray. Talk about his run into this final.
Yeah, just exceptional stuff. I mean, the heat against Griffin the other day, buzzer beater, of course, this morning, 8-1-7 against younger brother Crosby. And just talk about somebody who's been competing very well this event, making the right decisions in the right moments, Joe, and of course going up against one of the all-time greats in the blue jersey, the other kid from that same country, Durban's own Jordy Smith.
Jordy Smith, the oldest on tour, a storybook career, a total phenom, has Gabby Bryan making her way in, getting a big hug from the reigning world champ.
That was so nuts. Thank you.
Fuck yeah. So proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
what
Connor.
a classic moment with the dog pound. Connor O'Leary, so proud of her. And that's real. You know, they definitely turn into best friends, like family on the road. Sometimes you spend more time with your support crew on the road than you do with your family at home. You got to bring that on tour, that you can't just sign up for that. It's got to really evolve naturally and genuinely, you know. And Connor could have been on a flight somewhere else, and he's like, this is a big one for his whole crew. Gabby Bryan is just feeling all that happy emotion as she's now right next to Rosie Hodge.
It's radiating off her, and why wouldn't it be? You made the final in Portugal, back-to-back finals here in El Salvador, but to take the win, what does that mean to you? It was such a hard-fought win.
Yeah, that one I had to dig deep. I had a little bit of a mishap with my board and made some mistakes, but I knew that if I got the right wave, I wasn't going to mess it up. So I'm so glad that came through, and it feels so good to win. Like you said, I had the second in Portugal, which is a good result, but I definitely wasn't happy. So to back it up with this gives me so much confidence.
And this event feels like a test of endurance. It's been a long one, a lot of early wake-ups, a lot of conditions, and the heat to contend with. Tell us about your run through this one.
Yeah, it's been, like you said, so gnarly. 4 a.m. wake-ups like for 2 weeks straight gets to you, but I've just been kind of doing my own thing, hanging with my crew, and my mom's here with me, supporting me a bunch. So yeah, I have a really good group of friends around me, and it definitely takes a village, and everyone back at home supporting me and sending me messages. I definitely couldn't do it without you guys either.
I bet your mom can't wait to give you a hug. So we'll let that happen. Congratulations, Gabriela Bryan. That was absolutely incredible. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, Jordy, for getting this final started against Matthew McGillivray. Sometimes it's tough to get the opening wave on a point break like this, but leave it to the veterans to know where to sit at the right time. When we first saw that view of the lineup, I couldn't even actually find Jordy out there. He was playing an experienced game to get pole position and open up with that first score, Jesse.
That was impressive from him. It's not going to be a massive score, but the start of it, you see how much crumble and how as the wind starts to fill in more and more, there's kind of a swell created, and it breaks up the wave apart. So it's very hard to identify the lip line and that first turn for him as he opens up. You can see here how much wobble there is throughout the wave, and he goes up in vertical. Goes through the section and a beautiful carve right there, very tight, lots of water. The only downfall I feel like on this wave is he tried to go for 2 turns to finish it off. This one down the line and try to do a foam climb. I would have liked him to just finish it up on that last one and put an exclamation point to it. But damage was done.
Chunky sections there for the big man to deal with on that opener, Mitch.
Yeah, and especially as you guys are mentioning, it's always difficult to go on the first wave of the sets, especially in a final that's so important. He's looking for his first victory in nearly 8 years, Joe. First final since 2021, so obviously a lot on the line, but as Jesse was mentioning, damage was definitely done all the way on the outside. And one thing to consider too, much larger waves out there right now. Even with the Sonshore wind, Joe, we saw a lot of backup scores, 4s, 5s, really implemented in the semifinals. This to me should be better rewarded right here, especially with the impact of the outside maneuvers.
What a start for Jordy Smith. And then Matthew McGillivray taking a look at this one, Jesse.
Yeah, just kind of a double up, but came smaller than the previous wave, so you could see a lot of traction from the wave before and a lot of white water. But let's go back to it. Like, I saw it again, the replay, that second turn, that was damage. It's gonna be a pretty solid score to start the heat, mostly with the conditions being a little bit crumbly like they are now.
Good call, Jesse. Scales always different for each day and each heat, just comparing the two in the water as Jordy passes Strider there, getting a 7.33 on that opening ride. A big score there to kick things off. McGillivray up and out, so great place for priority. And this is how the judges reacted. A few 7.5s. Drop one of those, drop the 7. Nice clean start for the 18-year vet on the championship tour, looking for a 7th win. It's been since 2017 at Bell, since Jordy's won a major event on tour. Let's catch up with Strider.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, well, you know, Jordy catching up on his way through, you know, basically just looking over, and, you know, you wonder how the energy is going to be between, you know, my position here and an athlete paddling by. Am I going to get a smile, a frown? You know, is he going to splash water at me? And he paddles by and he's like, so what do you think, Bru? It's a pretty solid start, Bru. And he was like, yeah, I like it. And he just kind of nodded through it. And then right as he got away from me, the score came across the loudspeaker and he was like, yeah, I like that, you know. So I feel like he McGillivray in that one, because we saw what happened when McGillivray was sitting wide in his heat against Crosby, and you know that was where the best wave came through the heat. And Jordy kind of slow rolled his paddle out, made McGillivray wait in the lineup, made everybody wait to start the final until Jordy was in the lineup, and then as soon as he was close enough to being in the lineup, they called it on. And there was a wave right there for him, and McGillivray was just a little bit too far out.
The art of war, isn't it? All these little things behind the scenes that you pick up on. Good man was. Jordy's been around these parts for a very long time, so he knew he had time to get to the lineup. You know, he could have a moment where Matty's like, where is he? Where is he? And that could just throw him off a little bit. There's just these little things that go into this whole act on tour. And Jordy's seen it all. I mean, you think about that first year he had, that was 2008. Just so much experience. That was Kelly's 8th world title. Pete Durbridge, runner-up in the world. Hobgood brothers in effect. Bobby Martinez, top 10.
Taj was killing through those years as well.
Exactly. I mean, think of what Jordy absorbed from that era. The tour was so gnarly back then, Mitch.
Well, I thought you retracted him being the oldest. I thought you were going to say the most experienced once again, Joe. But, you know, that's just on the championship tour. We got to talk about his junior career, all the things that he did on the QS. He was QS champion back in 2007. That's how he qualified. And of course, coming from a location that has obviously produced a lot of great surfers, they've never had somebody as productive outside of Sean Thompson and Martin Potter, who won the championship for Great Britain back in the day, to really succeed the way he has. So for a long period of time, he's been at the forefront of that generation. Most importantly, he's had success against multiple generations on this tour, Joe.
How would that feel to be Matthew McGillivray right now? You know, to separate the moment. It can be emotional. We even saw it with Jordy, but for him looking up to Jordy his entire life, the one man that's just represented your region, sometimes by himself on tour for decades on decades, a guy that's made opportunities happen for the next generation. And then you got to figure out a way to beat your idol and your hero in a heat and try to put that all away and try to make it feel your fire to take a win in this one.
Imagine that Matthew McGillivray was probably about 10 first time Jordy Smith put on a jersey at Jeffreys Bay at his local home break. So the amount he could be star crushed right there. But you got to just put to the side and go into work. It's just another heat. Forget that. Just treat it as a jersey, a blue jersey by you. Don't treat it as a Jordy Smith. So that's what he has to do. And I think he's going to do it just fine. It's a massive opportunity in front of him, and he knows that. And I feel like at this point, like how deep you are in the event, the nerves are off already. There's been so much repetition, so much that happened in front of you inside the heat. So you kind of refining all the mistakes that you had previously, and now it's just almost like naturally, just a natural expression of what everything that happened previously. So I think he'll be fine. He's going to bounce back.
And speaking to your point right there, Jesse, just automatically looking back on this heat from last year, you know, we saw these two meet up, and Matthew McGillivray able to move on. So he's already felt this kind of one-on-one matchup before with one of the greats from South Africa. Sean Thompson watching this heat with a lot of pride. He was remembering a final that he had with Michael Burness in '84, the OP Pro in Florida. He's kind of going through his mind. We're trying to remember South African finals. So that one more recent than the one with his cousin Michael Thompson back in '77. Jordy under priority with a great start, 7.33.
You know he's going on this.
Having a nice casual glide, just like a lion ready to pounce. He will step off. Should make him little swaps throughout this event with the Mayhem and also with the Smith Shapes V12 model, both looking great. Almost seems like when the sets got bigger, he wanted to kind of feel the V12 for conditions like this. The Mayhem's been feeling great. And when you're kind of growing up in the surf industry and your dad's such a big part of it, you've kind of gotten boards from almost everyone, including his father. Talking about the relationship with Matt. Matt Biolos meeting him when he was 8. He used to have models with CI as well. You know, I think there's a time when everyone was just saying, can I make you a board? Can I make you a board? You know, and he'd try them all out, try to figure out what was working best throughout these 18 years on tour. And really fun that his dad and himself can just build a company together, built on experience, and it's proven with the Smith Shapes program. Matty with priority on a CI from Britt Merrick. Britt told me that it's really easy to work with Matty. It makes sense. He's a cool customer. Got a nice staged rocker on this board. I guess the contrast to that is that continuous rocker that you'd see from like one of the Proton models from CI. It's almost like a banana type look, not as extreme.
But yeah, well, sometimes we even call that. It looks like the rocker had like a banana shape to it. Like
yeah, where the stage rocker, it's kind of a little more user-friendly, like it's got that little flip in the tail, flip in the nose as well. Nice speed, nice flat feeling under the front foot. And McGillivray has been loving it. 6.0 that he's on, 6.1 as a backup.
Yeah.
Under the, who's sitting on it is Brett Power in the water, and Brett's got a nice comfy spot in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What a resource having these guys on hand on these big events, Mitch.
100%. And speaking of resources, I mean, Jesse can attest to this. I was lucky enough to grow up in Mexico with proximity to the U.S. and having a U.S. passport too. South Africans, South Americans tend to have the most difficult travel schedule, Joe. And props to these guys for spending all this money, all this time traveling the world. Jordy mentioned it in his post-heat interview after the semi. It's a week of gratitude, really. And Daniel Emsley, Luke Thompson, all these kids that are coming up in the rankings, even Rosie can attest to this. And whenever you make it to this point in your career, Joe, after having such a large demand, especially traveling, you make every opportunity count. And we're seeing both of these guys right now in this event make that count. And it's cool to see it paying off.
Cool that you mentioned that, because if I'm not mistaken, Matthew McGillivray mentioned that during COVID, right when COVID hit, they had a few events and they had to stop. And he spent about like a year and a half on the road without going back home.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, you know, like as much as it sounds like we're being picky because we're traveling around the world, but you miss home. Mostly guys like this that live in front of J-Bay, it's a tough wave to see your friends posting about the swell that just, you know, swinged in that bay, and you're just missing that.
32.5 in the final. It's Jordy 7.63. How you feeling, Waz?
Feeling great. Just, you know, you guys are reminiscing on all the different points of, you know, traveling surfers and everything that these guys have to go through to, you know, establish themselves on these tours. And, you know, when we travel, you know, I got to travel over to J-Bay, right, a 3 years ago, and I got a ride from the airport with Sean Thompson. And, you know, when you put your you know, directions into your phone, it takes you on this nice little easy route through the on the freeway and the highway there. I looked at my directions, and it was completely the opposite way of which way Sean was driving. And I said, Sean, what about your directions? You going the right way, bro? He's like, hey, bro, this is my town. This is where I'm from. I'm taking my old routes, bro. We're going my way, okay? This is my zone. Just sit back, relax. Take a look at the people around you. I want you to see the real South Africa. And we drove through these neighborhoods that just blew me away. I get chicken skin and kind of emotional thinking about it because these guys, it's not easy for everybody, you know? And so I'm stoked to see these guys out here. It's really amazing to see these two guys from South Africa in the final, charging through it. And it's just, I don't know, it brings me right back to those moments. So thanks, Sean, for paving the way. And thanks to these guys for being here.
Love you, Waz. Love that story. That's just a testament of the heart and how connected we are as a big surfing family and how we love and respect our heroes from day one. And we appreciate everything from the crew that busted down the door to create this lifestyle, to create this sport, to create, you know, a stage for athletes like Jordy and Matthew to be pro surfers and to surf at the best of their ability and to have as many boards as they need to succeed and to have prize money increase. You know, those guys had to do it for the love. You know, they had to love it all because it didn't exist before. You know, guys like Sean and Bugs and PT and the crew, they're like, hey, let's do this. They knew that this could thrive. And what a great story from the Waz, that when you get an opportunity to hang out with someone like Sean, you're just all ears. So much wisdom, so many great stories, and oh, wow, so many great laughs too. I mean, Strider, he loves the backseat drive, and you know.
I know.
That was a time where he's like, okay, I got it. Sean Thompson's got the wheel. Jordy's out front, 733. Gosh, he's had a ton of supporters from Travis Logie, who they got to be on tour together on the CT. Trav doing a great job with the Challenger Series in QS these days. They had a semifinal at Chopes where Jordy broke his ribs. It had to be resurfed. That was radical work, right? Walk, man, really close to Jordy Smith growing up in Durban there. Chad Detroit, there's so many people that support him.
Damien Farrenforth.
Damien, wow,
Duma,
manager, friend. Gosh, they've spent some good years together. Duma still working with Jordy for all these years. They're like brothers. Duma's also in the event at J Bay in the past as a wild card. It still absolutely rips. I saw him in Hawaii recently. Looked like he was on tour.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Big wave here, Joe. Important one, too.
Matthew McGillivray representing Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, setting up his first turn of the heat. It's that little slingshot wrap that he could really lean into, going into the mid-faced with the second version. Now starting to hunt. Nice flow through that first section. Looks like he's got the pace to get out in front, going a little slopey on him, but holds that rail on that 6-0. Nice drive and fin throw through the end section for McGillivray. We'll pop up to see Jordy in motion. Nice movement on that frontside floater. Connecting a little 2-for-1 section right at the end for Jordy to provide a backup score for the 7.33. And now Jordy making his way back out. Came off the beach yesterday, just so thrilled to be getting barreled at Punta Roca. Got to really see the world-class element of this wave in Latin America. McGillivray, the story for him has been unbelievably clutch and even a little bit angry when he wasn't getting scores in the early rounds. That's just built his flame throughout a series of upsets, including knocking out past champ Griffin Colapinto. Then when you get that roll and then the waves get better as you're building, that's a special run for both these guys. Standing by for the numbers. Matty looked comfortable and patient as he waited with priority and definitely executed, Jesse.
No doubt. I have nothing wrong to say about that wave. It was perfectly ridden. The only flaw is the quality of the wave itself. It looked like it was a good wave from the get-go, but you're going to see right here, beautiful first scarf, and then the wave starts to get a little bit flatter, so he has to kind of do a cut back and wait for the wave to reset. And the whole time there's a lot of sections in front of him, so a lot of downtime. And the judges are going to pay close attention to it. And then he lacked energy in the end to the transition, but then he finished it off strong. But you can see it, not much coping. As much as he did as much as he could on that wave and that section itself, the wave lacked intensity and just curve.
Good call, Jesse. You can see the sweeping kind of setup moves to make sure that he completed this wave, Mitch.
Yeah, and that was a really cool turn. I mean, it pushed him down the line, but as Jesse said, Still got caught a little bit behind, and this was actually the second wave of the set and was still relatively fat. But what you can see here, he had to readjust and make something out of nothing right there at the end. That was perfectly done. And I mean, there were a couple subtle adjustments right here. Joe pushed a little harder when he needed to, had to decelerate also when the wave was forcing him to do so. It's going to be his backup score as of right now, really.
There's the start, and then Jordy on the next one, Jesse.
Yeah, he's in such a good rhythm right now. Look at this is the third wave of the set, but just much more curve on the waves, which allows him to apply more rail and be more aggressive. Nice floater down the line, and he gets around the wave, kind of runs fast as well. It's one more setup carve to finish it off strong. Also, not an incredible wave, but it's a win-win for Jordy Smith right now. He's gonna get a backup, and he also finished the wave more on top of the lineup than Matthew McGillivray, so he's gonna come back with priority and gonna have the right of way for the next wave.
Just a veteran approach from Jordy Smith, taking on this final, getting the first wave when no one even could find him in the lineup. Then they realized it was ready to go, started the clock right into that 7.33, holding the rhythm of the heat. Matty gets a 5 out of that last one, so surfed it up for the potential it gave him, staying pretty sloped out. Big shout out to Bigfoot, Greg Hemsley.
Oh, yeah.
Great career on tour. He's played some coaching roles from the same zone as our own Rosie Hodge in East London. Davey Ware, Paul Canning.
Man.
So many contributions on the
Royden
championship
Bryson.
tour. Royden Bryson, wow, he was amazing.
Yeah, but Ricky Basnet was
Ricky
the guy, though. I mean,
Basnet.
like, Davey Weir and Ricky Basnet, to me, were like the predecessors of the Jordy, just radical surfing. And, you know, I can attest to this. These two guys are big. I'm 240, 6'2". What they're doing is so difficult, and it's really admirable to see this style of surfing at a point break and with quality waves, Joe. I mean, because you can't necessarily present this style of surfing when you're this large at just a regular beach break. So seeing them display this kind of surfing throughout a really 12-day period has been nothing short of excellent.
6.5 for Jordy Smith to go with his 7.33. That's going to sting for McGillivray, with his best being below Jordy's top 2. That means he needs almost a 9. But all kinds of time. Last heat of the event right here, 24 minutes on the clock and a 45-minute final. That's rare these days. Love that we're just maxing it out. We're having that advantage because we worked it down to the semifinals here for finals day.
And let me say it, how lucky we actually got this morning. Like, we could have had deviled winds like we had yesterday, and with the smaller conditions and less consistent, it would have been very tough, but everything lined up for us, and the winds were offshore, and we had another amazing day. Obviously getting on shore now, but still very contestable and fun waves.
Let's focus on these two South Africans on their journey on the championship tour. How about the head-to-head records? 2 wins apiece. Really even, but the one that's really big and standing out is just last season. 15-1-7 total. Matty McGillivray getting the win off of Jordy Smith. This was a quarterfinal heat last season right here at Punta Roca. Mitchell, let's rewind the tape here.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just yesterday too, Joe. Waves were firing for this event last year as well. As you can see, Jordy with those neon rails looked amazing on this board. How's that roundhouse cutty too? On point the entire time. And we just talked about excellent technique, surfing in the pocket. For somebody so big, Jordy's been doing this for close to 20 years at the CT level. But despite surfing that way, it was McGillivray's day, Jesse.
Yeah, look at this. It's so nice when you're cutting through water and the wave is that clean. You know, it feels like you can't really do anything wrong. I just love the timing that both of these surfers are capable of applying on-point breaks like they're doing. Look at that floater, how he got around so critical into a beautiful carve. Beautiful surfing overall. Like, he never gets old.
And as you said, Joe, all the time, Matt has one of the most unique and perhaps underappreciated styles on the CT, and it really showcases itself at a point break like this.
Gosh, it's easy to on the eyes, isn't it? Just a little bit of spontaneity as well. He can throw everyone off when he goes to the air. I think like every year, everyone's like, oh yeah, Matt, it's good in the air. Oh yeah, that's right, because he's not teleporting it. He's doing different types of surfing. He's really focused on overall performance. And he'll use big punts when the section's just right in front of him to throw everybody off. He's landed a lot of them on the CT. And he's got a lot of different things he can go to. Remember his 10-point ride at Chobes? That was out of control. What he wants is to have a really good place on the rankings before he gets to that venue. The last stop of the regular season. It's a great time for guys like Matty McGillivray with a series of rights that we're just running into.
And there's one heat in particular that I still recall. Margaret River a few years ago against Kanoa. Kanoa had to let a wave go. That was basically a closeout. Matt somehow gets into the lip in time, and with that result, he made the cut, Joe. Got nearly an 8 for one turn, a huge wave, and that goes to show you he has that never give up kind of attitude, and there's nothing that can happen if you don't have heart, Joe.
McGillivray still with the 5. Has a throwaway of a 0.5 at the moment, being really patient. Trying to stay connected to the rhythm here at Punta Roca, which has been pretty interesting here on finals. They have plenty of swell left over, but it's been a bit off tempo with sets. Providing a lot of patience for these guys. Jordy Smith can rely on that experience. One in the ocean, one in point breaks, one with battling with the best in the world for almost 2 decades. Something that he wants to accomplish is 20 years straight on tour. And when Jordy said that, it was like, oh yeah, good point. Like guys like Kelly, he had some time off, you know, where Jordy Smith might in fact be the first if he gets that done in the next couple of seasons. Also, good to know that he's not slowing down anytime soon. Strider, what do you have?
Oh, guys, yes, sorry. Didn't know I was on. Let's go. I just wanted to point something out. My position here in the lineup, pretty consistent. I've got a couple buoys here. I got a couple lineups on land, and I'm on the point here, so I'm kind of triangulating my position in the lineup. It hasn't changed, but the surfers are really close to me right now, and I believe Jordy is just kind of drifting down the point, and I don't know if Matty's actually paying that much attention or just realizes that, you know, he's got to stay inside of Jordy to kind of force him into a wave. Either way, they're really far down the point, so with that, you know, whatever wave that does come is going to be kind of shorter and really, you know, it's not as long, and you won't get as much opportunity out of that wave when it does come. I think Jordy having heat priority and control, and you know, having the higher heat total, he just realizes he doesn't even need to surf right now. He just needs to control the rest of it, and he's really got McGillivray all the way down the point, probably 150 yards off the mark of where they should be.
Hey, Strider, this morning we saw that second boil on the inside really affect a lot of the scores, and of course, it actually manufactured a couple of 8s for both Jordy and Matt. Is that still an option right now?
Yeah, there is a wider peak, but you know what? With the tide and the way that the waves are right now, I feel like you know, there's 2 swells in the water. We've got that old southwest that we had bumping through, and that we saw really pump yesterday, and then we've got a little bit of a south coming in as well. So you know, that's why we're getting those kind of lumps in the face, and we've gotten, like we saw that triple barrel from Crosby Colapinto this morning, and that's what that was from, that other swell crossing over and really creating an interesting opportunity for surfers. But right now, you know, I feel like they've kind of separated. There are still some of those double waves, but mostly just nice long lines. So really out the back there, the second wave of the set, that's the way to go. But right now, they look like they're definitely drifting down towards us. I think Jordy just kind of playing the game right now.
Thank you, Strider. We love it. Enjoying the final. We'll catch up with you shortly. Jordy out front, 7.33 and a 6.5. Third year on tour was 2010, finished runner-up in the world title race. That was Kelly's 10th world title out of 11. He finished runner-up again in 2016. And that was runner-up to John Florence, John's first title out of 3. Yeah, but so much consistency in the top 10, top 5. Always just bringing back a lot of great experience, putting more emphasis into the heavy water waves over the years, buying a home in Hawaii right next door to John, and I think he's really dangerous now when it comes to that venue at Pipe, and also at the end of the road in Tahiti. He's been through a lot. I mean, that Code Red swell, he's seen it all. He said he had the scariest wipeout of his life without or with the jersey on, just period. He was standing on the reef seeing a tow set just come right on the reef, and when you make something like that, the positive side is like, okay, I can handle everything. And Jordy got better. Oftentimes some people quit. They're like, that's enough. I don't want to feel that again. But Jordy's just that surfer. Loves his job, wants to stay in the water all day, and it's been fun seeing him grow. Right now, dealing with this lull with priority. Where do you think he's going, Jesse?
Just giving himself separation, give him time to pull the trigger, you know, trying to put himself a little bit down the point more and underneath. So when that set comes, it gives him time of reaction and also puts pressure into Matthew first for him to make the decision. Do I want to pull the trigger on this or not? Most likely he's going to have to take off. If they're that far behind, Matthew's going to have to stand up on the board by the time he gets to Jordy. And then Jordy can be like, hey, this is a 6-point ride, a 6.5, or just a 4. I'm going to let this one go by. So just very mature and smart from him. He knows as much as he wants to put 2 9s on the board, that's not the situation of the heat in the moment. And he's just has a great heat IQ.
Red Bull Athlete Zone is looking like Cote's Cube. Chris, what's happening?
Well, yep, I'm right here in the midst of a pile of dudes, and this is cool. This just tells us that pro surfers, they're just like us. They become surf fans in the finals. So, of course, we got the boys here watching, dissecting all the action. No party yet. We're going to hold that off until the buzzer blows, and of course, the ceremony is going to be awesome. I know Mitchell Salazar will be hosting. Always fun to see that. You can feel the electricity starting to develop. I feel like heavily weighted right now on Jordy Smith, sentimental favorite, so many years on tour, big drought since his last win. Don't want to jinx anything right now. He's doing all the work for himself. But so far, it's been pretty fun to watch. Those big Jordy Smith carves elicit a huge reaction from the entirety of this crowd. And of course, you can hear the grandstands just absolutely rumble when Jordy lays into one of those big turns.
Yeah, I mean, it's really special in surfing history, Chris, as you were a longtime editor of Transworld Surf, putting Jordy Smith all over those magazines from his grommethood to his early world title races. But when you see one of the greats in this type of form and flow with a chance to win an event when it hasn't been a long time, I mean, that's something for everyone to celebrate. Even these younger kids like Cross, you know, he was just a baby when Jordy was getting started. So it's a great opportunity for these guys to see history being written.
Yeah, we're watching history unfold right in front of our eyes. You know, all these guys right here grew up watching Jordy Smith, his video parts in so many movies. Incredible. And for Matthew McGillivray, I mean, you want to get a little nerdy here. South African connection runs even deeper. Talked to Britt Merrick right before the final. Matthew McGillivray is actually riding a board that's in develop right now between Britt Merrick and Michael February. So South African connection and symbiosis is running strong in this final.
Gosh, love that. Great insight from Chris Cote in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. 13.5 on the clock in this historical moment. All South African final here at Punta Roca. Jordy looking for his first win since Bells Beach in 2017. McGillivray looking for the first CT win of his career in his 5th year on the top 34. McGillivray under priority. Jordy's got the lead in the 2 best scores so far. So far the veteran looks like he's in total control of this point break. Dealing with the heat. It is hot outside. They've already surfed in a semifinal earlier today, both getting past the San Clemente surfers of Crosby, Colapinto, and Cole Houshmand. Really featured the tallest guys on tour here on finals day. McGillivray is on the move, but it's up to Jordy if he wants it. And they're just going to let that one roll by. So we will take a break. Still 12.5 to go. Will Jordy take the win here at Punta Roca? We will find out right after this. Every day is a good day in El Salvador, Surf City, giving the world's best world-class waves. Right now we have Jordy Smith live. Fading, weaving, setting up some arcs on the open face, looking for it to build up down the line, and a big layback blowtail to surf that end section up, and a lovely celebration and a fire up from Jordy Smith. You can tell this veteran wants to win so badly, ultra focused in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and waiting for a 7th event title in this 18-year career. Coming off that lull, and he made a decision with priority, made it count. He's trying to prove on a 6.5 on this wave, Jesse.
I mean, this is so impressive. I love this fade here. He adjusts to keep himself close to the whitewash and get the most critical part of the wave, but nothing really has been done until this moment. Massive layback, extending, getting so far away from the board and kind of bringing back under. You're gonna really be able to break this down. You're gonna see his front arm is gonna open up right here and give him the rotation. The back foot comes off, he brings it back in, and right there, you're just trying to play catch with the board, trying to get that board underneath you using the foot and your strength. And somehow, the 30-year-old comes out swinging.
That's right. 37 years old, loving life on tour, still loves his job. He said this is a good life, and that's why, right there. I like to reference those little shoulder drops as lean backs these days, just in case when something like that happens, you can go, yep, big blowtail layback hammer from Jordy Smith.
And you know what's so cool about it too? He tends to claim a lot of waves. You know that I love claims. That's his first one throughout the whole event, Joe.
Chucking the tail out is Matty McGillivray into a quick, precise fade. Hard off the bottom, big swoop from Matty. Jamming hard on the tail. Real slopey inside corner, but a lot of traction. He'll just step off. His wave before was the 5. That kind of stayed pretty slopey. Another wave that didn't quite bowl up on an end section that he was hoping that he could do something huge. Hearing the crowd lose it on Smith's layback blowtail. That's what Matty was hoping for.
Yeah, and he probably was forced to go on that wave just based off of the crowd's reaction too, guys. And as of right now, still looking for something to get back into this heat. Jesse, I mean, it's a good wave, but the only issue if Jordy does improve on the 6.5, he's probably going to need at least a couple of high 7s to get back into it.
Yeah, I think it's almost bad luck for Matthew because it was the cleanest wave we've seen it so far in this heat, but just lacked a little bit of intensity. There's not much wall in front. But he did some damage. I feel like this wave is better than his previous one, but Jordy's definitely going to better his situation as well. Like, I know it was only one big turn, but that was so critical, and he kept the rails clean throughout the wave. You know, got up in vertical at first, had a nice drawn-out carve, and he's looking good, man, just in a good rhythm. But this first turn here from Matthew is beautiful. Pushes that back foot. You can notice how the back foot is almost coming off the pads right there, and now he has to adjust. You can see him doing little hops and putting that foot back to his placement.
Numbers dropping in for Jordy Smith, just like he expected. An increase in his low score from a 6.5 to a 6.93. Now making Matty McGillivray's requirement a 9.26. McGillivray's last a 4.33 throwaway score, not helping his cause, still second with 6:15 on the clock, Mitch.
Look, guys, another thing to consider too, and it's obviously mentioned, the heat is one thing. These two gentlemen have had to surf 5 heats in the last 3 days. 2 today. We had to surf twice yesterday as well, and 1 in the round of 32 before. But this long period of time in between heats, obviously waiting that long within the waiting period is one thing, but that having to go straight pedal to the metal at the end of the event, Joe, big deal right here for both of these guys, and it doesn't seem like fatigue is really playing any kind of factor in this final. And props to Jordy, man. I mean, same thing he did in the semis, quick start, 7.33. He only has 1 throwaway, could easily still be counting the 6.5, Joe.
Strider, it's looked like Jordy started with authority in this heat, and he still got it here at 5.5 to go.
Yeah, you know, it's just so impressive to watch the pace of this heat, to watch the IQ of Jordy Smith, to watch that just a 1.5 higher on every wave, you know, for Jordy. It's just, you know, Matthew has not been able to gain any ground in this heat, and that's purely because, you know, Jordan has held on to the priority of this heat when he needed to done the damage on the waves. He's performed. He's risen to the occasion to get those extra points out of each wave, and then just made sure that he's in position when those sets came. I mean, he has really just put a separation and kept the pace just out in front of Matthew, and it's been really fun to watch, to see that kind of IQ play in here, and his veteran moves every time he comes to the inside. He sits up. He lets his opponent just get outside of him. He lets everything play out. And even to the beginning of this heat, he let everybody go out there and wait for him. And that's exactly how he won in 2017. He made sure everybody was waiting for him, and he kind of got in everybody's head before the heat even started.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, what a big move. What a big play before the heat even starts. 6-9-3 for last of Jordy Smith. What he sits out in front.
Sorry to cut you, but what he mentioned right there, it makes a big difference. I had a heat previously in Haleiwa with Sonny Garcia, where he did the same exact thing, and all of us in the water, it was me, Kelly, and Alex Smith, if I'm not mistaken, and we're like, where's him? Why are we not starting the heat? And then 3 minutes later, he starts to paddle out, and we see it, and then it just kind of got in everyone's head, and Sonny went to smoking everyone's heat. And obviously, he paddled straight out the back past everyone. No one said anything.
It's such a veteran move, isn't it? Agassi used to do stuff like that. Once he became really popular, he let the newer tennis player kind of walk through the tunnel first. They'd get this big reaction, and then he'd just wait. He'd go after, and it would just roar. And he knew right away he got in his opponent's head. Just based on, that popularity that he gained. He'd use it to his advantage. Just those little things. Gets one thing to shift in your favor. And Jordy slid into that first 7-3-3, and that was just brilliant.
But as Jesse's saying, you want to establish your dominance, and especially if it's psychologically over somebody that admires you, looks up to you, is obviously one thing. There's a great scene in the Redeem Team on Netflix, an amazing documentary about USA basketball. Kobe plays Pau Gasol, right, in the Olympics over there. They were already teammates with the Lakers. He runs through his chest in the very first play of the game just to make sure that, hey, you're my teammate when we're playing together on the Lakers. We're not teammates right now. We're opponents on the basketball court, and I feel like it's the same thing we've seen in this final. Jordy getting the inside, getting the first wave, establishing positioning early on in the heat, Joe.
Jordy Smith coming into this event ranked 12th, but now starting to move up the live rankings, getting closer to a position where he might be able to fight for that first world title at the end of the year. His first win was at J-Bay. That was extra special. That was 2010. So we're starting to think about kind of stats in pro surfing where, it always is with Kelly with longevity and winning, from the 90s and then recently, just a few years ago at Pipe. But Jordy's a great person that can really show how much depth he's had for a long time. 2010's now a long time ago. It's 2025 where he's about to potentially win that 7th CT event. If he can hold this victory off Matthew McGillivray, he'll move from 12th to 5th in a position in the WSL Final 5 before heading to Bells, where he's a past champion.
I mean, he's one of the most dominant surfers at Bells Beach, and then obviously Snapper Rocks / Burley Heads, depending where we run, and Margaret River. It just keeps getting, and Lowers, which he's won twice.
And Brazil.
And Brazil that he's won before. And J-Bay.
Yeah.
So it just keeps getting better for him.
Minute 22 to go. McGillivray, believe it or not, had a flight this morning to head to Australia. Once he started making heats, he was like, uh-oh, I got to change my plans. I'm not sure if he was planning on getting out of here early or why he had an early exit from El Salvador. But making that adjustment has been dangerous on finals day. Getting past Crosby, Colapinto earlier this morning. Now 50 seconds. He doesn't have priority. He's sitting out there in red. Jordy's right behind him, looking to close this one out. Maddie's hoping for a two-wave set and to happen quickly.
This heat's over, Joe.
But a great moment for South Africa, surfing history. Great to have everybody watching from that country. It's in the evening hours, passing 7:30 p.m. at night. Hope everyone's having a bunny chow to celebrate this just brilliant moment in surfing history. Guys like Seth Hulley looking on Pierre Tosti. This is magic, you guys. Enjoy the moment. Jordy Smith How many years has it been since 2017 with his Bell's victory? An 18-year veteran of the tour, two-time world runner-up, lets out a roar, a 7th event title, and taking the win over his fellow South African, clobbers him in the celebration. Jordy Smith, your champion of the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Hey, Matty McGillivray does not change his face expression even when he's jumping off cliffs. So it's not now that he's gonna change, but it's so funny. He's such a nice human, both of those guys. It's awesome to watch.
What an event, Joe. What a run, and hard not to get emotional with one of my all-time favorite surfers. Keeps on doing his thing the way he did this week, and really displaying at a point break that he didn't truly think had this kind of vibe to it. Now it truly is Jordy Bay out there, Joe.
Let's hear from the man. He's hanging out with Strider.
He just said, how'd that thing go? Look at him ripping on your backup board, bro. Get him on the Smith shade. What a run. Wow, amazing. Hey, brother, congratulations, huh? Surf City El Salvador Pro Champ. I mean, come on, bro. It's been, can't give you the mic. It's been since 2017 at Bells that you've been back in the winner's circle, man. Must feel amazing. You did the same thing, paddled out slow, made everybody hear your name, made everybody wait for you, and then you dominated.
Thank you. I mean, I'm absolutely just, I can't believe it, to be honest. I had to kind of keep telling myself to stay in the moment, and I remember Kelly kind of just saying that about his final. But if I can just dedicate this to two people, excuse me, to my wife, and actually to everybody at home that's, you know, got to hold down the fort, all the wives, the husbands, the families, everybody that holds it down so we can do this, means the world to me. And then to my father, I rode his board and I won the fucking cup.
Well, the Smith man himself, he's taking an emotional moment right now. Congratulations, brother. He's going to ride this one in for victory. We love you, brah.
Let's enjoy this. Double shakas from Jordy Smith. Emotional tears, mentioning that he's riding his father's equipment. And after all these years of movie parts, of runner-up finishes, how sweet does this feel to see him just so committed to pro surfing in the tour, to get to celebrate this 7th victory with a South African and Matthew McGillivray. And it just shows you how much you put into this, just with equipment, with traveling, with missing your family. And to see Jordy get emotional like that, it's just adding to this special moment here in El Salvador. The champion moving up to number 5 in the world before heading to Bells Beach.
Are you kidding me? That was like, that gave me chicken skins. How he was just, how do you win an event in your dad's board? Like how, like how cool that must be, you know, for him to go to that whole process of 8 years not winning an event, and on a mid shapes right there, taking the win.
That's right, the V12 model, having that business with his father. He shouted out his wonderful wife as well, Lyndall. Hi, Lyndall, you must be just losing it at the moment. Congrats once again. Their family crew just gave birth to their baby. Ziggy's got friends now in the household, and how about this?
I wonder who's gonna be the courageous two that's gonna bring him up in the air right now.
I saw Houshie down there. You got the two big boys, Houshie and Crosby. They're the only two guys that could probably pick him up right now.
Tommy Wentz is running down there, and that's a big responsibility to be on the chair for this man. The rocks are just fiery hot, but everyone wants to celebrate this moment. Ton of high fives. There was from Houshie right there, Mitch Colapinto, Tommy Whitaker.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go, Joe.
Cross is signing up for it. Looks like Cole as well.
Filmer Nick.
I think Jordy's kind of being nice. He's like, hey guys, I don't want to put you through this.
I've been up there before a few times, so.
It's got to happen though, right? I mean, especially after 8 years. I mean,
You got to replicate that sensation somehow, Joe.
There's nothing wrong with getting like more guys, 4 guys,
Exactly,
even like some spotters as well.
Yeah.
Let's get everybody down there.
No, but man, 8 years, just as good as ever. I mean, obviously emotional winning on his father's board too, but how about the class of surfing that we saw all event long from this guy, Joe?
1, 2, 3, Nick and Cole, they got him. Sean Thompson always would do these write-ups about Jordy Smith through those early years, talking about where he thinks Jordy can go each and every season. He was very open and honest about it. I can't wait to see what Sean's going to write about now.
So proud of you, so proud. Jordy, I had to get the calculator out for this one. 41 years since we seen 2 South Africans in the final. How special was that moment, and also take out the win?
I mean, South Africa, let's go! If I can just actually say it, I think I tried to say it out there where the wave came, but it's just for 2 people. This is for my wife, and actually everybody that holds it down for the families and the people to be able to do this, the fathers, the husbands, everybody. Without you guys, we couldn't do it. And then secondly, my father. I've always wanted to ride his board in a final and to win on it. And that dream's come true. I love you, Dad.
A lot of important people, a lot of big thanks there, Jordy. Well, with this win, you go from 12th to 5th in the rankings. You have so much to be proud of. Are you proud of yourself in this moment?
I am. I just kept telling myself that I will do it. And I wasn't even in the belief stage, because I think belief's a doubt. I just kept telling myself you can do it and you're going to do it. So just go ride 2 more waves. I woke up this morning, told me 4 more waves, that's it. And strategy worked.
Well, we're going on to bills, we got lowers, we got so many events where you've won before. Does this just skyrocket the confidence heading into those next few events?
It does. Really getting a lot of reps on the boards this week on the right points. We've got a couple of those coming up. So, yeah, gosh, Rose, it's just so hard to take it all in. It's been so long. And I'm just so glad to do it with another fellow South African. I can't say enough good words about Matthew. He's a long-time friend. Someone that I idolize, call him one of my best friends, and to share a final with him is just really, really special. I'm sure his family, and they must be very proud of him.
We're a sport-mad nation, and we're incredibly proud of you. Well done for doing it for South Africa. Guys, we're going to send it back to you. This is an emotional one. I'm feeling it all the way.
We're feeling it, Rosie. That was beautiful. Thank you for that moment with Jordy Smith. We are just fighting back tears of emotion. Just how great is professional surfing? I mean, I think right now this is a proud moment for the entire sport, seeing a legend like Jordy Smith pick up such a huge win on his father's board. Good job, G-Force. We have so much to celebrate today. What a finals day. Corona Sarah post show coming up next.
Get out the tissues, folks. Cry is free, and that's how we like it. What an emotional victory for Jordy Smith. This is the Corona Cerro Post Show. Let's take a look at some glorious happenings here at Punta Roca. That is face of a man who hasn't sat on shoulders in quite some time, but is now relishing, enjoying, loving the ride up the rocks. Jordy Smith, your champion here at La Libertad. I am Chris Cote. That's Rosie Hodge. That's Jesse Mendez. Cheers, my friends, to a job well done. It's time to celebrate. This Corona Cerro Post Show is going to be awesome. What a ride that event was. From day one, it was 4 a.m. wake-up calls every single day of the waiting period. But you know what? I wouldn't have wanted it any other way, because that meant we led ourselves all the way to this finals day, which was just epic.
We had so many surfers saying thank you. Thank you to WSL holding out for the swell. And the surfers just premium conditions, premium waves. The cream just rose to the top.
Rare to hear surfers say thank you, too. To us.
I was just about to mention that. And it's, I mean, I wish we could replicate that into every stop that we have, because it's good for everyone. Surfers are stoked. We're stoked. People at home are stoked. And, yeah, let's keep moving and bring that good juju into the rest of the year.
Yeah, it feels like not only do the surfers that did well in this event have a momentum going to Australia, but the entirety of the tour. I feel like this was a feel-good event. Everybody was saying from day one that this is like a surf trip destination contest, and that's a rarity on the championship tour because of the seriousness of every event, of every heat. But give it up one more time to El Salvador for just showing all its signs, all its faces of beauty at this wave, from small to big, from windy, offshore, onshore. I mean, it was nonstop out here, and I think you got to give a lot of credit to the staff behind the scenes that made the calls each and every morning. So thank you so much to the crew behind the scenes at the WSL who's been, they were here before dark every day doing their research. Surfline had a great forecast system for our team. So again, just everything fell into proper place. And I know for you, Rosie, representing South Africa, what a huge day for South African surfing. It's been decades since 2 South Africans made the men's final, but here it is. Matthew McGillivray has to be a hero now for his path to greatness. Going through Yago Dora, Crosby Colapinto, who was on fire throughout this entire contest, McGillivray, the blue-collar stuntman surfer, doing it for, for South Africa, for himself, for his fans, for his family. What a story there.
I mean, just arguably one of the toughest runs through the draw. Maddie had to get through it all, and then meeting up with Jordy in the final. Just insane to see these two powerhouses meet in the final.
And I think Jordy getting past Italo was a huge confidence booster, Jesse. We saw his kind of demeanor and swagger change after that heat. It was almost like, he knows how good he is. He knows that he could beat anybody. But when he took out Italo, it's like he stepped up into another league.
And I think sometimes you're just one heat or one wave away from actually getting a good rhythm to take down the wind. And that wave right there that we just saw, it was one of my favorite waves that he rode the whole event. As much as we love the offshore barrels that he had on the morning before that, but just a combination of maneuvers that he was able to provide the link through it and everything around. It was perfect.
And I don't think it's superlative to say that Jordy Smith is surfing as good as ever. I mean, this is prime time Jordy Smith. He's got more to give. He's going into the Aussie treble with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, there's a certain lightness to him at the moment. Chatting to him, he's happy. He's just excited about his job. He knows, what a gift this is to be surfing and traveling and doing what you love every single day and doing it on his dad's equipment. There's so much to surf for at the moment. Obviously, he's added to his family and he's surfing his dad's board. But yeah, it's just good to see him surfing with that new motivation.
I wish we could get on a Zoom call with Jordy's dad right now. You can imagine that moment. I was sitting over here on the sidelines watching Jesse as that interview went down, and I don't see Jesse Mendez cry often, but I saw a few tears, and they were warranted. What a moment. What a special thing for the Smith family. Son riding father's board, getting a victory that is truly a real huge comeback story.
I think first, we're probably not going to be able to talk to his father because he's going to be crying. But yeah, how could you not? Like, you can relate to all the sacrifices that he's been going through and everything that happens in the whole career. In 8 years, for a guy like him to not have a win, it takes a lot. It shows that it takes a lot.
I found that stat completely baffling, that a surfer of his caliber hasn't had a win since 2017 at Bells. It's just, it's crazy to me. So great to see Jordy back where he belongs. He's done so well at this event and probably has that self-belief now after this.
And one more time, let's see the final results for the Surf City El Salvador Pro 2025. Is this a sign of things to come? Will Jordy Smith stay on top of the rankings? Will he surf his way into the final five? Let's call it now. That way we'll sound either really smart or like we don't know anything at the end of the year. I'm saying yes, Jordy Smith will be in the final five. We got a lot of surfing to go, but I'm saying yes now.
Raise your hands up if you agree with it.
Yeah, we're all voting.
Yeah, it's hard to go past him, seeing him in this kind of form with the experience that he has, the competitive experience, that veteran knowledge. I mean, and the events that are lining up in the rest of the season, all events where he's won. So it's hard to say Jordy won't make it in the final five.
All right, well, it's time to party, folks. Mitchell Salazar is about to host an epic award ceremony. We're just going to chill in here and watch. Cheers. Let's do this. Down to you, Mitch.
One more.
Buenas tardes, Punta Roca. No. Buenas tardes, Punta Roca. ¿Cómo estamos aquí en El Salvador? Welcome to the award ceremony for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador Pro. Muchas gracias. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning here in La Libertad. An amazing event, un evento increíble con dos nuevos campeones de la tabla, two new champions right here at the fourth stop of the World Championship Tour, la cuarta parada del Tour Mundial de Campeonato. Yaktunal, good morning, and Newa WSL wishes to open the Surf City El Salvador Pro in one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world, Punta Roca, which is also called La Punta or Punta Chilama, because it is where the river ends after traveling 43 miles from the summit of the Cordillera del Bálsamo. Nestled within the territory that was known as Señorío de Cuscatlán, La Punta is part of the Nahua Pipil culture with its Dunal strength and Yulpaki heart smiles. We gather to celebrate and honor the culture of El Salvador past and present, and the history, identity, and heritage which are key to environmental preservation. Yectunal, buenos días en Ewa. WSL se complace en abrir por segunda, la cuarta ocasión de hecho este evento aquí del Surf City El Salvador Pro en una de las mejores olas derechas del mundo, Punta Roca, que también se le conoce como la punta o punta Chilama, por estar donde termina el río Chilama, después de 70 kilómetros de recorrido desde la cumbre de la cordillera del Bálsamo. El Salvador, conocido como mucho tiempo como el secreto mejor guardado por aquellos que buscan olas alrededor del mundo, ahora es el nuevo destino para la élite del surf. La punta, con su tonal fuerza y Yulpac y corazón sonriente, se abre al mundo para compartir la cultura del Salvador, su historia, identidad y también el patrimonio, que son claves para la sostenibilidad. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to the local community who has hosted us this past week, and thank you to the fans. Muchas gracias a ustedes, los fans, por apoyar cada día aquí mismo a los mejores surfistas del mundo. Thank you guys for joining us every single day in and day out to support the world's best surfers and everyone watching around the world. Big thank you to Surf City. Muchas gracias a Surf City por ser el socio de este evento. También como nuestros patrocinadores, our partners, Red Bull, Yeti, Corona Cero, IC, Surfline, True Surf, Body Glove, Vizsla, and El Salvador Tourism. Un agradecimiento muy especial, un fuerte aplauso, a big thank you and a huge round of applause to Morena Valdez, the Minister of Tourism right here of El Salvador, and her entire team for all the entire work they put into this event, the amazing experience they provided for us. Obviamente una increíble experiencia que nos pone la ministra Morena Valdez, así también como nuestros socios, Paso Pacífico, Oriente Salvaje, Save the Waves, our partners who join us in leading environmental efforts here in El Salvador. To help us award the trophies today, para dar los premios el día de hoy, comisionado de la WSL, Renato Hickel de Brasil, our WSL Deputy Commissioner, Renato Hickel from Brazil, and la Ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdez, our Minister of Tourism, right here from El Salvador, Morena Valdez. And we have a special and very important gift to give out to Morena in representation of Surf City, the entire staff right here in El Salvador. Un fuerte aplauso de nuevo, un increíble regalo que le van a dar a la ministra Morena Valdez, un jersey con su propio nombre por parte de la familia de la WSL, with the autographs of every single surfer in the event, con los autógrafos de cada surfista en el evento también aquí para la ministra Morena Valdez. Gracias a usted, ministra. Thank you very much. Ahora, damas y caballeros, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to our finalists. Un fuerte aplauso para el sudafricano, el subcampeón de los caballeros, desde Jeffreys Bay, Sudáfrica, Matthew McGillivray. Presentando el trofeo, Renato Hickel. Awarding the trophy is our Deputy Commissioner from the WSL, Renato Hickel. Matt, first of all, congratulations, my friend. An amazing opportunity this week. You moved way up in the rankings, but most importantly, you make your first final here at the CT level. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I love it here in El Salvador. The waves are, I love right-hand point breaks, and yeah, it's been a fun event. Thanks to everyone for the support. It's been so cool to be here.
Muy agradecido con el apoyo, le da muchas gracias a ustedes, los fans, por estar aquí apoyando, y Matthew McGillivray asciende en los rankings. Felicidades, congratulations, Matthew, su subcampeón, el sudafricano Matthew McGillivray. Y ahora la subcampeona desde Australia, your women's runner-up, Isabella Nichols. Presentando el trofeo, la ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdez. Isabella, felicidades, congratulations. Un evento muy importante, an important event, obviously. More than anything, you get another final here at the CT level. How are you feeling? ¿Cómo te sientes después de una semana larga? A long week. Your sister got married yesterday in Australia. Congratulations on your success.
Thank you. Yeah, I love coming back to El Salvador. The people are so friendly. The waves are beautiful. It's just an incredible part of the world, and I just have so many people to thank, you know, Bottle, Kurt, all my sponsors, and then especially, like you mentioned, my family for understanding that this is part of the job, and I was there in spirit, but yeah, it's been super worthwhile, and it's been such a great week, and yeah, thank you so much.
Gracias y felicidades a Isabella Nichols. Para los que no saben, su hermana gemela se casó el día de ayer en Australia, se perdió la boda por estar compitiendo aquí, pero es la subcampeona del evento. De nuevo, un fuerte aplauso para la subcampeona Isabella Nichols. Y ahora nuestro campeón, let's hear it for your champion. Close to 20 years on the championship tour, casi 20 años en el WCT, el sudafricano, the legend, la leyenda, Jordi Smith. Presentando el trofeo, Renato Hickel. Presenting the trophy is Renato Hickel. Ahí está, damas y caballeros, que se escuche. Let's hear it for the champ. My brother, I told you yesterday, hey, you're probably taking this thing out. You surfed against your best friend, Matt, on tour. Few South Africans that have qualified. You both made the final right here. Congratulations, an emotional victory right here, too.
Absolutely. I think just for South Africa in general, this means a lot. To share it with him is very, very special. I'm sure his family is very proud. And then, yeah, this is just dedicated to my wife and my father, people that hold this thing down for me. And yeah, man, this means everything. Thank you so much, El Salvador. I love you guys. Right point breaks. And yes, it definitely is a lot like J-Bay.
Felicidades al campeón Jordi Smith, agradeciendo a su padre, a su esposa y a toda su familia. Felicidades, Jordi. Thank you. Y ahora, damas y caballeros, la surfista más merecedora del evento, the most deserving winner of the event, back-to-back finals, 2 finales consecutivos, la campeona Gabriela Bryan. Gabby making Kauai proud. Back-to-back finals here in the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Scrappy final, to say the least. Most importantly, you get the W. Después de una semana larga, after a long week, how are you feeling here on the podium, taking your second victory at the CT level?
I'm feeling so good. I've had an amazing time in El Salvador, and I love it here. Right-hand point breaks are my favorite, and this is one of the best in the world. So getting to compete at it has been amazing, and the crew I've been surrounded with here is the best, and I love them all. And to have Matt and the whole Mayhem crew here, they shaped me the best boards, and I couldn't do it without them. And everyone back at home too supporting me. I love you guys, and yeah, I'm just so stoked. Thank you, El Salvador. It's been a great time, and I can't wait to come back next year.
Felicidades a Gabriela Bryan, la campeona del Surf City El Salvador Pro. Aquí en Punta Roca, if we could get the runner-ups and the 2 champions up here once again for photo ops, guys. Damas y caballeros, los 4 mejores surfistas de lo que fueron 12 días del periodo de espera aquí mismo en Punta Roca. Los subcampeones, los campeones, hay que darle un fuerte aplauso de nuevo a la gente que llegó a las finales aquí en El Salvador. Jordi Smith, Gabriela Bryan, your champions. Isabella Nichols, Matthew McGillivray, your runner-ups. With the Corona Cero showers, let's toss it back to the Corona Cero post show.
I was hoping we were going to get a Corona Cero shower. I would do one in here, but we're surrounded by very expensive camera equipment and lights, so we're going to have to just do our own post-show Corona Cero shower later. We'll be outside. But we got a lot to wrap up here. What a day it was in professional surfing here from Punta Roca, El Salvador, again, just showing why this is a primetime destination any time of the year, but especially right now. Spring break is about to go off in town now that this event is over. The competitive surfing continues. There's actually a national event here tomorrow, so the best place to have a surf contest right here, Punta Roca in El Salvador. Let's take a look back at our women's bracket here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. You look at Gabriela Bryan's run to the finals, and I mean, she took out some titans of our sport. Bella Kenworthy, Caitlin Simmers, all the way through to her matchup with Isabella Nichols, who had to be considered the sentimental favorite. You know, she was surfing for her twin sister who just got married, so congratulations to the entire Nichols family. We got a new brother-in-law, so a big win for Isabella Nichols. But Gabriela, she just seemed to be on a whole different level. We know how good she surfs, but I feel like She came to El Salvador with a totally different mindset, and now she belongs in that conversation to potentially be fighting for a 2025 world title.
One of my favorite heats of the whole event was Gabriela Bryan against Bella Kenworthy yesterday, where she dropped a Gabriela dropped a 9-2-3 that was just so flawless. Just insane surfing from her. I feel like she was building, but then, you know, she didn't have it all her own way this morning, Jesse.
Yeah, but that's what champs are made for. You got to learn how to win heats and how to win events not being in her prime. Like we've seen Gabriel do that, John Kelly Slater, and all of them, and she's learning how to do that because it's not every day you're going to wake up 100%. So it's better for you to figure it out no matter how the conditions are or how you're feeling today. So props to her to pulling that off against mostly Caitlin Simmers on that semifinals. That was a tricky one.
Huge victory there for Gabriela Bryan, and she definitely didn't make it easy for the fans and family watching from the beach. There she is getting the last-minute breakdown from her coach, Dog Marsh. I talked to Gabriela's mom just after the finals, and the sense of relief that she had. I mean, if you look back at the final, Gabriela was really in a tough spot. 3 big mistakes in a row, buckled her magic board, but had the quick reaction time to get right back at it, put on a huge performance, clutch surfing. On the backup board looks just as good as the magic board, so she's doing all right.
This is the best wave of the heat, the 783, and this all happened off the back of changing that equipment, recognizing that it was buckled, and she just found this wave and was so confident in every step of the way when she met that wave and took away the win. Just big congrats on the beach. It was so cool.
Teamwork makes the dream work. The dog squad, the dog pound, whatever you call them, whatever they're doing, it is working. Congratulations, Gabriela Bryan. Huge victory. And give it up for Isabella Nichols. I mean, that is a massive result for Isabella. She kind of has been hovering around the mid-range of her results. So for her, a second place finish is huge. And congratulations once again to Isabella Nichols' sister on your wedding, and you're welcome to everyone watching, because that was an epic final, so entertaining from the time it started all the way to the end. And now we talk about the 2025 Vissla CT Shaper rankings. So we had a lot of lost surfboards in that final series. That's why they have a huge lead, nearly double the points of Channel Islands in second place, but there's been a shakeup in the top 5. Channel Islands was in 3rd coming into El Salvador. Now they're in 2nd. Sharp Eye drops to 3rd. DHD now gets into that 4th spot. Timmy Patterson 5th. And I'm wondering if Jordy Smith on those Smith shapes can get a couple more victories. We could see Smith on this top 5.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, G-Force is going to be pumping out some more boards, getting them over to Geordie for bells and the rest of the Australian leg. But yeah, Channel Islands did so well. Maddie McGillivray, obviously on the Channel Islands program, they had a lot of surfers that went far in this event.
Yeah, the rankings, not only in the Vissla Shaper rankings, shaken up a little bit, but we're going to see huge swings in the men's and women's championship tour top 10 as well. You know, you saw a lot of the biggest names in surfing go down early, and here you see our updated rankings. Italo Ferreira still in that top spot. Ethan Ewing moves up to 2nd, Iago 3rd, Barron drops to 4th, Jordy Smith a huge leap up into the top 5. Leonardo stays right where he was when he started. Miguel Pupo climbs up to 7th. Rio, 8th. Rabo, 9th. Kanoa, 10th. 3 big drops for 8th, 9th, and 10th in the men's top 10.
I'm very surprised to see Jack Rabo in 9th place. The heats that he lost this year so far, he smashed it. At Pipeline, he had a 10-point ride. Here, he had an 817, if I'm not mistaken. That after I watched it, it almost felt like he could have been a 9-point ride as well. So to see him that low, it's not translating to the surfing that he's been doing. It's just a matter of time that he climbs just back up.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of surfing to come, of course. Right around the corner, the GWM Aussie Treble. We got huge events. Bells coming up next. To me, Bells is really another signifier of a masterful surfer. If you can win Bells, that is a huge victory, and that will skyrocket you into the second half of that series, and then, of course, the second half of the year, the cut after that 3rd event in Australia. So a lot of things happening behind the scenes on the championship tour right now. You probably got surfers scrambling to pack their bags and get to Bells as we speak. So safe travels to all the surfers making their way to Australia. And now let's go to the women's top 10. So this is going to be another kind of shaken up leaderboard. You see up and down, the biggest mover, Gabriela Bryan, up to 2nd place. Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright, all drop in the standings. Sawyer Lindblad and Isabella Nichols take huge leaps, up to 6th and 7th. Aaron Brooks down to 8th. Bella Kenworthy moves up to 9th. Lakey Peterson in 10th. Do you think, Rosie, that this is going to be kind of what we're going to see at the end of the year, or is it way too soon to even tell?
It's way too soon to even tell. I just think the women's competition, it's so close with everybody capable of win. I mean, Gabriela Bryan just took out her maiden victory this year so far. We're still waiting for Molly to take out a win this season, but it's extremely close between all of these women. Everyone is yeah, this thing's going to shuffle.
Well, here's what we're about to see just around the corner. One of the quickest turnarounds and one of the longest travels from event to event is coming right up. From El Salvador, these surfers, male and female, are going to head over to Australia for one of the most iconic, historically relevant events of the entire schedule. I'm talking about the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. The GWM Aussie Treble is made up of the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach, the Bonsoit Gold Coast Pro, which is now going to be at Burleigh Heads, a classic surfing venue. Final event of that treble will be the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and then it's dun-dun-dun cut time. That's when you don't want to be packing your bags and heading over to the other side of Australia. If you don't make that mid-season cut, you're missing out on the Lexus Trestles Pro. That is going to be such a fun event. We've only had one day there in the past few years for the Rip Curl WSL Finals and the WSL Finals. So this year, we get to see the post-cut landscape at Trestles. That's going to be so fun to watch because now we get to see everybody surf Trestles.
Yeah, it's such a consistent wave. It's right there in the summertime, June. You know, we're used to seeing the WSL Final 5 in September, and then the events that we've had there in the past, July, September area. So it's going to be fun to watch Trestle unfold, such a high-performance wave with a cut-down field.
Yeah, and with the waiting period in that zone, you know, June 9th to the 17th, that's prime time South Swell season in Southern California. So another super fun event to watch. And then after that, Rio, then things get really serious heading into the Final 5. Jesse, of those events that you just saw, which one are you most looking forward to?
I mean, I got to say Brazil. I'm going to eat some steak, feijoada, get back home for a little bit. So I'm excited for that one, obviously. And just the crowd on the beach, atmosphere is amazing. And hopefully see some good lineup waves in Saquarema at Itaúna, that beautiful left that actually there's a contest happening right now, Key West Regional, and the waves are pumping.
Well, we know for a fact the crowd will come out midsummer in Brazil. That is going to be another incredibly fun event. Well, speaking of fun, it's time for us to have some fun. This is your top 5 moments. Counting down from number 5. Let's kick it off with this incredible matchup. This was Marco Mignot, the buzzer beater, the best air of the event. Bro was floating, straight up levitation right here.
He had that 1 second, split second halfway through that air that he actually felt like he was levitating. Like he had the wind that's coming up the face with the curve of the wave and the offshore winds, and that was beautiful to watch. And just obviously Rio Waida here answering back solid as he's been so far, but it wasn't enough. Mignon caught that last wave and went to town and finished it off strong and took the win.
Yeah, big ups to Rio Waida as well. His message on Instagram, I needed that L. You know, he wants to get fired up, but Marco Mignot, one of the flashiest rookies we have on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's been insane. I mean, just thinking about his results and where he's headed, he's had these flashes of brilliance. It's only a moment in time before he knits it all together and starts making big finals.
The Rookie of the Year race is developing nicely as well. Number 23, Jordy Smith, his earlier heats. This is when he finally cracked it. He finally admits that this wave does in fact feel a little bit like J Bay. The Jordy show was epic. He filmed about a 45-minute video part in this event, Jesse.
I mean, I was in agreement with him, and we kind of joked a few days before La Bocana when we were surfing that it's like, hey, you can't compare this wave to J-Bay, but he kind of shut my mouth as well because the waves were so good that day, yesterday morning, and well-deserved to have, you know, similarities to J-Bay, and the waves are fine for us to watch and for the surfers too. Put in a show for us.
And how cool for, you know, Jordy Smith, who was a child prodigy. He's been through so many eras of championship tour surfing, the Slater era, the Irons era, and now he's still taking it to the kids.
And like you said earlier in the show, surfing better than ever with that added experience makes him a title contender this season.
And he did it the right way. He surfed with a lot of joy this week. And speaking of joyful surfing, Gabriela Bryan, you know, she's doing it with a smile on her face, but her turns were absolutely savage. Some of the best power surfing we've ever seen on the championship tour. Is that too much, or is that just right?
No, that's, I mean, pretty close to what the best of the best ever. Maybe Carissa had some like power surfing that could match that, but what it impresses me, you see a lot of the girls with plenty of speed down the line, but never throughout the turn like she did in this event. Like, she was maxing out the speed she had on the bottom turns and not wiping it off whatsoever, just laying on rail. And yeah, some of the biggest surf I've ever seen in my life for a girls.
Yeah, Gabriela Bryan, just pure power and precise in where she put her surfboard on these waves. This venue is pretty lights out for Gabriela Bryan. So from Gabriela, we're gonna go to Gabriela. Just foreshadowing here, the number 2 highlight here in your top 5 is Gabriela Bryan, your women's champion. Yeah, this final was stressful for Gabriela's camp. 3 huge mistakes, a buckled board, but she was able to fight back. That makes her a double champion.
Yeah, well, these highlights just tell the story. The previous day getting that 923, then heading into finals day, it wasn't all her own way. She had to really fight for this win, had the buckled board, had a few priority mistakes, and then to see her really light it up on this almost 8-point ride. I think it was a 783 that she was able to get on this wave and take the lead away from Isabella. Just impressive stuff from Gabriela Bryan.
Another big victory for the Dog Squad. Well coached. Team had her back all the way through. Now your number 1 moment. A huge sentimental win. I mean, this is legacy stuff right here for Jordy Smith, proving he's still at the top of his game. Even after that drought of final appearances and wins, Jordy Smith takes the title here in El Salvador. He is going to be heading to Bells with a huge trophy, and he's already rang the bell, you know, a handful of times. So this could be another big event for Jordy Smith. Looking forward.
I mean, I can't wait to watch him. It suits him so well. Every stop that we have on tour, he's won plenty of those stops and have done finals and whatever it is, finals days. And it's going to be so fun to watch the Big Brew laying down some more rail for us.
That was kind of sketchy. He almost dropped that magic board. He's got to keep that thing on ice. Wow. What an event, what a finals day, and there's so much more surfing to come, and the best part of it is you don't even have to wait that long. In just a few days, we got the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, another epic event in the works. And I haven't seen the forecast, but I just have a good feeling about it, and that says something. So for all of you out there watching, thank you so much for tuning in. We know you loved the show. And for everybody here, the staff, the cast, the crew, thank you so much for all your hard work this week. That was an epic event. I cannot wait to watch these highlights. Cheers to you guys. We're about to replace these Ceros for some extras. Let's go. It's happy hour.
Good morning, Punta Roca, welcoming the best in the world in the heart of Central America. One of the most explosive high-performance rides on tour. Rolling into this one to kick off our morning, world number 3. Ethan Ewing driving off the bottom and just lays into it. Marco Mignot, the rookie on tour. Punta Roca lays down a nice clean top turn, hitting it off the lip.
The prodigy from El Salvador, Brian Perez, local boy from Punta Roca.
setting up for the backhand of the two-time event champ here in El Salvador. Caroline Marks places that one in the pocket. There's the step from Mama Roca. And if Mama Roca could talk, she'd be screaming.
Como extraña, yo estaba tranquilita en el portillo mientras tú ojeabas desde lejos mi actitud. Te vi sentado en el muro de la playa.
Oh, I'm excited, Joe. I'm excited.
McGillivray, throw tail, punt in the flats. Final wave of the matchup. The rookie sets up that first section. Big throw tail reverse.
Un bañito en la mañana, yo sé que después de par de tragos vamos a comer, se te va notando algo.
And then Jack here once again going for that layback dagger.
Al final tú necesitas.
Some great surfing by the Mexican surfer from Pascuales. Fully committed on rail, Joe, and hard not to compare really to Andy, Chris Ward, that style that he has, and as you said, the people's champ for a reason.
Everyone wants to hear me say it. It's definitely more like J-Bay today.
What a moment for Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
You're the 2025 Surf City El Salvador Pro Champion.
This is magic, you guys. Enjoy the moment. Jordy Smith. How many years has it been since 2017 with his Bell's victory? An 18-year veteran of the tour, two-time world runner-up, lets out a roar. A 7th event title. Jordy Smith, your champion of the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.